I leaped backward. Dodging the punch, my beta attempted to land to my face. He lunged at me again, prompting me to bob to the left of him. I smirked. As an alpha, I had the upper hand in terms of strength, speed, and agility. But I had learned a long time ago not to underestimate my opponent. In the case of my beta Brett, he was good at finding the weak points of a person and using them to his advantage. And being a beta did give him more strength and power than other lesser-ranked wolves in our pack. I'm gonna knock that sorry smirk off that pretty boy face of yours. Brett growled. I'd like to see you try. I scoffed, my smirk deepening, drawing back my fist. I let it connect with his left shoulder. Brett jerked back with a grunt. I took advantage of his position, landing a swift kick to his right hip that sent him sprawling. I wasted no time leaping on his back and pinning him to the floor. Unbeknownst to me, Brett's arm snaked down toward my calf. I quickly became aware of what he was doing when I felt the sting of his claws digging into my Achilles. I hissed in pain as I rolled off of him. He'd found my weakness this time. Inattention. Inattention to my surrounding, to my body as a whole. Inattention to what my opponent was doing with his free limbs. Brett quickly pounced on me, pinning my arms to the ground with his knees, while one of his hands pulled my head back gruffly by the hair, and his other grasped my neck, gradually tightening. Not so confident now, are we? Brett spat. I could feel my face starting to turn red from lack of oxygen. But still, I let out a raspy chuckle. Not quite. I grunted, bending my leg. I kneed Brett in the butt with enough force to knock him forward. His chest landed on my face. I swiftly flipped us over and pinned him to the ground, making sure he could not move his legs and trapping his arms with my hands. I held him there until he let out a low howl, signaling he was giving up. Getting off Brett, I offered him a hand up. He took it and shook himself slightly as he stood. Not bad, man. He huffed, his breath coming out in heavy wheezes. Grabbing the towels that were hung in a tree nearby, he handed me one and began drying off his sweat-soaked face with the other. But you're slipping again. You need to pay attention to everything your opponent is doing, not just the immediate area you are targeting. I know, I grumbled, grabbing my water bottle and guzzling the ice-cold beverage. My thoughts get ahead of themselves. I anticipate something specific happening next and get burned when my opponent does something different. Brett nodded. Anticipation is good. But you can't laser focus your anticipation on one thing. Don't try to predict what the enemy is doing. Just anticipate that they will do something. I nodded. Brett was a good beta. His knowledge of war games, battle tactics, and strategy came in useful when defending the territory from rogue attacks and rival packs. Brett and I started to walk, following our familiar path through the woods back to the packhouse. We would often hold scrimmage fights deep in the woods as a way to get more practice, talk things out, and blow off steam. I'd come here by myself too if Brett or my gamma were unavailable. I'd bob and weave in front of a tree, landing blow after blow against its bark until I'd beat down to the light-colored wood underneath. I often came to the woods alone, during the night, when the familiar sadness and depression that clouded my thoughts regularly showed up. Lately, those depressing thoughts have centered around a familiar longing that all wolves without mates feel. I'd be lying if I said jealousy didn't flare up inside me every time I saw Brett with his mate or heard of another one of my pack members finding the one. Brett's baritone voice broke my thoughts. You gonna be around when our guests arrive? Guests, I frowned. This was the first time I'd heard of this. Brett rolled his eyes, a gesture I would never tolerate from anyone else except my beta and gamma. I reminded you about them yesterday. Have you forgotten about the brawl you almost had with the sheriff over this? I nodded, remembering what he was talking about now. Our packhouse was to house a therapist or a medical student. Something like that. For 3 months as part of a deal we had with the town that our pack territory resided in. When I say we have a deal, I mean the sheriff's deal that he had with a woman he was particularly interested in that worked for an outpatient care facility in Gearhart, Oregon. Sheriff Wade was one of the few humans in Gearhart that knew of werewolves and their existence. He used that knowledge to his advantage often. In this situation, The woman he was constantly trying to woo had complained to him of having nowhere to board the new hire she'd signed on as part of some holistic movement trend thing. Wade had explained it in detail. But if I was being honest, I barely heard a word he was saying. The sheriff had practically begged me to board the new hire. Of course, he'd spin it so that he was responsible for getting the new hire lodgings and not me. More brownie points with his lady, I guess. I'd been resistant at first, arguing that having a human who is unaware of werewolves living in a werewolf home is not only dangerous for us if they find out, but also makes it extremely difficult for us to be comfortable in our own home. And second, werewolves and humans don't mix that well. From a distance, yes, we can live quietly and peacefully together. But under the same roof, absolutely not. Brett and Gamma Michael had been the ones to get me to come around to the idea. My mother as well. She and my father, the former Alpha and Luna, still lived in the packhouse and advised me from time to time. The three of them. Brett, Mike, and my mother convinced me to at least try it. For Sheriff Wade, he'd been fair to us for the most part and never shared our secret, even though he'd had several opportunities to do so and benefit. My mother had further guilted me into it by asking me to consider the new hire that was coming from a different state to a foreign area, who knows no one and has nowhere to go. How would you feel if it were you in this situation, Julian? She'd asked. I'd groaned when the question left her mouth. There was no point in arguing at that point. I told Wade I'd allow the new hire to board at our packhouse with rules and conditions in place, and we'd try it for 2 weeks. After that, I reserved the right to ask them to leave, and he'd have to tell the outpatient facility lady to board the new hire elsewhere. Glancing at Brett, I shook my head. I don't plan on being there. I figured you have the rule sheet that I made up. You can give it to them and give them the rundown. No need for me to be there. Brett groaned. Come on, man. You're the alpha. It's your responsibility to welcome a guest and make sure they understand what's what. And it's also my right to delegate certain responsibilities of mine to my beta if I so choose. I growled. I have no desire to see this new hire or to interact with them. If they break the rules, then I will deal with them. You're just pissed because it's a human and you got coerced into this situation by another human. Brett spat, starting to chuckle. Big bad alpha. He made air quotes as he talked. Shut up, Brett. I snarled. He wasn't worth disciplining. He'd always been this way. He was very flippant when it came to authority, but his loyalty was incomparable to any others. Therefore, I gave him a pass on the disrespect in exchange for dedication to his alpha. Reaching the packhouse, we slipped into the kitchen. I paused at the fridge, pulling out a new water bottle. Brett kept walking as I guzzled water. I almost choked as I heard his voice down the hall. She shows up at 3 o'clock if you change your mind. She jet lag sucks. Looking at my phone, I noted the time was 2:45 p.m. That meant it was around 7 p.m. at home. Home was the state of New York. Although 7 p.m. is not necessarily late, knowing it was only going to be 3 o'clock here was exhausting. I'd be awake for at least another 6 hours settling into my new home, meeting my hosts, and getting ready for work the next day. The flight here was exhausting too. I arrived at the airport in New York at 6 a.m. Maybe it was too early to arrive for a flight that departs at 7:30, but it was my first flight ever. I was too nervous to allow myself to arrive any later than 6. I was beyond anxious that I'd boarded the wrong flight, waking up several times during the journey in a cold sweat, thinking I was flying to the wrong place, despite some stomach-turning turbulence. My flight landed with ease and was only half an hour overdue. Gloria Steger, my boss, for the time being, had met me in the airport and was now driving us to where I would be staying for the next 3 months. She drove by the office that I would check into and out of each day, telling me a little about it as we passed. Gloria was cheerily chattering beside me, her driving careful and cautious. I could tell her Navy Chevy was old, perhaps a 2008. Its engine was throaty and the tires squealed around every turn. Speaking of turns, almost every road we'd been on so far was either a sweeping hill or had turns sharper than a needle. We're so excited to have you here for a small town. We have a huge caseload. We tend to the surrounding towns as well, mainly seaside, and we send people out to Portland too. That's a bit of a drive, though. I won't send you out there until you're familiar with Gearhart first. I laughed nervously. I appreciate that. I considered what to say next. The silence settling between us, seeming to be impossibly long. I felt the familiar scratchiness that wells up in my throat when I'm anxious. Thankfully, Gloria saved me. It's only about a 10-minute drive into the office from where you'll be staying. Speaking of, where will I be staying? I searched the address, but nothing came up. Gloria chuckled nervously. About that. You will be staying in a kind of communal living house. I tried to hide my frown. Flashbacks of living in a dormitory crossed my mind. Would I have a roommate? The property is very secure. It's got a huge fence running around the perimeter and a fancy gate with a camera and guards. I've only ever seen the house once. And that was when I was hiking up one of the surrounding mountains. It was a speck in the distance, but I know it's massive. Why the tight security, Jeff? Sheriff Wade says it's private property. Everyone that lives there is from the same family. A multi-generational kind of thing. Their property is huge and they don't want trespassers on their land. Oh. And they enjoy their privacy. I see some of the family every once in a while in town, but usually it's always the cook getting groceries at the store or the housekeeper getting supplies. Housekeeper, they're big money, I thought to myself. What's their surname, I asked. Walker. They're responsible for a lot of things in town, like the town park and the addition to the library. Sheriff Wade said they jumped at the chance to board you. They said they'd do any favor Jeffrey asked of them. Good friends, I guess. Gloria smiled to herself. I nodded, noting the switch of formality when it came to Sheriff Wade. She giggled a lot when talking about him. It's very charitable of them to house an absolute stranger. I added. Gloria nodded excitedly. They've always been philanthropic. But they never like to show their faces much. Rich people are weird, aren't they? I laughed. Usually it's the other way around. They give, but with the expectation that everyone should recognize who they are, and they want everyone to know how much they are giving. Gloria chuckled. Seriously, though, I hope you like them. Like I said, I know very little about them. If you don't like them, let me know, and we'll figure out an alternative living situation. I just ask that you give it time. 2 weeks, I nodded. That was reasonable. I hope. Beside me. Gloria chuckled again. I bet you'll love the property. If you really can't stand the Walkers, you could always go for a walk to get away from them. And another thing, she said, her eyes twinkling. The property's name is absolutely enchanting. It's named Grimfir Hall. Sounds like a Harry Potter house, doesn't it? I shook my head. I never got into that series, but I'm sure it does. Gloria scowled. We'll have to change that. Imagine not knowing what Harry Potter is. I studied Gloria out of the corner of my eye as silence settled between us again. She had to be in her early 30s. Her dark brown hair was cut short, falling just above her shoulders. There were bags starting to form under her eyes, indicating lack of sleep. Her eyebrows were thin arches above dark brown eyes. She was a petite woman, her hands almost childlike. There was a natural cheeriness about her that was evident when she talked. But there was also a sense of authority about her. Commands were given freely. And she knew the art of business and negotiations. I'd done several video chats with her online during the hiring process and to finalize my trip out here. She'd made it clear that she expected a hard worker and loyalty, both traits I possessed. Looking out the window, I saw the tip of a roof peeking out above the treetops. We rounded a corner and the car slowed, pulling up to a towering fence constructed of wrought iron bars with gold spikes atop each bar. A stand stood beside the driveway with a speaker and keypad. 2 cameras were positioned on the brick posts of the fence, trained on the vehicle. On one of the brick posts was a brass nameplate. Grimfir Hall was etched into the metal in scrolling letters with a date below it. Est. Itembabai Wushaliu. Rolling down her window. Gloria listened as a voice squawked out of the speaker. Name and reason for visiting. Dr. Gloria Stager. I've brought Ms. Megan Anderson with me. She is to be staying here for the next 3 months. The speaker was silent for a moment. I imagined the owner of the voice was checking out Gloria's story. You may advance to the house. Mrs. Teltiri. Hill will meet you at the door. With that, the gates swung open. Gloria advanced the car slowly as gravel crunched under the tires. I took in the trees that lined the drive. The leaves were still green for the most part. A few were starting to turn as summer was coming to an end. I spotted a deer through the trees, nibbling at a stray branch. Sprigs of purple wildflowers grew along the side of the lane. Rounding a gradual curve in the driveway, the house in question appeared. It was massive. Big money was an understatement. The Walkers were big money and old money. The house was an off-white color. It was clear that there had been several additions to the house. The main section of it housed the entrance and a circular stained glass window. The blue and navy glass was arranged to look like a night sky with steel gray clouds and a bright white moon. There were 2 figures at the bottom of the circle, but I couldn't make them out. There were 3 turrets to the house, clearly newer than the rest of the building. I counted 3 windows on each turret, meaning there were 3 floors. My eyes widened as I realized I would be staying here. My stomach flipped at the idea of getting to explore it. I wondered what the inside looked like. Did the owners keep the decor original to the house's era, or did they make it modern and fresh? The driveway leading up to the house split into a black-topped loop that traversed around a beautiful 3-tiered white marble fountain. Although no water was running through the fountain, some water stood in the bottom tier. A white marble wolf topped the fountain, the spout for water angling out of its mouth. I continued to study the fountain as the car came to a stop at the foot of the staircase leading to the double set of forest green doors. Home sweet home for you, I guess. Gloria sighed. Looking up at the house before getting out of the car, I released a sigh of my own. I prayed that the owners of the house were not uppity or snobbish. I didn't come from a family of money. We were well off, but not rich. I wouldn't know how to act if I was expected to live with a stereotypically rich family. Getting out of the car, I thanked Gloria for getting my suitcase out of the trunk. We agreed we would get the other bags and boxes out after meeting the Walkers. I didn't bring much with me, deciding to leave a lot of my big items in storage at home. I had an apartment there too that I would maintain the rent on, just in case things change and I returned home early. Well, shall we? Gloria asked, gesturing for me to go up the stairs first. I smiled at her as I started up the steps and prepared to knock the brass knocker. My mood had been getting increasingly worse as 3 o'clock neared. I felt agitated, my wolf pacing in my head. I knew why we were agitated. We didn't like the idea of a stranger, an outsider, a human invading our territory. The more I thought about it, the more I considered turning them away the moment she arrived. Brett had stopped asking me to reconsider greeting our new guest by noon. He'd tried several times before that. He even sent Mike in to subtly hint at it. But I'd quickly ordered both of them out of my office once I figured out the game they were playing. When my mother peeked her head in, I sighed, knowing I couldn't order my mother away. I would have to endure her. Not that my mother was a bore or painful to listen to. I just knew that she was here to try to convince me to change my mind, just like Brett and Mike. My dad stayed out of the whole mess, telling Mom that he would be there when the human arrived. He was always polite like that, and always bent to my mother's beck and call, as almost all mates did. A familiar pang echoed in my heart. Most wolves found their mates at 18 or soon after. I was 26 and still mateless. I tried to remind myself that my mate would come when she was supposed to, that I didn't need her to feel complete and whole. Rather, a mate was supposed to be someone to live life with, a friend, companion, lover, and support. A person you can live without but would rather not. It'd be nice to have someone to confide in, to cuddle with at night, to look at and know that you are the only one for them and they are the only one for you. Do you have a moment? Mother asked, her voice low and sweet. I sighed. Always. I gestured for her to sit down. She took the chair facing my desk and glanced around the room. You really haven't changed much in here since you took over. She frowned. I shrugged. I like it the way it is. Nonsense. You should make it your own. Put up some of the things you've collected through the years. A picture or two. A picture of who Mom I don't have a mate. Or children. I asked sadly. She rolled her eyes. She was another person on the list of people who gets away with that. In due time. And you have friends. You have family. Put your sister on the wall for Pete's sake. Aren't we good enough to be put on a wall in your office? Really, Julian? She huffed. I sat back in my chair, hiding the smirk that wanted to spread across my face. Mom was cute. Her sable-colored hair had streaks of silver in it, a characteristic similar to her wolf. Her eyes were olive green, her skin pale and creamy. She was short for a female wolf but slender and wiry. She wore several rings on her fingers. The silver ones obviously fake silver. She preferred to wear dresses, often in green and blue tones, homage to our pack colors. Our pack crest was pinned to the fabric bunched around her neck. The crest was a circle of emerald. A minimalist onyx wolf's head was crafted inside the circle, out of vague lines and swoops and swirls. To a quick eye, it was simply an abstract pattern, but to those of us who knew what it was a symbol of the pack we belonged to. My mother and father were like night and day, cool tones and warm tones. While my mother was a dark-haired beauty, my father was a honey blonde-headed male until his hair started to darken and gray in his 50s. He was still strong and muscular for his age, but he was declining. It was not something he minded either. He said on numerous occasions that he much preferred sleeping in now as opposed to getting up at the crack of dawn for training. Dad was still relatively active in alpha duties, though. He would train the young wolves and advise me from time to time, which was something I greatly appreciated. I know the reason he hadn't stuck his head into my office to convince me to meet our guest is because I am the alpha, and he wanted to show me respect by not trying to bully me into it, unlike the rest of the people in this house. Julian, hearing my name, pulled me out of my thoughts. Won't you please greet her, that's all I ask. Say hello, then pop out. As an alpha, that's the least you could do. I shook my head. No, Mom. And to her, alphas and werewolves don't exist, so she doesn't know I'm the one in charge, and therefore, it won't feel snubbed when I don't greet her at the door. My mom harumphed as I stood from my chair. I will escort you downstairs, Mother, on my way to the kitchen. I glanced at my watch. She'd be here in 5 minutes. If I timed it right, I could just miss her. Taking my arm, Mother followed me out into the hall and down the staircase that hugged the wall of the entrance hall. A hallway curled back behind the staircase, leading to the kitchen. At the base of the stairs, there was an open doorway to a sitting room of sorts. Opposite that room was a set of doors that led to the dining hall, I should say. The kitchen had its own entrance into the dining hall to minimize the distance servers would have to carry the food. A small bathroom was built under the stairs, a wise use of space concocted up by my mother when she first moved into the pack house. Taking the stairs slowly, we reached the bottom as we were watched by a few onlookers positioned in the entryway to greet our guest. Among them was Brett, Michael, my father, my sister Sabrina, her mate Donovan, my practically live-in friend Spencer, and our housekeeper Mrs. Hill. I rolled my eyes. It's like they were welcoming a long-lost member of the freaking family back home. Mother squeezed my arm and let go. Gliding over to take my father's arm, they smiled at each other warmly. Another pang twisted my heart. Planning to skirt around everyone to get to the kitchen, Brett called to me, asking a question. But his words were obscured by the knock that sounded at the door. I squinted at Brett, shaking my head, indicating I didn't catch what he said. What did you s? Before I could register what was happening, Mrs. Hill opened the door and greeted our new resident as she and another woman stepped inside. I froze, turning to fully face the 2 new members of the assembled. I inhaled a deep breath. The scent. It was heady, intoxicating. Amaretto and vanilla. The woman in front of me was equally as intoxicating to look at as she was to smell. She was taller than the average female human. Her shoulders were broad and sloping at the edges. The exact edges of her torso were obscured by relaxed-fitting clothes. The dark wash of her tight jeans contrasted with her slightly tanned skin. Her hair was a deep blonde, almost brunette when she turned her head in the light. The voluminous curls shaped an almost round face. Dark eyelashes rimmed her navy eyes. Her full upper lip beckoned me to kiss her. I licked my lips, remaining rooted to my spot. Flat eyebrows arched as she took in everyone that was waiting for her. I noticed the hesitation in her eyes. When those beautiful blue orbs landed on me, I released the breath I'd been holding. Mate, I breathed. Everyone in the room, including her, turned to look at me. The expressions of my family and pack members ranged from surprised to shocked, to extremely amused. What happened next shocked me just as much as I just shocked all of them. My beautiful mate looked at me, and with her right hand held up with the pinky and thumb pointing outward and the middle 3 fingers curled in. She shook her hand slightly as she said, "G'day, mate." My eyebrows shot up as she glanced at the woman beside her, a telltale look passing between them. I squinted at her. My mate was an Australian surfer dude. Great. I rolled my eyes internally. I'd be living with at least one surfer dude. He was a long way away from Australia. Or even California, for that matter. Gearhart was on the coast, though. So I suppose he could catch some waves if he wanted to. I glanced around at the rest of the assembled people in the entryway. None of them had opened their mouths to speak. So I couldn't tell if they were Australian, too. Surfer Dude was the only one who fit the part of a sun-worshipping beachhead. His caramel-colored hair had streaks of honey blonde layered among the thicket of wavy hair atop his head. A tiny crease mark to the left of his mouth indicated he had a dimple. His skin was a light, sun-kissed shade of tan. The muscles of his biceps and toned forearms strained the fabric of his pale blue dress shirt, taking in his height. I noted he was a good 8 or 9 inches taller than me. I imagined he would tower over me if we were standing beside each other. It was unnerving to think about. I was used to being one of the taller ones in the room, but here I erred on the shorter side. His eyes were dark, maybe blue or green. When we made eye contact, I found it impossibly hard to look away. Prolonged eye contact usually made me uncomfortable. But oddly enough, I felt the desire to continue looking into those pools, to get closer to them, to examine them for flecks of gold or swirls of gray. Breaking eye contact with him, I studied the others in the room. They were all classically beautiful, I realized. From their hair to the shocking lack of wrinkles on the faces of the older ones, their physiques were well off. With all of the men being tall and muscular, and the women being tall and well-proportioned in the proper places. Some of them flashed white-toothed smiles. The women all had healthy, long, and straight hair. The men had jawlines that could cut diamonds. I gulped nervously. These people were beautiful. And the surfer dude, I found him startlingly attractive. Although he was not my type at all. I preferred brunettes. Brunettes who were in my league. This man was, without a doubt, leagues out of my league, beside me. Gloria seemed to be having similar thoughts as she let out a nervous little chuckle before speaking. "I'm Dr. Gloria Steger." Gesturing to me, she introduced me. "And this is Megan Anderson, the occupational therapist who will be staying with you while she's in Oregon." A graceful-looking woman glided forward, the skirt of her green dress swirling delicately around slender legs, extending her hand. She grasped my hand in a firm shake. "It's a pleasure to meet you." "Megan." "Likewise." I nodded. Offering her a smile, the woman continued, doing a quick introduction of everyone in the room. "I'm Claire Walker. This is my husband, Mason." She listed off everyone else's names, including Surfer Dude, Julian Walker. "Her son. We are so glad to have you here." Claire finished. She glanced at her son, an amused look on her face. "Thank you for allowing me to stay in your home, Mrs. Walker. It's much appreciated," I replied. She, and a few others, chuckled. I brushed it off. Was I speaking too formally, not formally enough, glancing at Gloria? Claire addressed my boss, Dr. Steger. "Would you like to stay while Ms. Anderson gets settled in?" For dinner, even Gloria shook her head, causing my stomach to drop. She was the only person in the room I felt remotely comfortable with. To hear she was abandoning me so soon didn't bode well. "I appreciate the offer, Mrs. Ning Walker, but I have plans tonight. Going out to dinner with Jay, a friend." Gloria smiled. I smirked to myself. I wonder whose name she was about to say. "I understand, Dr. Steger," Claire murmured. "One of these days you must come for dinner, though. As a thank you for bringing Megan to us." I fought the frown that threatened to spread across my face. Bringing Megan to us is, because that didn't sound like the beginning of a creepy movie at all. Thoughts of Gloria heading out the door and the Walkers pouncing on me as soon as the door closed quickly danced across my mind. I pushed the thoughts away. shaming myself for being so paranoid. Gloria nodded, flashing a wide-toothed smile. She was clearly thrilled to get an invite. Turning to me, Gloria gave me a few final instructions and notified me of what time to arrive at the office tomorrow. Oh, and one more thing, she said as she opened the door. In case you forgot the address. It's in one of my emails to you. With those final parting words, Gloria smiled and left the house, closing the door firmly behind her. I swallowed the lump that was beginning to form in my throat. With the exit of Gloria, I was beginning to realize how final this all was. I would be living with the Walkers for the next 3 months. Or 2 weeks if things didn't go well. I've never handled changes in my life well. This was an adjustment, to say the least. Claire's gentle voice pulled me from my thoughts. Is everything all right, dear? Turning away from the door. I faced the Walker family again. Pasting on what I hoped was a cheerful smile, I nodded. Just perfect. Smiling warmly. Claire nodded to the woman she'd introduced as Mrs. Hill. The housekeeper. Grace, Mrs. Hill will escort you to your room. Surfer Dude took the opportunity to speak up. I can escort her, Mom. No, came Mrs. Walker's firm response. She glared at her son and he, in turn, glared at her. For a few agonizing slow seconds. When Julian finally broke eye contact and looked sullenly down at the floor, the one named Brett snickered. That earned him an annoyed scowl from Julian, glancing at my suitcase and work bag. Claire frowned. Is this all you've brought with you? No. I replied immediately, sucking in a breath. The rest of my things are in Gloria's car. I finished slowly as I realized my boss had just driven off with my stuff. Give her a call. I'm sure she'd come back. Mr. Wanning without the signed. Walker spoke up. I shook my head. That will not be necessary. I can wait until tomorrow to get them when I see her. I have all the essentials in here, I explained, patting my suitcase. The Walkers hesitated, debating whether or not to let this go. Before dropping it, Mrs. Hill stepped forward. If you'll follow me, please, Ms. Anderson. Call me Megan. Please, Mrs. Hill nodded, giving me a tight-lipped smile. Her appearance, although just as tall and well-defined as the others, could be better described as matronly. She wore her hair in a tight chignon. Her clothes were plain and neat. When she smiled, she flashed an exceptionally pointy set of dazzlingly white canines. I smiled meekly at the Walkers as Mrs. Hill and I passed. As I brushed past Julian, our fingers brushed, causing a jolt of static to shock us both. I pulled my hand back, releasing an apologetic laugh. I am so sorry, I said, placing a hand lightly on his bicep. I didn't mean to shock you. Sorry about that. Julian's jaw clenched, his eyes closing briefly. When they opened, he looked down at me, his expression all seriousness. You're the shock of a lifetime. Wah. I started, frowning at what he said. What did he mean by that before I could ask? Mrs. Hill gently tugged me up the stairs after her. When we reached the second floor and turned down the hall, a ruckus of ribbing and jeers sounded from downstairs. I felt my cheeks heating up. Were they laughing at something I'd done or said? I distinctly heard Brett making a joke targeting Julian. I did not get what was humorous about it, though. As Mrs. Hill escorted me down the hall and up another set of stairs. My thoughts kept returning to Julian. He certainly didn't sound Australian. And except for his initial mate, he didn't say anything else surfer dude-esque. I shrugged. I was prone to making assumptions, a trait that often worked against me in my line of work. Perhaps he wasn't a beach bum after all. Patting down the oriental rug-covered hall, we passed several closed doors. I glanced at each one, noting the intricate carvings decorating the sides and overhead of each doorway. I would have to make sure I studied them with more attention later. Coming to a stop at a pale wooded door, Mrs. Hill took out a ring of keys and unlocked it, turning to me. She handed me the key and ushered me inside with suitcase in tow. This will be your room for the time being. For the time being, I nodded politely. It's a lovely room. Mrs. Hill Looking around the prettily decorated room, I found myself agreeing with my hastily said words. It was indeed a lovely room. The walls were a pale yellow. The drapes hanging over the windows were a corresponding pale blue, a blue that almost matched the shade of Julian's shirt. I shook my head. Why was that thought necessary? Positioned in between the east-facing windows was a queen-sized bed. I smiled to myself. That would surely feel luxurious to sleep in. The white duvet covering it would have to be changed. I was not a fan of white bedding. Luckily, I had packed a quilt I'd made some years back that would go perfectly with the interior of the room. Unfortunately, I'd have to wait to get it along with the rest of my things tomorrow. A walk-in closet branched off the left wall of the room, and the door to the bathroom was right beside it. Peeking into the bathroom, I noted there was a combination tub divided by shower. A toilet, of course, and a classic white ceramic sink with a sink-to-ceiling mirror hanging above it. Stepping back into the main area of the bedroom, I nodded again at Mrs. Hill, words having seemed to escape me. I wasn't good with new people. At least new people who weren't my clients. Is it to your satisfaction, Miss Yes? Mrs. Hill. It truly is lovely. Very good. She tutted. I shall leave you to unpack and settle in. Dinner will be served promptly at 6 inches the dining hall, room. And, just as a reminder, your room is on the 3rd floor, not the 2nd, just in case you get lost. With that, Mrs. Hill nodded curtly and vacated the room. Turning in a slow circle, I once again took in the room around me. A familiar stinging began to press at my eyes. An equally familiar wave of homesickness toyed with my heart as well. Taking a seat on the edge of what was to be my bed for the next 3 months, I wiped away the tears that threatened to fall. A strangled sniffle bubbled across my lips. I would not cry. At least not yet. I was stronger than this. I'd been away from my family before. When I went to volunteer at summer camp and when I was in college, they were always a phone call away. But that wasn't the real reason I missed them. It wasn't because I wouldn't physically see them every day. It was because a part of me felt like I was missing out on something when I was gone. Stories relayed to me weren't as funny as if they'd been witnessed in person. Only bits and pieces of everyone's day-to-day lives were relayed. Sometimes big news was not told to me until the excitement surrounding it died down. I knew I couldn't be a part of everything all the time. But it was nice to feel included sometimes. And I missed my dog as well. Henry was truly my dog. Not my parents' dog or a shared family pet. I adopted him a few months after graduating college. Sadly, I could not bring him with me. I wasn't sure how he'd handle the move, and I didn't want to put out the Walkers by bringing a dog under their roof. So for the time being, my parents cared for him. I'd have to give them a check for dog food soon. He would eat them out of house and home. Glancing at my suitcase and work bag on the floor, I slapped my knees once and stood up. If dinner was at 6, then I'd better start unpacking if I was going to be prepared for work bright and early tomorrow. Tingles. That's all I was aware of as my beautiful mate brushed past me. When she paused to apologize, I looked down at her bewildered. Why would she apologize for the delicious feeling of skin-on-skin contact before I could stop myself? I murmured, "You're the shock of a lifetime." And she was. A human for a mate. Never in a million years would I have guessed my mate would be human. In fact, my dissatisfaction over the past couple of days had been due to having to accept a human under my roof. How the tables had turned now, that was another thing. She kept thanking my parents for allowing her to live with us. She should be thanking us. My wolf muttered. I nodded my head. We are the alpha. The one in charge of this house. Of the pack. And the pack lands. But something I'd said to my mother earlier rang through my head. I'd argued against greeting my mate because she did not know I was the alpha, and therefore would not feel snubbed if I didn't show up. Likewise, my mate most likely assumed my parents owned the house. And therefore, they were in charge. They'd been the ones to allow her to live with us. The more I thought about it, the more I realized we'd have to be careful with her around. I'd been worried about this from the beginning, just for different reasons. Now that I knew this human was my mate, and would soon have to learn about my kind in order to move ahead with the marking and mating process, we'd have to ease her into the world of werewolves. And other things. A bout of nervousness slithered down my spine. What if this didn't go well? What if when she did find out? She was afraid. What if she left? She will not leave us. My wolf soothed. She is our mate. She may be afraid. But not forever. I'm glad one of us is confident, I replied snarkily. My wolf growled at me. I am confident. And you should be too, she is our mate. Have some confidence in her. My shoulders slumped as I leaned back in my office chair. He had a point. I was getting too ahead of myself, anticipating what would happen, just as Brett had warned me. I needed to stop anticipating specifics and assuming that I knew what my opponent, or in this case my mate, would do. My jaw tightened with resolve. I would win her over. Slowly. I reminded myself. This was going to take time, and sensitivity and understanding. If she had questions, I would answer them. I would lie to her as little as possible for the time being. Stick as close to the truth as possible. Glancing at my watch, I noted it was almost 6. My stomach grumbled as if to underscore the fact that it was dinner time. Getting up, I strolled out of my office, pausing at the stairs, debating whether or not I should go seek out my mate and escort her to the dining hall. I decided against it. She'd probably think it was weird that a strange man had come knocking at her door. A small part of my heart leapt in excitement as I remembered Mrs. Hill had put her in the bedroom 2 doors down from mine. She'd be so close, yet impossibly out of reach for the time being. Entering the dining hall, I inhaled as the savory aroma of dinner reached my nose. It looked like Cook had prepared beef stew, mashed potatoes, and green beans tonight. I wrinkled my nose at the beans. Vegetables were subpar in my opinion. I nodded at a few of my pack members. Fist bumped a few of the unmated warriors sitting at their usual table, and joined my immediate family members. I noticed there was a new spot added to the table. I grinned. My mate's spot. Look at him. Brett grunted. He's enthusiastic just looking at his mate's table setting. Brett's mate. Louise. Smacked him on the shoulder. Don't be crass, Brett shrugged. A devilish smirk still plastered on his face. Sorry. Lou. One of these days, I thought to myself, Brett was going to get it. Taking my seat, I started dishing up my plate, loading it with stew and mashed potatoes. I glanced up, making eye contact with my mother. Aren't you going to wait for Megan? My shoulders sagged. My stomach rumbled. Yeah. Thankfully, I did not have to wait long. I knew she'd entered the room by her scent before I saw her. She stood by the door, her eyes slightly wide. I watched as she scanned the full tables. Her apprehension grew as my pack members quieted, their eating coming to a halt. Everyone looked at her. Had word of me finding my mate spread, or were they confused as to why a human was dining with us? They were accustomed to humans in general. But to have one dining with us was an unusual occurrence. Standing up, I gestured for my mate to join my table at the head of the room. Megan, there's a seat here if you'd like. She relaxed slightly. Glad to have a seat available. Smiling politely at the pack members who watched her pass, she made her way to our table. My wolf pranced from foot to foot in my head, excited to share our first meal with our mate. When she reached our table, I quickly pulled her chair out for her and waited for her to be seated to the left of me. Before seating myself, our seats were arranged so that I was at the head of our table. Megan was to my left. Brett and his mate were to the right of me, etc. My mother and father were seated at the opposite end of the table, happily chatting with my sister and her mate, looking hesitantly at the plates around her. My mate reached out for the stew and ladled out some for herself. Her portion seemed shockingly small to me. Next, she scooped a double spoonful of mashed potatoes. She likes potatoes, I thought to myself. Then she took a generous portion of green beans. We differed on the preference of vegetables, I guess. I, like an idiot, decided this was something I should comment on. You like green beans? Megan looked at me, quickly schooling whatever look just crossed her face. I mean, they're not my favorite, but I'll eat them. They're too squeaky. Beside me, Brett's eyebrows shot up. Too squeaky, Megan nodded. I don't know how else to describe it. Unless they are fresh green beans. The shell. Or the skin. Whatever it's called. Squeaks when I chew. It drives me nuts. I'll make sure to tell Cook not to make green beans anymore. I said. My mate wouldn't have to eat anything she didn't like. Megan frowned. No. Don't be silly. I'll eat whatever is placed before me. Usually. There are a few things I will flat out refuse to eat. I nodded, about to ask her what those things were. But Louise beat me to speaking, extending her hand across the table. Louise introduced herself. I'm Brett's my wife, Brett said, speaking over Louise. Throwing her a pointed look, I noticed each of their eyes glaze over briefly as Brett explained through mind-link to Louise that we needed to be careful with what we said. Smiling at Megan, Louise continued. I apologize for not being here earlier today to say hello. I was busy teaching the punks that are my nieces and nephews. They're a handful, I take it, Megan asked. Raising an eyebrow, I licked my lips. That was attractive. I felt Brett kick my leg under the table. My gaze cut sharply to him. Cool it, man. He mind-linked me. You're practically drooling. She's uncomfortable with you staring at her. I forced myself to turn my gaze down to my plate and shovel a few forkfuls of food into my mouth instead of returning my eyes to my mate's beautiful face. The kids around here are certainly a lot to handle, Louise said, answering Megan's original question. But you can't help but love them. All the kids at Grimfir Hall are homeschooled, so I, along with some of the other women here, tutor them during the day while their parents are working. Megan nodded, her eyes briefly scanning the room. So everyone here is all from the same family, Louise coughed, taking a sip of her drink to evade answering. Brett glanced at me, his eyes begging me to answer, swallowing the food I was chewing. I conjured up the most believable answer. Yes and no, obviously. The couples here are not blood relatives. But many of the families here go back generations. Not everyone is a Walker. Brett here, for example, is a Bainhouse. The Bainhouses and the Walkers go back generations. He met Louise in Washington. She's a Silverton. A few of her family members came to live here when she moved in with Brett. There are a few other big groups of families staying here. The Grimfir property is huge. So we are all able to live here without feeling like we are being suffocated by others. I paused. A clever way of explaining my pack to Megan popping into my head, to lessen the confusion about the different families and such. We just refer to everyone as the Grimfir family. Collectively, we are all members of the Grimfir clan, if you will. Many of the people at these tables don't live in this house. Everyone at this table lives here, though. Many of them have their own houses scattered across the property. Some eat their meals here for the convenience of not having to cook, while others prefer to dine in their own homes. Megan sucked in a breath. That was a lot, she murmured. I waited, hoping she accepted that response. So why is this place called Grimfir Hall? Is Grimfir a family name as well? I licked my lips. Our pack is technically the Grimfir Walker pack. Grimfir was the name of the alpha that was originally in charge here. My father's father, who was a Walker, challenged Alpha Grimfir when he started to become tyrannical. My grandfather won the challenge and took over. It turns out, his mate was Alpha Grimfir's daughter. Out of respect for my grandmother, my grandfather included her surname in the pack name. And adding the name Grimfir to our title helped a little with solidifying our pack as one of the strongest packs around. Alpha Grimfir had been feared by many, while the Walker pack was strong. They were not well respected before my grandfather overthrew the Grimfirs. Grimfir was his grandmother's maiden name, my dear, my mother explained, her voice carrying down the table. Megan turned to listen to my mother, giving me the opportunity to study her without her knowing. My mother continued to explain. When Julian's grandpa married his grandmother, her parents had just died, leaving the house and property to their sole surviving heir, which was Eleanor Grimfir, Julian's grandmother. Grandpa Walker decided not to change the name of Grimfir Hall, as it had been a long-standing name in the community for decades, and he wanted to leave a part of his wife's heritage untouched. Mom glanced at my dad, squeezing his hand gently before spooning a spoonful of stew into her mouth. That's very interesting, Megan said, turning her attention back to me. It must have been cool growing up in this old house. I nodded, my mouth going dry. There were so many things I wanted to say to her, to ask her. This house is great for hide and seek. I said. That was lame. Very lame. I bet. She replied, swallowing a bite of food. Where did you grow up? She chuckled to herself. New York. State. Not the city. There are more cows than people where I am from. You're joking, Brett butted in. Megan shook her head. No. Really, almost everyone is a farmer or works on a farm or owns chickens. Sheep. Cows. Or pigs. So you lived on a farm, I asked. No. She smiled. We do have a barn, but it's for storing antique tractors and working on projects. We do have chickens now, but we got them a few years ago. They're my mother's babies. I smiled. She was starting to loosen up. I noticed she stuttered sometimes when she wasn't entirely sure of what she wanted to say. But hopefully, as she grew more accustomed to us, the conversation would flow naturally. The conversation dipped for a moment, everyone savoring the last bits of food on their plates. I glanced at Megan's plate. She'd eaten almost everything. But was it enough? It seemed like too small of a portion to be sustaining. So Megan, Louise started. Circling back to the teaching discussion, have you ever thought about being a teacher? I'm sure the kids here would love you. Megan faltered, the question catching her off guard. I thought about going for teaching when I started college. But I really enjoy what I'm doing now. Oh. Louise nodded. Maybe you'll change your mind in the future. Once you've adjusted to living here. My mate's confusion was becoming increasingly evident. Louise didn't know. Damn it. I thought to myself, I should have explained the situation to everyone before dinner. Before I could attempt to clear the air, Megan spoke up. Well, I'm only here for 3 months. She chuckled. I'll be pretty busy with my own job. I don't know where I'd find the time to tutor children. Louise glanced at Brett. It was her turn to be confused. A glance at my sister and her mate also revealed their own confusion. Brett. My parents. And I were the only ones who fully understood the terms in which Megan had come to us. She wasn't here to find a mate or become the Luna of the Grimfir Walker pack. She was here to do her job. To live her own life. I had 3 months to convince her that there was more here than just a paycheck. Megan is staying with us as a favor to Sheriff Wade. And her employer, Louise. I explained. She's here for her job, and it just so happens that Sheriff Wade asked us, as a favor to Megan's boss, if Megan could stay with us while she's in Oregon. Louise nodded. Her lips parted slightly. I knew the rest of my pack members in the room were listening, as it had grown uncomfortably quiet. Only the rustle of napkins or the occasional clank of silverware could be heard. A few members were whispering to each other, while the others' eyes were glazed over as they mind-linked. What is it you do? Louise asked suddenly, her gaze cutting to Megan, dabbing the corner of her mouth with her napkin. Megan cleared her throat. I'm a traveling occupational therapist at the moment. I work for the Clemmer Agency, which is based in New York. They send me to rehab offices that are short on staff. I'm kind of a relief position, if you will. I provide therapy to clients in an area for X amount of time. Then I go to the next place when my contract is up. Do you like it? My dad asked. The traveling Megan squirmed. Being away from home is difficult. Oregon is the farthest away from home I've been sent so far. I was in PA for my last contract so I could zip home on the weekends. I'm probably going to do this for a year before seeing if I can negotiate a permanent position back home. Why did you agree to travel at all if you don't really like it? My dad grilled. The Clemmer Agency offered me a position with the added bonus that they would pay off my student loans if I do this for so long. That's nice. And I think, when this is all said and done, I will enjoy having been able to travel and see different parts of the country. I might as well do it now while I'm relatively free. I don't have a husband or kids to look after. I don't have a mortgage to pay. I do have a dog, but my parents agreed to watch him. What breed? I rolled my eyes. My dad was quickly turning this into an interrogation. Although some of what he'd managed to get out of Megan was useful and worrisome. She sounded as if she was content with not having a mate, husband, or kids. Was she not ready to settle down yet? If so, That would add a whole new layer of obstacles I'd have to overcome if I were to have her as my mate. I looked up at the ceiling. Things could never be easy. Could they? Henry is a 3-year-old sheep-knees? She said proudly, an amused smile gracing her lips. He's a mix between an Australian Shepherd and Great Pyrenees. You wanted that specific dog, he must be massive. My dad murmured, an amused smile of his own causing his lip to twitch. No canine would ever be as large as a werewolf. The thought of my mate having a big dog was funny. My amusement quickly faded. I scolded my wolf. The intimate thoughts would have to wait. I found Henry by accident, actually. I was looking for a dog after I was done with college. I decided I was going to live in an apartment in the city so I wouldn't have to drive too far for work. The problem was that the area I was living isn't the best. There's shootings and thefts. I wanted a dog that could protect me when I was walking and prevent intruders. When I went to the shelter, Henry was there. He was a cute little ball of fluff curled up in the corner. The other puppies were mercilessly chewing on him and bothering him. The minute he looked up at me, I knew he was the one. Funny. That's how we feel about you, my love. My wolf purred. I had to agree with him this time. A pang twisted my heart. I wish she would talk about me with as much admiration and love as she talked about her dog. Soon. My wolf soothed. It took a lot of work to train him. But Henry is incredibly smart. And loyal. He'd do anything to keep me safe. Megan said. A wistful expression briefly crossed her face. He's gigantic now, though. My little puppy is all grown up. Again, she put my heart through the ringer. Oh, how I longed to hear her say that about our pups. One day she would. I needed it to be so. You should have brought Henry, Mom said. We've never had any pets here. Dad choked on his drink, sputtering as he laughed. The rest of the table held back giggles and chuckles of their own. Something about werewolves owning dogs just didn't sit right. Megan smiled politely, the joke going over her head. I pursed my lips. I hope she didn't think we were making fun of her. Ever. Throwing my napkin on my plate, I sat back in my chair. So Megan. I paused, her name making my tongue tingle. What are your plans for the rest of the night? It was only 7:30. Megan finished chewing her food as she swallowed. I think I'm going to go to bed. It may be 7:30 here, but internally it's 10:30. I need to get a good night's rest if I'm going to be useful to anyone tomorrow. I nodded at her, reluctant to have her leave my side so soon. But I understood. My mate needed her rest. Pushing back from the table, Megan stood. I stood too. Do you need me to escort you to your room? I saw my mother tense out of the corner of my eye. That won't be necessary, she replied. 3rd floor. I remember. With that, Megan bid us all good night and strode out of the dining hall. Only when we all heard her ascend the stairs did normal conversation resume in the dining hall. Sitting back down, I slouched in my chair, staring down the table at my mother. She gave me a sympathetic smile. It's not going to be easy, ladies and gentlemen, she said, loud enough for everyone to hear. But this pack'll have its Luna by the end of the next 3 months. A few rousing cheers of agreement circled the room. I sighed. I hope my mother was right. For the sake of the pack. And for my sake. My alarm rang way sooner than I'd hoped it would. It didn't help that I'd stayed up until midnight the night before, slapping my hand down on top of the alarm. I stopped the infernal screeching. I squinted at the clock face, my eyes refusing to unblur. 5:30 a.m. Rolling back onto my pillow, I groaned. I counted down in my head. Sen. R. E. Get up, and I did. I sat up, swinging my legs over the side of my bed. Even though the queen-sized bed gave me room to move around and take up space, I'd remained on the right side of the bed all night, barely moving. I stiffly got up and made my way to the bathroom, relieving my full bladder and starting my shower. When the water was warm enough, I stepped under the hot spray and allowed the water to heat my cold body through. I'd slept fitfully all night. My nerves were in overdrive as I considered everything that could go wrong on my first day on the job. I always dreaded meeting a new client and finding that they did not like me, or outright told me to not come back. I would always come back for a second visit. as I was instructed to do so by my employer. Rinsing the shampoo out of my hair. I made sure all soap was off my body before stepping out of the shower and toweling off. Looking at myself in the mirror, I attempted a smile. I looked exhausted. Grabbing my makeup bag, I pulled out concealer, mascara, blush, and a brown eyebrow pencil. I quickly applied 2 streaks of concealer below my eyes and blended it in, then swept a generous amount of blush on each cheekbone. Knowing the vibrant color would fade down soon enough, I brushed 2 coats of mascara on my lashes and filled in the sparse areas of my eyebrows. The last step was to draw a thin line extending from the outside corner of each eye. This was my lazy attempt at a wing. Taking one cursory look at my face, I called it good enough. Exiting the bathroom, I entered my closet and dug through the barely filled rack until I pulled out a black turtleneck tank top. I tugged on the shirt as I felt around for my go-to pair of cropped houndstooth dress slacks. I quickly pulled on the pants before slipping into a pair of white sneakers. I know what you're thinking, she's trying to be trendy. No. Actually, I'm trying to prevent terrible foot pain later on in life. I already have foot pain as it is. The reason I chose my white sneakers is that they match nicely with the black and white aesthetic I had going on today. Going back into the bathroom, I combed my fingers through my hair and started twisting back the damp strands into a twisted bun. I pinned down the tresses, making sure they held well. My last step before heading downstairs for breakfast was putting on my usual pair of silver hoops. I preferred silver to gold, and real silver over fake any day. The hoops were a graduation present from my parents, in one of the boxes of stuff that Gloria drove off with. I had a simple but elegant silver and diamond necklace from my great-grandmother. I wouldn't have brought it normally. But Gloria had made mention of a fancy gala in Portland that she and the rest of her employees would be attending during my time in Oregon. Grabbing my phone, work bag, and a black cardigan, I stepped out of my room. I considered locking the door but decided against it. Who would purposely enter my room, going downstairs? I peeked into the dining hall. No one was in there, and it did not look set up for breakfast. Going to the kitchen, I stepped in to find Cook and 4 other women hastily chopping vegetables, scrambling eggs, and flipping pancakes onto an already growing pile of fluffy brown discs. I paused at the door. Maybe I should just stay out of their way. My stomach growled in protest. I did need breakfast, though. Before I could turn around, Cook caught sight of me. "Come in, miss," she beckoned. Following her wishes, I stepped up to the island in the middle of the kitchen. I examined the kitchen. It was very spacious. The cabinetry and flooring were a light almond color. There were 2 huge sinks for dishes, a washer, and an assortment of kitchen appliances. The fridge was massive. The Walkers could afford it, I'm sure. To the right of the immediate kitchen was a breakfast nook area. The table was small, big enough for 6 people to sit and eat. A bar stool counter split the room into 2 halves. The area in which the table was surrounded by windows on 2 sides. It was still dark outside, the first rays of sunlight just barely piercing the sky. I imagined it would look very pretty in the morning with yellow sunlight filtering in. I noted the set of French doors that led out onto a small patio area. There was a covered pool and a few deck chairs scattered around it. A concrete path trailed away from the patio, eventually ending in an expanse of lawn shrouded by trees. "You want some eggs? Or pancakes?" Cook asked. I pursed my lips. What I really wanted was oatmeal with peanut butter and chocolate chips melted in. But would they have oatmeal? Not many people liked it. Sucking in a breath, I asked. Cook looked at me for a moment. "I think we do. I've made oatmeal cookies before, so we must. Take a gander through those shelves next to you." Hesitantly, I opened a cabinet door and peeked in. I found the chocolate chips. In the next cabinet, I found the peanut butter. The jar was pretty heavy. Maybe they weren't big peanut butter eaters here. I checked 2 more cabinets before finding the oatmeal I so craved. Cook watched me curiously as I found a bowl and started prepping my breakfast. When the microwave beeped, I pulled out the steaming bowl, got a glass of water, and headed to the table to eat in silence. From her spot at the island, Cook called to me. "You sure that's enough to hold you?" I nodded, swallowing a spoonful of oatmeal. "I eat this almost every day. Either this or leftovers." Cook bit out a laugh. What I'm hearing is you aren't hard to please. Not when it comes to food. I didn't say more. I was not a morning person. Anything before 7 was too early for me. I got up because my job required it. But I required absolute silence usually, until I'd eaten and been up for an hour. I didn't mind if nobody talked to me at all. Even the clinking of kitchen utensils being used grated on my ears. Cook laughed to herself again. I hope you won't be offended, miss, if I don't talk to you while I'm working. We're all busy getting food ready for the pack. The men'll be back from practice in 15 minutes. I nodded. You won't hurt my feelings in the least. Coffee was what I needed to shake the residual sleepiness that clouded my head. I'd grab it before I headed out the door. As I chewed on another mouthful of oatmeal, Cook's words finally sunk in. Pack, that was a new one in the book of expressions to describe one's family. Practice. The men in this house were at practice this early in the morning. For what an amusing thought popped into my head. What if the members of the Grimfer estate had their own pickup baseball team or played flag football together? It wasn't funny, really. But my tired brain got joy out of the idea. Finishing the last bits of food in my bowl, I gulped my water before pushing away from the table and standing up. I dropped my dishes in the sink. Beside the sink was the Holy Grail, the coffee maker, with almost done percolating coffee sitting in the pot. Beautiful, I murmured to myself. As I waited for the coffee to finish with insulated tumbler in hand, it struck me that I had no lunch packed. I glanced at Cook, not knowing what else to call her. Calling her Cook seemed rude, even though it was her title. Thankfully, she caught me staring and raised an eyebrow. Yes. Can I help you? I nodded. Would it be possible to take some leftovers or a can of something for lunch? Cook laughed. Of course. If you have time, we could whip you up something real nice so you don't have to eat old food. Nonsense. Leftovers are perfect for lunch. Am I free to take anything in the fridge? Cook nodded. Opening the refrigerator's double doors, I basked in the white glow of the cooling unit. I perused the shelves until I found a piece of meatloaf and the mashed potatoes from last night. These'll be perfect. I added the potatoes to the meatloaf container and dug around the drawers until I found a fork. I stuck the fork, along with my lunch, into my work bag and returned to the coffee maker. When the last drop dripped, I pulled the pot off the warmer and poured the steaming black liquid into my thermos. You want cream and sugar? One of Cook's assistants asked. No, thank you. I prefer it black usually. And cold. But hot coffee will do today. The assistant's eyebrows shot up before she moved away from me to attend to a boiling pot on the stove. Were my likes and dislikes really that weird? Before I could meditate on that thought anymore. The French doors swung open and a chorus of male voices assaulted my ears. I withheld my cringe. It was too early for their loud voices. I took a sip of my coffee as I watched a herd of well-built, muscular, Greek god-esque men entered the kitchen. Their leader was none other than Surfer Dude. I couldn't help but stare. Out of all of them, he caught my attention the most. I thanked my lucky stars that his shirt was bunched in his hand rather than covering his body. Otherwise, I would not have received the view I was getting now. I could count every abdominal muscle, his pectoral muscles bulging in an attractive way. His rear had to look amazing in those shorts. If only he'd turn around. His skin was smooth and unmarred except for a faded scar on his left shoulder. A thin sheen of sweat was atop his forehead and neck. His hair was mussed from whatever they'd been practicing. I watched unashamed as he joked around with his friends, fist-bumping one of the guys with him. I saw his features transform as he became aware of me. He paused his walk through the kitchen, the other guys slowing as he did. His eyes swiftly met mine, a lazy smirk pulling the left of his mouth upward. I, unfortunately, did not look away soon enough for him to not catch me staring. I cringed internally, knowing that he knows I was looking him over, gathering the courage to look at him again. I was shocked to see him still staring. But this time, the smirk was gone, replaced with irritation. Was he upset that I'd been staring? I'm sure if the roles had been reversed, I'd feel the same way. I couldn't blame him for being annoyed at me. It was never comfortable when someone blatantly perused your body with their eyes. I noted the guys behind Julian were tugging on their shirts, some even excusing themselves from the room quietly. Good morning, Megan. Julian finally breathed. I smiled at him, struggling to find words. Good morning, J. Julian. taking a step closer. He raised an eyebrow. I'm surprised to see you up this early. I pursed my lips. It's not by choice, I assure you. Then why get up in the first place behind Julian? Brett snorted, his eyes looking up at the ceiling. I shared Brett's sentiment here. It was like everyone forgot I was here to work. Not just lounge around in a luxurious rich person's home. Could you imagine how that would go down? Gloria'd call me asking where I am, and I'd say, "Oh, I just decided to sleep in." That's all. On the first day, something in Julian's face fell for a brief second. But he quickly composed himself. I see. Good luck. You nervous, a little? I admitted. There's always pressure when meeting new clients. I never know what to expect. Even though I go in there thinking I know what they want help with. That line of logic usually ends up being more trouble than it's worth. I'm sure Julian didn't care about what I was saying. To someone who wasn't really familiar with my job, it sounded pretty boring. I stopped myself from continuing on, even though Julian seemed to wait a beat, as if waiting for me to say more. Before speaking himself, "When do you have to leave?" taking out my phone. I checked the time. Now actually, Julian's head bobbed, his expression almost reluctant. He smiled at me as I stepped past him to the kitchen door. I turned around so I could push the door open with my butt. As my hands were full, stepping out into the hallway, I startled when I almost smacked into the men that had excused themselves from the kitchen earlier. I frowned. Were they listening to our conversation? I felt a presence behind me, their body heat warming me. The voice that spoke told me it was Julian. "Do you need something, boys?" The men shook their heads. "Then why are we hovering? You have jobs to do." "Jobs I expect to be done before breakfast." The men murmured hasty replies before scattering. Glancing behind me, I studied Julian for a moment. He exuded authority in that moment. Was he the spoiled rich kid that bossed everyone around, or did his father give him some say in how the property was run? Looking down at me, Julian gestured for me to continue to the entry hall. He walked beside me, the silence between us comfortable. Pausing in the center of the hall, I turned to him. "Do you always get up early to practice?" Julian looked startled, quickly schooling his reaction. "Practice, Cook said you were coming back from practice." "What is it you're practicing for?" Julian swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing in a way that was way more attractive than it should have been. His piercing green eyes peered into mine. How I wanted to know the thoughts that were churning behind them. "Football," he said, his voice jarring me out of my thoughts. "It's weird to you, I'm sure. But every year we have a football tournament. We're training now, so we are ready for when the tournament actually takes place." "When is it? 3 months from now?" I sighed. "That's a shame. I'll probably be gone by then." Julian ched. "I think you'll be here for it." "Why?" Julian smirked. "Who's gonna cheer me on if you're not here?" I laughed, not sure what to say. I wasn't good with talking to guys. It was never my strong suit. I didn't want to sound like an idiot in front of him. Glancing at my phone, I gestured toward the door. I should probably get going. People to see. Plans to write. Stuff like that. Julian nodded. As I opened the door, his voice stopped me from leaving the house. "One more thing. Do you want Cook to move back breakfast time so there's food ready for you when you come down in the morning?" I shook my head vigorously. "Absolutely not. I am perfectly capable of getting my own breakfast. Besides, I enjoy eating by myself in the morning. I'm not big on talking until I've had time to wake up." Julian looked at me for a moment. "Only if you're sure." "Positive." "Julian, I appreciate the offer, though. It's sweet of you to ask." A pleased smile lit up his face. My heart did something weird seeing it, stopping myself from staring any longer. I waved goodbye and closed the door. I breathed a sigh of relief when I was out of his presence. I knew what was happening. I was developing a crush simply because he was a man being nice to me. A man doing things that weren't exceptional or over the top. He was just being decent. I berated my heart and my brain. I wasn't here for romance. I was here for work. And I needed to stop developing crushes the instant a guy even looked at me. "You're 25. Girl. Get it together." Going down the steps, I took another sip of my coffee as I got into my car and started the engine. Off to work I go. I sighed. I'd been playing the interaction between me and Megan this morning on repeat in my head. My mind focused on my mate's features. When we'd walked in on her in the kitchen this morning, my heart did a flip seeing her there. It was the most basic thing. She was standing at the counter, pouring coffee into a mug. But it felt right. She belonged there, every day. She belonged in this house. I pictured her in other trivial, everyday scenarios, setting the dinner table, baking something in the kitchen, the most adorable dusting of flour on her nose in the TV room, watching a movie curled up against my side under a blanket, in my bed, our bed sleeping beside me, and sharing intimate, loving moments. I pinched my eyes shut, the echo of her moans still ringing in my ears. I tried to rein in my thoughts, as much as I desired to be in that imagined scenario right now. I was putting the cart in front of the horse. I needed to get her interest first before I could do anything remotely close to forming a relationship. Right now, she showed little interest in me for a mate. I chalked it up to her being human. It was likely she didn't feel the mate bond at all. I felt a glimmer of hope, though, when I thought back to seeing her this morning. The second she saw me, she started checking me out. I couldn't help grinning as I saw her eyes peruse me from bottom to top. My wolf had purred to me as she finished her assessment. She looks like a wolf eyeing up her prey. I will gladly be her prey. I had to agree with him on that. I didn't hesitate to check her out, too. My eyes skimmed the round curvature of her hips and the slight inward dip of her waist, finally landing on the swell of her breasts that strained against the fabric of her blouse. My arousal grew at the idea of unveiling what laid underneath that flimsy piece of cotton, but just as quickly my whole being had begun to tremble with the realization that the rest of the men behind me were seeing the same thing, most likely perusing my mate's body with unashamed, hungry eyes. The grin on my face morphed into irritation and jealousy. I mind-linked the warriors behind me, their laughter and jokes dying off as I commanded them to fully clothe themselves and leave. Most of them followed suit and exited the kitchen. I heard one warrior whisper to another, "The bastards trying to pursue that frigid woman quickly." The two warriors chuckled to each other as they exited the kitchen. My jaw ticked. I'd deal with them in training tomorrow. They would not get away with insulting my mate or disrespecting me. Brett was the only one who didn't exit the kitchen. I tried to ignore him as I sparked up a conversation with Megan. His snort shortly into the conversation quickly reminded me that he was, annoyingly, still there, after Megan had left for work and I had washed up from practice. Brett and I met in my office to discuss business. I say we pull our investments in the construction in Abu Dhabi in favor of buying out the chain of Marriott's in Singapore. Most of our hotel investments have been successful up to this point. They bring in a hefty amount of cash flow and security. Brett droned. I nodded. As a pack, we make our money through investing. The money that we make off of investing is used to pay the pack members who hold jobs within the pack, such as cook, the teachers, infirmary staff, security, etc. Pack members could choose to have a job off pack property and domain if they so choose. But we are not responsible for paying their salary then. Most decline this option. Some invest what we pay them on their own to double their profits. My sister Sabrina's husband was in real estate. He sold many of the properties in Gearhart and some in Portland. My friend Spencer taught classes at a college in California virtually in addition to working as a warrior. I wondered what Megan would do once she accepted being my mate and the Luna position. Would she forfeit her own career for the greater good of the pack? Hello Earth to dumbass. Brett's voice broke into my thoughts. Language, I growled. Brett started to roll his eyes, thinking better of it when I flashed him a warning glare. So, is the Singapore hotel chain plan a go or not? I nodded. Send Marco and his mate to negotiate the buyout in Singapore. Marco and his mate Isabella were two of our pack lawyers. They handled corporate matters. We had other lawyers for legal matters involving werewolf and human conflicts, and for matters between pack members. I say we keep our investments in the Abu Dhabi construction. 2. Have Sabrina take on that project. We'll be tight on cash for a few months until the construction venture pays off. Hopefully. The hotels will provide enough revenue in the time being. Brett typed the gist of what I'd just told him into his tablet, making a list of things he had to do. I sat back in my chair, waiting for him to finish. When he was done, he looked up at me expectantly. I raised an eyebrow. That's all I have for you right now. Is there anything else? Brett snorted. Nothing major. Just the matter of getting your mate to actually pay attention to you. And maybe, I don't know, agree to mate with you. I drummed my fingers on the edge of my desk. Brett was pushing it today. I wondered if he and Louise were on good terms right now. He usually got more petulant when Louise wasn't talking to him. They seemed fine during dinner last night. I sighed. I truly didn't know what to do. I had expected my mate to be another werewolf, therefore making this whole process easier. Normally, 2 werewolf mates would complete the mating process the night of meeting each other. It's not that we're loose. It's that we know we've found the perfect partner in a mate. So there's no hesitation when it comes to sleeping with each other for the first time. But with a human, at least with Megan, she doesn't seem to feel the pull of the bond. Doesn't show much outward attraction to me. What do you want me to do, Brett? Drag her to my room the second she comes home today and hastily explain to her that werewolves are real while I undress her. Then while she's trying to make sense of that bombshell, I'll explain what mates are 2 seconds before I mark her. Tossing his tablet dramatically beside him on the couch, Brett scowled. Don't be an idiot. She'd hate you for the rest of her life if you did that. Not to mention she didn't consent to any of it. No shit. Brett, come up with something then. I don't. No, I ground out, slapping my hand down on the table with a thud. Brett glared at me. She definitely finds you attractive. She checks you out when you're not looking. Maybe you could thirst trap her into mating with you. I rolled my eyes. I don't think she's the type to proposition a man for sex just by seeing him shirtless. Otherwise, we would not be here in my office right now. After what happened in the kitchen this morning, Megan and I would be upstairs getting down and dirty. Brett fake retched. Stop. Take this seriously. I huffed. My wolf was pacing agitatedly in my head, scratching his head. Brett thought for a moment. Why not ask her out on a date? That's a normal, human thing to do, I suppose. How do I frame it, though? I get the sense she's not here to play. She's here for work. Do you think she'd turn me down purely because she isn't going to be here long? You could ask her if she would like a tour of Gearhart and Portland on the weekend. She'd surely say yes to exploring this area. And what a better way to get her to agree than telling her you'll make a perfect tour guide? I nodded. You're on to something. Brett smirked, leaning into the couch, folding his arms behind his head. There's a reason they made me beta. I deadpanned. That can always be changed. Brett sobered slightly. I smiled to myself. It was good to keep him in check. Sitting back in my chair, I studied him for a moment. Since he was nosing into my business, perhaps I should nose into his. You're being unusually pesky lately. You and Louise, good Brett, growled at me. Perfectly fine. I bit out a laugh. Now there's the lie of the century. What happened? Nothing. She keeps grumbling about needing a change, not being satisfied. I tried to hide my smirk. It's okay, Brett. You can admit it. It's short. Brett frowned, confused for a moment. Before getting it, fuck off. At least I'm getting some every night. Before I could yell at Brett to leave, he snatched his tablet off the couch and hightailed it out of my office. I maneuvered my car down the narrow lane of Grimfer Hall slowly, lost in thought. My first day on the job had been as I expected. Hectic, disorienting, and exhausting. Gloria had made quick work of introducing me to everyone in the office, 5 people total. She then gave me the names, files, and addresses of all the patients I would be seeing for the next 3 months. I found out I was filling in for a therapist who was on maternity leave. That information alone brought me stress. She didn't leave the company entirely. She was on hiatus. That meant her patients expected her to come back and probably didn't want some random newbie assisting them every week. Make no mistake. I was not brand spanking new to this field. I've been out of college for 2 years and went straight into the workforce after passing my licensing exams shortly after graduation. I had some experience, but for many patients, a younger person was not good enough. After Gloria had briefed me on each client a caseload of the same 20 every week, she'd wished me well and sent me off. Today I stayed in Gearhart. I completely blew past my first patient's driveway and spent 5 minutes trying to reroute to her home. She'd been pleasant enough and had answered all my questions politely. I could tell she had no intentions of doing what I recommended. Even though my recommendations were based on the previous therapist's plans, I'd have to work on that. My second and third patients were a male and a female, both in their 80s. They knew each other and asked about the other when I visited. The man was having memory problems and asked me my name often. He confused me with the other therapist a few times as well. The woman was having trouble doing everyday tasks due to arthritis. She'd grumbled at me the whole time I was there, yelling at me when I got remotely close to her. At one point, she blatantly watched me back into and trip over her dog without giving so much as a word of warning. I fell on top of the dog, causing it to nip at me. I also smacked the back of my head against the wall pretty well. I had every intention of returning to Grimfir Hall, grabbing an ice pack, and going to my room. My last patient of the day was the most interesting. When I arrived, I stepped out of my car and looked up at the house. The blue paint was peeling. The upstairs shutters were hanging haphazardly. An ancient-looking TV antenna stuck out of the roof. The chain-link fence surrounding the house was rusted and had holes cut in some areas. When I knocked on the door, the owner pulled the door open as far as the door chain would allow. With a voice like nails, he bit out, "Whata ya want? I'm Megan Anderson. I'm here for your therapy session." "No, you ain't. My therapist is Wendy." "Yes, sir. However, Wendy is out on maternity leave. She just had her baby. I'm her replacement until she returns." The man eyed me skeptically. I noticed his eyes flick to my hair. His resolve to not let me in slowly deteriorating, slamming the door and undoing the chain. He yanked the door back open as he grumbled, "At least you're blonde." I stepped inside, brushing past him. I frowned at what he said. What does being blonde have to do with therapy? I like blondes. Wendy was a redhead. Ugly girl. Lord knows what man found her attractive enough to date and start a family with. I ground my teeth, fighting my shock. Don't judge him yet. Maybe he's having a bad day. I tried to be fair. But a niggling part of my brain was screaming pig, closing the door forcefully. The man pushed past me, his burly but squat frame jostling me into the wall. I regained my balance, clutching my bag to my torso, digging through my bag. I pulled out his file and searched for his name, Mr. John Macchiata. "Mr." Macchiata waddled to a recliner in the corner of his dingy living room and plopped down. I noted the numerous beer cans cluttering the floor at his feet and on the coffee table. The TV was on, the huge flat screen silently broadcasting a previously recorded showing of a baseball game between the Mets and the Yankees. A few pictures of birds were hung crookedly on the walls, which were stained yellow from cigarette smoke. My lungs burned as I adjusted to the pungent odor. There was another smell emanating from somewhere in the house. I couldn't put a word to it, but it was unpleasant. Studying Mr. Diff. Macchiata. I noticed the heavy wrinkles around his mouth and on his forehead. His tanned skin was leathery and spattered with liver marks. His stomach protruded under his stained white undershirt. He had on a baggy pair of navy dress slacks that brushed across the floor as he walked. The black slippers on his feet had holes above the big toe in each shoe. His file said he was in his 60s. Suffering from a back injury that occurred 2 years ago at the lumber yard he worked at. Since then, he'd had a few odd jobs, but nothing financially substantial other than unemployment checks. Shrugging off my coat, I glanced around the hall. There was a door on the left, just before the kitchen. Perhaps it was a coat closet. "Is it all right if I put my jacket in the hall closet, mister?" "Macchiata, no," he barked out, preparing to get out of his chair. "Put it on the peg by the door." I did as instructed, trying to quell the irritation I felt at his rude reply. He didn't have to yell at me. It was a simple question. Stepping into the living room, I glanced from Mr. Propus, Macchiata to the couch that was kitty corner to his recliner, deciding this was the best place to sit. I delicately sat on the edge of the couch cushion, placing my bag at my feet. "So what are we gonna do, mister?" Macchiata grumbled, looking at me sourly. "Well," I started, smoothing my hand over the file in my lap. "I figured since we are new to each other, I will ask you some preliminary questions to get to know you. If you want to know anything about me, Just ask. Then we'll go over what Wendy has done with you in the past and build a plan of our own from there. How does that sound, mister? Machada grunted. I took that as permission to continue. I asked him a series of general questions like what he did for hobbies. What does his day-to-day life look like? What can't he do due to his injuries that he wishes he could do again? Etc. He answered them for the most part. Some answers were vague. When I asked him what he can't do anymore, a bit of vim and vigor lit his eyes. I don't miss the lumber yard much. I miss the butcher's shop, though. I worked there after I thought I'd healed from the injury. Did a grand job of carving those stupid animals. But one day I was hauling a thing of pig back and tried to heft it over my shoulder. My disc went right out. Curse that damn animal for ever livin'. I nodded. So, butchering is something you really enjoy. Do you want to go back to it? Nah. Why not? I found something better that fills the hole. You know, I get the same feeling I get now like I used to do when I was butchering. But what do you do that mimics those feelings? Do you hunt or something like that, mister? Machada rubbed his chin. Something like that. I hid my frown. I needed to know what he did. Perhaps it would help me find a way to work with me instead of against me when doing his therapy. Deciding that my current line of questioning wasn't getting anywhere, I switched tactics. So butchering isn't something you want to get back into. What do you want to do, I'm asking, so I can incorporate it into our sessions every week? Mr. Mitter. Machada chuckled to himself. Giving me a once-over? His eyes lingered a bit too long on my chest. If I told you what I have in mind, you'd tell me I was being improper. I felt a blush come to my cheeks. It wasn't a blush caused by flattery, but rather by embarrassment. I didn't appreciate men talking to me about such things and didn't know how to handle them. Riffling through the papers in Mr. Machada's file, I found a plan that Wendy had made. Noting he needed help with staying orderly and doing everyday chores and self-care activities like doing the dishes, cleaning his house, and showering. I cringed at the last one. I'd bathed people before. It was never an issue for me. But based on the things he'd said to me thus far, I knew he'd have a field day if I helped him shower. Squinting at a tiny note at the bottom of the page, I read Wendy's loopy handwriting. Apparently, Mr. Machada had had a yellow canary when she'd first started seeing him. Due to his inability to care for even himself, the bird eventually died due to dehydration and malnutrition. He'd been very broken up over it. A splinter of sympathy speared my heart. Maybe he wasn't all that bad. He put up a good front to hide his true feelings. Listen, if you're gonna be on my couch, you might as well lie down and let me show you how interested I am in you. Mr. Maxiata Raspid. Slapping his knee as he roared. Just like that. My sympathy for him was gone. Snapping the file shut, I leveled him with an emotionless stare. I will not tolerate comments like that, Mr. Maxiata. It's incredibly demeaning and unprofessional. How would you like it if I talked to you like that? He wiggled his eyebrows. Talk nicely to me all day. Sweet tits. I stifled a gasp. I am not a piece of meat. Do not talk to me as such. You want to do a little talking with me, he cajoled, squeezing the bulge in his pants. My cheeks were flaming now. Standing up, I shoved his file into my bag and hoisted the strap angrily over my shoulder. Mr. Maxiata, I am letting you know now that such language and lewd behavior will not be tolerated. I will be returning on Wednesday for our next session. I hope your attitude will have changed by then so that we can continue in a professional and benevolent manner. Is that understood, mister? Machada laughed. The sound was grating on my ears. Rough and phlegmy from smoking. Shaking my head, I strode out of the living room and into the hallway, grabbing my coat off the peg by the door. I tossed it over my arm as I opened the door. As I stepped out into the fresh evening air, I heard Mr. Maxiata shout, "Wear less perfume next time, you have a strong scent." I slammed the door. Huffing as I quick-stepped off the porch, I threw my stuff in my car and put the key in the ignition with force. The 10-minute drive to Grimfer was not enough to cool my irritated nerves. I slowed the pace of my car, drumming my fingers on the steering wheel. I needed to calm down. I couldn't take my frustration out on the Walkers. They've been nothing but kind to me. Finally reaching the house, I pulled onto the side lawn so to keep the driveway clear for anyone coming or going. I got out of the car. Bag. and coat in hand, when I reached the top of the front steps. I pressed the back of my hand to my cheeks. I prayed they were calmed down by now. Taking a deep breath, I stepped into the house. The sound of dinner reached my ears as I closed the door behind me and leaned back against it. I glanced at the doors that led to the dining hall. It was slightly ajar. I debated whether to get food, my stomach rumbling quietly, or grab an ice pack from the kitchen and go upstairs to ice my head as previously planned. I closed my eyes, willing the headache behind my eyes to go away. "Are you okay?" a voice asked to my left. I opened my eyes, turning my head slightly to see Julian stepping out into the entryway, closing the dining hall door behind him. The look of concern on his face almost made tears spring to my eyes. He looked genuinely worried. "Stop it. Stupid heart. He's not doing anything special. He's just showing concern like a normal human. He probably does it with every woman." Taking a cleansing breath, I gave him a wan smile. "I'm as okay as can be." Julian's brow creased. How I wanted to smooth that crease with my finger, to run that same finger down the bridge of his nose and across the seam of those lips, to feel the contours of his cheekbones against my palm, to feel his stubble as he grazed it gently across my own cheek. I watched her for a moment, the breath rushing out of me. She was gazing at me with a soft look in her eye, a smile tugging at the left corner of her mouth. I watched as her chest rose and fell, her breasts heaving just enough to make my groin tighten. I closed my eyes briefly before returning my gaze to my mate's face. I felt something stirring inside me. I wanted her to look at me like that often. To look at me after a long day with love and need. I wanted to bring her comfort after a long day. To share a private kiss with her out here in this dim hall before taking her by the hand into the dining hall to share a meal. She'd tell me about her day. I'd tell her about mine. Then, after the meal was finished, we'd go upstairs and I'd ply her with kisses and delicate touches, and eventually the soft motions of intimacy as I comfort her. The stress and tension of the day bleeding out of her with each loving movement, and I'm the horny one. My wolf muttered, "Stop thinking about your own satisfaction. She's standing there dead on her feet. She needs food." I snapped out of my trance, noting that she still seemed far away, thinking about something. I cleared my throat, seeing her jump a bit as she snapped out of her own trance. "Are you hungry?" I asked. She nodded. I could eat something. I gave her a chaste smile, gesturing for her to follow me. She did so without hesitation, the sound of her light footsteps following mine as I led her into the dining hall and to our table. I noticed the other pack members didn't go silent like they did last night. I'd explained the situation to everyone earlier, but some members still watched her as she passed. She either no longer cared or was too deep in her own thoughts to notice, pushing her chair in behind her. I took my seat at the head of the table, frowning at the partially eaten food on my plate that was most definitely cold. I glanced at Megan. She wordlessly dished a slice of meatloaf onto her plate and took a bite. Beside me, Brett sniffed the air before frowning at Megan. "You smoke," Megan shook her head, not providing an answer. I sent a warning look at Brett. He averted his gaze. "Is she okay?" My mother mind-linked me from down the table. I looked up at her, then scanned the others. Brett and Louise were not talking to each other as I thought. Louise was frowning at Megan, appearing to think of something to say. Donovan and my father were deep into a discussion about stocks. Sabrina was taking surreptitious glances at my mate, also thinking of something to say. And Brett was staring daggers at his untouched food. "I don't know, Mom. She said she is, but she seems off." My mother nodded, taking a breath to speak. "Megan, darling, how do you like dinner tonight?" My mother smiled, exuding all the grace of a former Luna. Megan shrugged. "It's good. Cook does a good job." My mother's smile dipped slightly. "How was your first day on the job?" Exciting Megan took a long look at my mother before sighing and pasting a smile to her face. "She's not happy," I thought. "It was an interesting day, to say the least. I saw 4 people today. I'll see them Mondays, Wednesdays, and some Fridays. The one lady is very sweet, but I can tell she doesn't want me there." "Why's that?" Sabrina interjected. I smiled to myself. She and Megan had yet to really interact. I was glad she was trying. I wanted them to get along. "Well, She's used to her other therapist and can't wait for her to come back. I understand that. I'm hoping she'll at least give me a chance before completely writing off anything I try to do with her. Sabrina nodded. And your other patients? Megan smiled half-heartedly. The one guy reminds me of an older man I used to take care of when I was in college. Kept asking me who I was and, "What's your name, sweetie?" It's cute. Then the other lady flat out does not want me around. I fell on her poor dog and hit my head. I felt bad for the poor thing. I resisted the growl that threatened to pass my lips. My mate had injured herself and didn't tell me I considered getting her an ice pack right now, but she spoke before I could get up. My interest in what she had to say keeping me in my seat. And the fourth client? He's going to be a challenge. Why's that? Louise asked. I stifled a chuckle as Brett tried to take her hand and she flicked it off. He went back to dejectedly staring at his plate. A pang of guilt went through me, quelling my amusement. I knew if I were in his situation and my mate was rejecting my affections, I would be crushed. I should ask him seriously what's going on. Later. This guy is just really grumpy. And Brett, she said, pointedly looking at him. He smokes. That's why I smell like cigarette smoke. Megan took a sip of her water before continuing. I gave him the benefit of the doubt, thinking he's probably just having a bad day. But it became very clear to me that he enjoys ruining other people's days. She paused, her head shaking as those full lips of hers stretched into a tight-lipped frown. I sense there's more to it than that. Mom murmured. He rifled your feathers quite a bit. Megan opened her mouth to speak, then closed it. I can't tell you what he said. Confidentiality and all that. He just said stuff that got under my skin. And he knew that and continued to say stuff even after I told him not to. That didn't sit right with me. I felt my wolf's hackles raise, the hair on the back of my neck rising. I got the sense the things this guy was saying weren't low-level insults, by the red tint rising to her cheeks. They were enough to embarrass her. I fought another growl, the urge to protect spreading through my chest. I'd find out what he said one way or another. Can you ask your boss to have a discussion with this man? Mom asked. Megan shook her head. No. I mean, probably. Yeah. But I need to attempt to figure this out on my own first. How incompetent would I look if I went crying to my boss after only the first day? If the previous therapist could handle his comments, then I can too. Mom glanced at Dad, worry creasing her brow. I cleared my throat. If he ever becomes a problem, a serious one, and you don't feel safe, you tell me immediately. Understood. Megan turned to look at me, slightly taken aback by the authority that bled into my tone. Normally I would be amused, but right now I needed her to know I was dead serious. I didn't want harm coming to my mate just because she was too afraid to bring her problems to me. I will always want to protect her and be the shoulder she cries on when something is wrong. I waited until my mate nodded her head and turned her attention to the remainder of her food. The table was quiet, the only people in the mood for conversation being Dad and Donovan. They went back to their earlier discussion. I'd gulped down a few bites of food when beside me I heard my mate suck in a breath. Her next question coming out in a frustrated huff. Do I wear too much perfume? I looked up at her, aware that everyone else at the table was waiting for me to answer. With the most genuine smile on my face, I looked her in the eye and replied, You smell heavenly. After dinner. I excused myself to my room. The Walkers let me go, completely understanding, once I had showered, put on a comfy, oversized sleep shirt, and made sure my bag was set for work the next day. I crawled into bed and dialed my mom's number. I knew it was getting late in New York, but sometimes she was still up. The phone rang 3 times. She picked up on the 4th ring. We were wondering when you'd call. I smiled. I was never big on phoning home in college. I preferred to text throughout the day, keeping a steady conversation going. Sorry. I've been so busy getting settled in and meeting new patients. My mother's voice emoted her understanding. I bet. How do you like where you're staying? I considered it for a moment. The bed felt amazing. The people were nice. The men were even nicer to look at. A particular man's physique flitted across my mind's eye. I like it, Mom. The place is called Grimfir Hall. Some parts of the building are original to when it was built, while others are modern additions. It's very self-reliant here. They have a cook. Plenty of gardens. The kids are all privately tutored. They even have their own infirmary. I haven't seen it yet, though. Wow, that sounds fancy schmancy. The Walker's son explained to me that they invest. That's how they make their money now. Plus, it doesn't help that their family is old money, too. Mom chuckled. You should lock him down. He'll pay off your student loans. I shook my head even though she couldn't see it. Gold digger much, switching the conversation's direction. In her normal fashion. Mom asked about how the first day at work went. I told her about everyone, including Mr. Ham. Maxiata. I told her everything, including the comments I withheld from the Walkers. She listened silently, sucking in a breath when I finished. I wouldn't put too much stock in it yet. Honey, he shouldn't have said those things. But maybe he's lonely. Mom. I balked. What am I going to do if he keeps it up? The things he said were disgusting. I know. If his comments get worse or he pulls something, tell Dr. Stager immediately, and document each time he does or says something so you have proof of his behavior. I nodded, a frustrated grumble leaving my lips. A knock sounded at my door, interrupting my conversation with my mother. She heard the knock through the phone. I'll let you go. It's past my bedtime anyway. Okay, say hi to Dad for me, and tell Henry I love him. Will do, baby girl. Sweet dreams. The phone clicked, and the call dropped, tossing my phone on the bed beside me. I got up and padded to the door. Opening it, Julian was standing in the hall, an ice pack in his hand. I watched as his eyes dipped down to my legs before meeting my eyes again. He swallowed hard, offering me a shaky smile. Holding out the ice pack, he declared. Take this for your head, raising an eyebrow. I slowly took the ice pack, our fingers grazing ever so slightly. The faint buzz I felt when we touched did something to my body, the feeling rushing to my core. I crossed my legs, trying to quell the feeling. I noticed Julian sniff, his body tensing. Thank you, I murmured. I meant to get one after dinner but forgot. I pressed the ice pack to the back of my head and looked up at him, waiting for him to say more or leave. But he did neither. He just gazed at me, his Adam's apple bobbing every time he swallowed. His breaths were becoming deeper. I noted a shake in his hands. Was he all right? I was never good at spotting seizures that weren't obvious. Was he having an episode, finally? He expelled a breath of air and spoke. Would you like to explore Gearhart and Portland with me on Saturday? My eyebrows shot up. Like you and me. On a day trip. Yes. I saw his shoulders droop, his eyes closing briefly. What was going on in that head of his? Okay, I said. His eyes opened, looking at me slightly bewildered. We go to Portland first, though. It's bigger, and there's more to see. Julian nodded, a lazy smile commandeering his mouth. We'll leave at 8. Sounds like a plan. I murmured. Still. Julian just stood there, his eyes flitting back and forth between my eyes and my legs. Had he never seen a woman's legs before? I know they weren't shaved, but they weren't that unruly looking. I cleared my throat. Well, thank you again for the ice pack, and I look forward to visiting Portland with you on Saturday for our day trip. Julian nodded. Good night, Julian. His smile deepened. Good night, Meg. Finally. He stepped back from my door, giving me a final once-over. Before turning and padding down the hall, I watched him go, surprised to see him stop at a door down the hall and go in. Was that his bedroom? I thought this was a guest floor, shaking my head. I stepped back into my room and closed my door, locking it, taking a few random steps. I paused as I caught a glimpse of myself in the freestanding mirror in the corner. Shit. That's why he was looking. I wasn't wearing any shorts. I was literally teasing Julian with bare legs and a t-shirt that juiced covered my thinly underwear-clad hoo-ha. I face-palmed, praying he didn't see any more than he was supposed to. At least he was a gentleman about it. He didn't make any rude comments or blatantly stare. I closed the door to my room, wincing as it slammed. I sagged against the door, inhaling a ragged breath. She was breathtaking. and she didn't even know what she was doing to me. Standing there in nothing but a t-shirt, the stiff peaks of her nipples pushing against the fabric, her shirt hem rising when she placed the ice pack against her head. I could see the line on her thighs where tanned skin met virgin white. My arousal surged as I imagined other areas of her body that had yet to see the light of day. Pushing away from the door, I pulled off my shirt, shorts, and underwear, flopping down onto my bed. Werewolves slept in the nude usually, laying on the soft sheets. I looked up at the ceiling, images of my mate swirling around my head, the smell that had wafted to my nose. She was aroused by me, bringing her the ice pack. A simple gesture of kindness and concern aroused her. My mind kept returning to her. Thoughts of how tantalizingly close her shirt was to revealing her nether regions. Was she wearing any panties? Or did she prefer to sleep in the nude too? My internal focus turned entirely toward intense personal relief. Driven by thoughts of Meg, I had had plans to take a shower tonight even before this. But now a shower was inevitable. The rest of my week had been relatively normal in terms of work. One client canceled on Tuesday, saying she didn't feel well and would prefer it if I came the next week. Mr. Macchiata also called the office, telling the receptionist not to send me. He'd been asked to work at the butcher's shop for the day as they were short-staffed. Part of me was relieved that I would not be seeing him, and the therapist in me liked to think that he'd taken our discussion about finding meaningful work seriously and was taking the first step towards regaining order in his life. Hey, a therapist can hope. Right. Saturday came quickly. Julian had met me at the door every day since Monday. He'd ask me how my day went. I'd tell him. Then we'd share a few more words of trivial conversation before going into the dining hall. I quickly found out that although the rest of his family commenced eating at 6, Julian would wait for me to arrive back at Grimfer. Usually around 6:30. One time I caught him sitting on the stairs, waiting. He blushed when I eyed him. I don't know why he was waiting for me. I told him to eat when dinner was served, but he never did. I find the gesture cute if I'm being honest, patting down the stairs. I grabbed the newel post and used the force of my swing to turn me in the direction of the kitchen. I, unfortunately, ran smack into Julian's chest. I winced, rubbing my forehead. I'm sorry, I grumbled. I didn't see you there. Looking up at Julian, I saw the concern on his face, shifting the tinfoil-wrapped bundles he had in his hands. He rubbed gently at my forehead, as if smoothing out an invisible dent. No. It's my fault. I should have warned you I was here. Before I could rebut, he held out one of the tinfoil bundles he was holding. Breakfast. Portland is at least an hour's drive with good traffic. I figured we could eat and drive if that's okay with you, I shrugged. Sure. You're the tour guide. I'll do whatever you tell me to. I noted his breathing hitched for a moment, an unfamiliar glint briefly appearing in his eye, blinking a few times. He seemed to come to. Carry the sandwiches. I'll carry the thermoses. He hefted 2 decently sized thermoses. Coffee. I smiled. Excitement shot through my chest. This was going to be fun. As we headed to the garage to get Julian's truck, I stole glances at him. He was dressed differently than usual. Gone was his characteristic dress shirt. He still wore his usual pair of jeans that were fitted through the butt and thighs but straight-legged after the knees. On top, he wore a hooded fall jacket. The red and brown plaid of the fabric contrasted with his skin tone. Underneath the jacket, he had on a simple red Henley. I glanced down at my own attire. Was it okay? The way he was dressed was like he was preparing for a hike in the woods. I was not dressed for hiking, although I had on boots. They were block-heeled. I also wore a pair of fitted dark-wash jeans and a plain, long-sleeved cream shirt. I threw on a maroon cardigan for warmth. The air was starting to get cooler. It didn't help that we were relatively close to the coast either. Stepping into the garage, I glanced at the row of cars lined up. It was easy to forget that the Walkers had money. They were humble about it. But seeing the variety of shiny, expensive vehicles before me quickly reminded me that they had cash. Julian strode to a charcoal truck with 4 doors, glancing behind him. He looked at me expectantly as he opened my door. I whispered my thank you as I climbed in and waited for him to cross to his side, closing his door and turning the key in the ignition. He looked at me with an excited smirk. You ready? Of course, he put the truck in reverse and backed out, putting his hand on the back of my headrest to look behind him as he did so. My heart fluttered. Cool it. Woman. He's just being a safe driver. Holding out Julian's sandwich. I waited for him to take it before unwrapping mine. Inside was an egg, sausage, and cheese breakfast sandwich. My mouth watered as I took a bite, savoring the taste. Beside me, Julian bit into his, chewing quietly as the radio played a country song. Reaching for the volume, I turned it up slightly, glancing at him to make sure that was okay. You can change it if you want. I'm not picky with music. He mumbled through a mouthful of food. The music is fine. I like country. I gave him a furtive glance, waiting for a remark. Liking country was an unpopular opinion for most people, but Julian said nothing. Instead, he reached down and unscrewed the lid of the thermos in the cup holder nearest him. I watched him take a sip before grimacing. This one's yours. I frowned. Aren't they both the same? He shook his head, glancing in his side mirror. This one has cold coffee. Cook told me you prefer it cold. The other one has hot coffee with sugar and cream, which is how I like my coffee. I chuckled, unscrewing the lid of the other thermos and trading it for the one with cold coffee. I took a sip of the icy beverage, enjoying the bitter taste. If I really worked at convincing myself, I could almost believe it tasted like really dark chocolate. I looked over at Julian. He was looking at me oddly. I raised an eyebrow. Everything okay? Yeah. Yeah. It's just, I drank out of that. That doesn't bother you, I shrugged. I mean, do you have any contagious diseases that should make me concerned? Julian shook his head. Then we're good. Julian nodded, seemingly still skeptical. Silence settled between us again. It wasn't uncomfortable. It was actually quite pleasant. It seemed natural to be sitting with Julian in his truck. I chuckled internally. I'd been wanting something like this since I was old enough to date. I want the mundane things of life in a relationship. It brings security and comfort. Julian cleared his throat. So, you've been here for a week. Yet I feel like I don't know much about you. I nodded. I'm not one to openly divulge my whole life story. If you want to know something, just ask. What's your favorite color? I paused, studying Julian. I wasn't expecting such a simple question. But yellow. Okay. Your turn. My turn to ask a question. Julian nodded at me. I thought for a moment, searching for a question that wouldn't get me a surface-level response. What are your goals in life? I saw Julian's eyebrows shoot up. He wasn't expecting that so soon. He thought about it for a moment. I want to lead Grimfir Hall well. Leave something behind for my kids someday. And I want a wife and kids. A family of my own. How about you? I refrained from answering, getting caught on the first part of what he said. Lead Grimfir Hall, you're in charge of it. Not your parents, Julian shook his head. No. They used to be. But when I was old enough and had a decent understanding of how to run the property and invest, my dad said he wanted to retire from that life and handed all responsibilities to me. I was starting to understand the working of Grimfir Hall now. So that's why everyone is always bowing to whatever you say and acting like you're the boss. Yeah. It's because I am the boss. I smiled. You never answered my question. What are your goals? I sucked in a breath. I'd already accomplished quite a few of them. Well, I've already gotten a degree and am working in a field I love. I'm toying with the idea of opening my own clinic someday. I like the idea of not having a manager above me to answer to. And, if it's meant to be, I'd like to get married and have children. Too. It's something I worry about. Having kids. Julian snorted. I'd be afraid of childbirth too if I was the one who had to do it. I grinned. Well, okay. That's another concern. But not one I was aware of until you said it. I'm concerned that I might not be able to have kids. Julian's brow creased. Why not? I shrugged. I don't know. It's just always been a niggling feeling in the back of my mind that it won't happen. I want children. So badly. To have those special moments with them. The milestones. But sometimes life will deny you what you want most. And if that happens, you have to make do with what you do get. Julian licked his lips. I wouldn't worry about it too much. Do you even have anyone to attempt to have kids with yet? I felt a blush creeping up my neck. This conversation was getting awfully serious for too well. Strangers, basically. No. I've never dated anyone. I never had a hoe phase either. Then that means... You've never slept with anyone. Ever. Julian glanced at me quickly before his eyes returned to the road. I prayed my embarrassment wasn't obvious. It wasn't something I advertised, and whenever people did discover it, they either gave me pitying looks or treated me like some innocent, pure angel who will break the second I hear anything remotely sexual. It's because of those reactions that I don't say much. Especially when going on a date with a guy. I usually wait to tell him that piece of information until at least the third date. I rarely, if ever, made it to the third date with a guy, though. None ever sparked my interest enough to want to see them again. No, Julian. I have never slept with anyone. If you're going to make some dumbass remark or tell me that I need experience if I want any man to want me, save it. I've heard it all before and don't need to hear it again. Whoa. Julian breathed. Relax. I wasn't going to say anything. I was going to ask if there was a reason why you decided not to sleep with anyone yet. But if you don't want to share, you don't have to. I relaxed into the passenger seat. That was not what I expected at all. Studying his profile, I worked up the courage to explain it to him. I had a reason. A perfectly mundane, innocent reason that most people thought was stupid. My family is very religious. One of our beliefs is no sex before marriage. I whispered. Why was I so afraid of what he was going to think? I genuinely wanted him to be supportive of this. To not turn away when I tell him, but why we were nothing to each other when I was younger, before dating was ever an option for me. I swore the minute I started dating, I was going to lose my virginity, but when I finally was old enough to consider it, I found I didn't want to. I don't want to just give it away to some rando, or even a boyfriend. I think, even if I were to stop being religious, it's a belief I would still maintain. Beside me, Julian was staring straight ahead. Silently processing what I'd just said, I glanced out the front window, seeing the car's taillights light up in front of us. Julian, I clamped my hand over his on the steering wheel, snapping him out of his trance. He slammed on the brakes, causing my seatbelt to lock up as I jerked forward. The truck came to a crooked stop on the side of the road. A deer had bolted out in front of the car ahead of us. Are you okay? Julian asked, panic in his voice as he looked me over. Our hands had changed position so that he was clutching mine. The feeling was almost euphoric. The tingling was warm and massaged my skin. Was he feeling this? Are you okay? He repeated, his alarm growing when I didn't respond. I bobbed my head. My eyes locked on our interlinked hands. He followed my gaze, releasing my hand when he realized. The absence of his hand and warmth was like a cold draft. I squirmed in discomfort. I'm fine, Julian. He gazed at me for a moment longer before easing the truck back on the road, taking a deep breath. My eyes flicked from each side of the road, alert for anything else that could be cause for another harsh stop. So you wouldn't do it with a guy even if he was your boyfriend and promised to stay by your side forever? I released a shaky chuckle, thankful for at least some conversation. No. What is it about marriage that makes sex with a husband okay and sex with a boyfriend not? I paused, mulling it over. To someone who doesn't share my belief, they will never be able to understand it. But I'll try to explain it as best I can. To me, marriage is the ultimate promise. One of the biggest ones you can make to someone. You're telling them you promise your heart, mind, body, and soul to them. You'll be loyal to them always. You'll love, honor, and protect them in every possible way you know how. It's that connection, knowing that there's only one person in this world who will see me and be with me in a way no one else ever will be. There needs to be love there, too. Sex, to me, is the physical outpouring of your love for someone. The feeling of knowing that the person you're making love to is your one and only. the other half of your soul, someone you'd rather not live without, is so mind-blowingly special to me. Julian was quiet, his jaw working. Deep down, I hoped he understood. I needed him to. Why, I couldn't tell you. But I know I couldn't take another accidental handhold and expect it to be purely platonic. So, true love, I shook my head. Not necessarily. I don't think true love really exists. Not everyone has a person on this earth specifically made for them. Rather, it's two people who come together knowing that they are both flawed. Yet they choose to be together and agree to make it work. Regardless of the difficulties they face, Julian hid, releasing a low chuckle. He glanced out the driver's side window, shaking his head. Here it comes, I thought. He was going to tell me I'm naive, stupid, and gullible if I think the world works that way. But let's say you do believe in true love. What's your definition of it? I frowned. This man was surprising me at every turn. He had yet to say anything remotely negative about me or my opinions. Well, true love is respect, loyalty, and passion. It's coming home after a long day and knowing that the person you come home to will be there to listen to you. They may know how to fix your problems, or they might not. But all that truly matters is that they listen. It's saying sorry even when you swear you're right. It's physical, but it's also mental and verbal and emotional. Love shouldn't make you guess or wonder. Love shouldn't make you nervous either. Love is comfortable and inviting and warm, and it's being able to be apart from that person and being secure enough in your relationship to know that a little time apart and a little distance won't eat away at the bond you have with each other. And I paused, willing the lump in my throat to go away as I thought about both sets of my grandparents. They'd stayed together for well over 50 years each, and the love between them was still evident even after one of them had passed. The real measure of true love is not seen until you're 50 years down the road and one spouse has health issues or is reaching the end. It's knowing that they'll be going soon, but they're always there. The intensity of love might fade after a few years, but you still miss them something fierce. And you don't fear death because you know it'll bring you one step closer to seeing them again. I sniffed, blinking back the tears in my eyes. I would not become a sniveling mess in Julian's truck. Our adventure today hadn't even begun, and I was already killing the mood. Reaching into the glove box, Julian pulled out a pack of tissues. I'm sorry if my question upset you. No, I said. It's all me. I don't know why I'm like this. I'm not one to cry openly. Julian smiled softly. You're going to find true love. Meg. I raised my eyebrows. You think so? Julian nodded confidently. Well, in that case, I hope you find the woman who can give you that wife and kids you're hoping for. Julian. I watched him smile privately to himself. I will. But in the meantime, let's have some fun in Portland, shall we? Portland is known for its strip clubs. I watched as Megan's eyes grew. Julian. She breathed. Tell me we are not going to a strip club. I smirked, wanting to see how far I could take this before she realized I was joking. Why not? What better entertainment than a show at 10 inches the morning? She balked. That's disgusting. And so incredibly piggish, I thought you were better than that, my wolf purred, liking the spark I saw in my little Spitfire's eyes. She was not amused. I chuckled. We're doing it. I want to see twirling tassels. Some pole work. Maybe you could learn a thing or two. A brief image of Megan in dancer attire made my heart burn. Her cheeks were on fire now. Absolutely not. Julian Walker. I do not want to see a woman dancing on a stage with her body on full display for a bunch of washed-up, body-hungry, deadbeat men. Who said anything about the strippers being female? I quirked an eyebrow, watching her face morph from livid to confused to stunned. But, she sputtered. You said tassels and pole, not female. She sucked in a breath. Male, you want to watch male dancers? No, take me back to Grimfer. The joke had gone too far now. People were beginning to stare as they passed us on the sidewalk. I grabbed her by the wrist, pulling her close enough to clamp a hand down on her mouth. When she stopped sputtering and quieted, I whispered against her temple. I'm kidding. I waited until she relaxed to add, we'll wait until our next visit. I felt her tense again before I released her. She adjusted her cardigan, throwing me an annoyed glare. So, she exhaled. What's first on our list to do today? I smiled and pointed behind her. We were just outside of a park that was lined with cherry trees. A row of bikes sat in racks, waiting to be rented out. A bike tour. There's an app I can use that will give us directions to all the major sites in the city. It'll take an hour or thereabouts. After, we can get lunch and maybe do some window shopping. I watched with satisfaction as she nodded. Starting off toward the bikes. How did you know I love to bike? I blinked at her as she mounted her bicycle. Lucky guess we were mates, though. Maybe instinctively knowing what your mate likes was just a part of it. But we hadn't mated yet. I don't think that kind of sense and perception worked until mates marked each other. After mounting my own bicycle, I pulled up the app and pressed play on the directions. The automated female voice started us off in the direction of the Portland Art Museum. While we rode, we discussed different things. I told her about my childhood and how, even though Portland wasn't that far away, I never came here until I was a teenager sneaking out with my friends. I, in turn, learned that she was the opposite of me when it came to risk. She never snuck out as a teen or did anything overly reckless. Sometimes I marveled at the people the moon goddess paired together. It gave life to the idea that opposites do attract. Our tour of Portland included the museum, cycling through the zoo, going down an alleyway path that showcased several murals, and finally going through the entirety of the park we departed from. Lunch turned out to be ice cream at a little shop 2 blocks down. While we were waiting in line to order, Megan leaned over to whisper in my ear, "Don't order the hard chocolate. Why, it's the hardest flavor to scoop. It's like a rock. Your wrist will hurt the day after if you have to scoop a lot of it. I never get it just so the server's day is a little easier. And you know this, how I used to work at an ice cream stand." She chirped. We moved forward in the line, a spot away from being at the register. I cocked my head. This newest bit of information proving to be interesting. I wanted to know these things about my mate. It made her more real to me every day. "Did you enjoy your time at this ice cream stand?" She shrugged. Looking back at it, yes. When I was physically there. During that time, no. Customers are always a pain, and the air conditioning never worked in the stand on the hottest days of summer. We'd be dying and all the customers would come up and joke about us being lucky to be in the stand because of the freezers. She turned to me and deadpanned. "It was cooler outside." I laughed, nodding at the cashier as we stepped up to the counter. "I'll take a blizzard with brownie and cookie dough," Megan told the cashier. My stomach rumbled. Brownie and cookie dough was a pretty good combination. "I'll take a chocolate shake." "Please," I added. Once we got our orders, we decided to stroll down the sidewalks and look at the different shop displays, finishing the last of her blizzard. Megan nodded at a pot shop up ahead. "I bet you and your friends got all your supplies there." I snorted while shaking my head. Wolfsbane did a better job. I did once, and only once. My dad found me and almost beat the tar out of me for it. But that would be a story for another day. Taking a sip of my milkshake, I fixed Meg with a curious stare. "You ever get into that stuff?" "No," she said, amusement lighting her eyes. "Based on what I've told you about myself thus far, do I sound like the type of girl to be smoking a blunt on the regular? You know the terms pretty well." She sighed. "My younger brother is a police officer. He got a whole degree in drugs and law enforcement. He's recited all the jargon to me at least once." She had a brother, she said, younger. That meant there was an older, too. "Right," shaking her head. Megan glanced at me. "The riskiest thing I ever did as a young dumb adult was drink underaged, and even that got old fast. And it's not that risky. Passing a trash can." I chucked my empty shake container into the garbage. "So, did you stop drinking?" She shook her head. "I'll have a drink from time to time. I just don't drink as much as I used to. My tolerance has plummeted. But I feel better physically and mentally, so I don't mind." I bobbed my head, allowing silence to settle between us. The main streets of Portland were usually bustling. We'd weaved our way through the foot traffic until eventually, we wound up on a lesser traversed side street that would let out relatively close to where we parked this morning. This street was lined with a hair salon, a pawn shop, a low-key establishment, and a few unique trinket and bauble stores. Megan walked beside me. Every now and again, our hands would brush. The tingles sent a warm feeling spreading through my chest every time, if she felt them. She didn't outwardly react to it. I tried to not let it get to me. I took solace in the fact that I'd learned a lot about my mate today. She told me some things about her family, her goals, even her beliefs. My thoughts clouded. One particular belief would require a Herculean effort to overcome. Brett would have a field day when he hears about it. That's if I tell him, sneaking a sideways glance at Megan. I took a deep breath and grabbed her by the hand before I could chicken out. She gasped at the unexpected contact, her breath quickening as I pulled her into the nearest alley and put her up against the wall. What are you doing? I could feel her body shaking. I increased the space between us just a little, realizing that my spontaneous action may not have been viewed as such by her. Relax. I breathed. If you want me to stop, you have to tell me. She licked her lips. What are you doing? I smiled at her. Do you know how I feel about you? She shook her head, her eyebrows knitting together. I like you, Meg. I paused, watching her face for any reaction. Damn. She was good at schooling, her expressions under pressure. I need you to know that I like you. And I want to be and do all those things you talked about in the truck. And more. I want to spend a lifetime with you by my side. She was silent, her eyes downcast, stepping closer. I put both my hands at the base of her neck, getting her to look up at me. Her lower lip quivered. Why I blinked. I knew why. I could explain it all to her right now. But I knew without a doubt that would cause her to walk away. She'd call me a liar. Crazy, probably. So, instead, I opted for the safer option. Because, I whispered, I want to know what it's like to date you. And to do this, I bent forward and pressed a kiss to her mouth, catching her lips with my own. The feeling was like fireworks going off in my head. My wolf panted excitedly. This was the most contact we'd ever had with our mate, and it was exhilarating. I deepened the kiss, bringing one hand up to cup her cheek. My happiness soared when she started to kiss me back, her lips moving against mine. But she broke the kiss off after what felt like only a few seconds. Her breathing was labored and shaky. I wiped my lip, a ghost of a smirk there. I wanted to do it again. You want to date me? She whispered. Even after what I told you in the truck. You do know that means no sex, right? She stared up at me with big eyes. I smirked lopsidedly, brushing her hair away from her face. I let my breath fan her face. There's no need to rush. We can see what happens. Her face fell. She pushed my hands away from her face as she brushed past me, exiting the alley and starting down the sidewalk. I was confused. What went wrong? Quickly following after her. I tried to grab her hand. She jerked it away, spinning to face me. Don't touch me and take me home. I frowned. What happened? She shook her head. Just drop it. Okay, stop entertaining any ideas of you and me getting together. I am not here for love or to get it on with a hot guy. I am here to work. Then move on. My heart broke. Today was going so well. I needed to know how to fix it. Meg. I almost whined. Please tell me what upset you. I didn't mean to do it, I swear. She rolled her eyes. The alpha in me caused irritation to flare in my chest. Didn't mean to do it. She mimicked in an unflattering tone. Yeah, right. You men are all the same. I tell you my boundaries, which is incredibly hard to share, by the way. It takes a lot of courage to share something personal with a stranger. Do you understand that? No. You don't. I tell you I don't want to sleep with you until we're married. You nod your head and say, yeah. Yeah. Whatever, man, then you turn around and say stupid shit like, we'll see what happens. If you don't agree with the boundary I've set, just say so. Tell me that's not what you're looking for and cut me loose. Don't waste my freaking time just because you think I'll change my mind about it later. I stared at her, speechless. I didn't know what to say. The anger and strength in her voice at that moment was powerful. These were the words of a woman who had been toyed with before and was sick of it. Was she right? Was I just feeding her meaningless words now to get closer to her? Hoping she'd change her mind later. For werewolves, marriage was not a requirement for mating. Just the marking was essential to laying one's claim to a mate. My own ire began to be stoked as I realized the problems this posed in my quest to mate with Megan. She'd require a wedding before we ever got down and dirty. My wolf wouldn't survive that long. Literally. After the first close physical contact with a mate, a wolf needs continued contact with that mate to stay well and healthy. Our kiss in the alley had sealed mine and Megan's fate. I needed to be close to her again. To touch her. To kiss her if I was going to stay well. Otherwise, the alternative meant gradually growing weaker until the potential point of death. The primal feeling of self-preservation rattled my heart. I was not going to wither away simply because a human construct stood in my way. "Are you going to stand there like an idiot? Unlock the door." Megan's grumpy voice assaulted my ears. We'd reached the truck. I scowled at her. "I can always leave you here, dear," I muttered sardonically. I unlocked the truck with the clicker on my keychain. I brushed past her to open her door. She huffed at me as she climbed in, a tight-lipped glare being her only response. I got in the truck and started it, waiting for a car to pass before merging into the bustling city traffic. Great, I thought, talking to myself and my wolf. Today was going so well. Be patient. My wolf replied. "Why don't you go F? Are your eyes okay?" I snapped out of my conversation with my wolf, glancing at my reflection in the rearview mirror. I snapped my eyes shut when I realized they'd started to glow. I gripped the steering wheel, willing them to return to normal. Had she seen it, opening my eyes slowly? I peered at her. She was frowning at me, her look decidedly unsure. "I didn't know you cared." I grouched. She scoffed, falling back against the passenger seat. "You're the one being the jerk here, not me. I'm just asking if you're okay because it's the nice thing to do." I grimaced. This was just getting worse by the minute, remembering something she'd said earlier. I thought I was being smart by saying what I said next. "Weren't you the one going on earlier about apologizing even if you know you're right?" She glared at me. I continued in spite of her. "I think you should apologize for overreacting to what I said earlier. It was just words." I think the sound that came out of her was the closest thing to a growl a human could ever make. "You are insufferable. I'm not overreacting. I'm cutting this off now so I don't get hurt later. And they're not just words, Julian. When you say we'll see what happens, what I'm hearing is, I'll tell you what you want to hear now, but I'll get what I want eventually." It hurts Julian to hear that over and over. The same freaking line. I want to know when I'm going to ask someone what I asked you and they're going to say, "Yeah. I completely understand what this means and, you know what? I still want to be with you. I want the true love you're so certain I'm going to get," clenching my jaw. I swallowed hard, angling my head so that I could see her and the road. I fixed her with a deadly serious stare. "Well, if they're not just words, then here are the most meaningful ones you're ever going to hear from me. You're not cutting this off because we are just getting started. And by the time we're through, you can bet you'll have your true love. Because I'm not going to stop pursuing you until I get your heart, mind, body, and soul." Got that I'd been avoiding Julian ever since we returned to Grimfir late Saturday afternoon. The ride back had been silent after he so boldly told me how it's going to be. Every time I replayed his words in my head, I titched. He had another thing coming. Still, a small part of my heart turned over whenever I thought about how confidently he stated his intentions. I woke up early on Sunday morning, intent on going to church. I needed to get out of the house and away from prying Walker eyes. Julian's mother had been in the entryway arranging a vase of flowers when we came in. She looked almost hopeful when she saw us, but that quickly vanished when I marched past her and up the stairs. I heard her ask her son how it went. He grumbled something in reply before retreating to the kitchen. I skipped dinner Saturday night, sneaking down later to get something to eat once everyone had gone to bed. I almost crossed paths with Julian in the hall, but quickly ducked back into the kitchen to avoid being seen. I peeked around the corner just in time to see him open the door that led to the basement, boxing gloves and water bottle in hand, as if Julian's mother wasn't enough. Brett, I'd yet to figure how he was related to the Walkers, came nosing at my door to ask if I wanted to watch a movie with everyone. I respectfully declined, expecting that to be the end of it. Of course, that was not the case. Brett not so tactfully tried to ask me how the date day trip went. I put an end to that quickly. telling him that if he was trying to get me to feel any sympathy for Julian, he would not be successful. Scrambling 2 eggs in a dish, I emptied them into a hot frying pan and began to stir when the egg heated through. I had yet to see anyone this morning. Not even Cook. I suppose she had the day off. It was just as well, I shrugged. I needed time alone, as luck would have it. That would not be the case. Glancing out the window over the sink, I spotted a group of figures emerging from the woods. I groaned. That's the direction Julian and the rest of his crew always came from after their early morning practices. Don't they ever give it a break? I turned up the heat on the stove, hoping to cook my egg faster. Maybe I could pack it up in a travel mug and exit the kitchen before the approaching group arrived. I hurriedly flung open the cupboards, searching for a Tupperware container. Where are the damn containers? I muttered. Top shelf. Cabinet next to the fridge. I jumped, whirling around. Julian, along with Claire and Mason Walker, Sabrina and her partner, Brett, and Michael stood just inside the kitchen, all looking at me. Of course, most of the men, save Julian's father, were bare-chested and sweating. I gulped. Good morning. I cleared my throat, hating that I always seemed to develop a stutter whenever Julian or his family were around. Julian nodded, looking away as he took a seat at the breakfast bar. Sabrina and Claire gave me polite smiles while Brett and Michael gazed at me coolly. Had he told them how our trip to Portland went, did they also want Julian and I to be a thing? I supposed that maybe Claire wanted grandchildren sometime soon. But Sabrina and Donovan could to that for her. The smell of something starting to burn caught my attention. I sucked in a breath as I saw smoke rising from my now toasted omelet. I quickly went to the stove. Flipping it into the container, I rummaged out of the cabinet. I grimaced as I saw the charred mess. But it wasn't that big of a deal. My appetite was starting to fade anyway. The awkward tension in the room just made me want to get out at this point. You're up early for a Sunday, dear, Claire chirped, her voice breaking the silence. I glanced up at her. I forced my eyes to stay glued to her. Otherwise, they would drift to Julian. He looked sullen, the sight making my chest hurt slightly. I hated knowing that others felt bad because I caused them that pain. You must be an early riser, Mason yoked, going to one of the cabinets and pulling out a bag of granola. I could say the same about you all, I countered, keeping my words short. He looked at me for a moment before he emitted a throaty chuckle. You don't give anything away for free, do you? I looked at him confused as Claire quietly scolded him. Ignore them, Sabrina murmured, eyeing her parents as her mother chewed out her dad in a hushed tone. They fight like 2 hens day in and day out. I smiled politely. I didn't know what else to say. The stare of one particular person in the room was beginning to eat a hole in the side of my face. Would he at least say something, anything, so I knew where we stood? In case you were wondering why we are up so early on the freaking weekend, Sabrina spoke, sending a glare in her brother's direction. It's because my brother here got the brilliant idea to have us cook all the meals on Sundays to give the kitchen staff a break. I was surprised. That's actually really nice. And considerate, Sabrina smiled, giving Julian an appreciative look. Yeah, Julian's like that. He'd do just about anything for someone he cares about. I felt the heat rise to my cheeks. Praying, the blush was concealed by the makeup on my face. I risked a glance at Julian, slightly disappointed to see him looking down at the counter. Behind him, Brett and Michael snorted. Yeah, Michael drawled. He's real considerate when he makes us attend mandatory training at the ass crack of dawn. Everyone save for me, and Julian chuckled softly. Michael jostled Julian slightly. Come on. Don't be such a downer. It was a joke. Julian laughed once, its usual humor noticeably absent. Maybe they didn't know. He didn't acknowledge anyone, just continued to stare at the counter. Couldn't they see he wanted to be left alone? I was like that too when there was something upsetting me. I've never liked people seeing me cry and have a difficult time expressing why I feel a certain way or how I am feeling when I am upset. There were many times in my life that I went through feeling so weighed down by dark thoughts, yet I never told anyone. If I did, I'd be reduced to nothing more than a crying mess. Unable to utter a word, I cleared my throat. So you're all practicing for this football game coming up? The confused looks from most of them didn't escape my notice. but I let it slide when I saw Julian perk up. He glanced up at me, quickly averting his eyes to his mother. Yeah, it's a family tradition. Every year, some of our extended family comes over and we play each other. I nodded. At least he was talking. That's right. Claire chimed. Even the girls. We're pretty good at sacking them when we need to. She winked at Sabrina. The two women slapping 5. I laughed at Brett, Michael, and Mason, who were shaking their heads, looking at her watch. Claire clapped her hands. We'd better get cooking if we want enough waffles to feed the pack by 8. I chuckled. The pack, that's what you call yourselves. Claire sucked in a breath, her smile faltering just barely. Yes, we're a big ol' wolf pack, she said, shrugging happily. She left no room for me to respond, quickly launching into her next question. So do you want to help us? Maybe we'll have you mix up the batter instead of flipping the waffles, she said, wrinkling her nose at my burnt omelet. I considered defending my cooking skills, wanting her to know that I could and often did make many meals that came out perfectly cooked. But a glance at my watch told me I needed to hurry if I was going to make it to church in time. I'll have to do a rain check on that, Claire. I need to be going. She frowned at me. Where to church? Here, eyebrows arched as she nodded. Oh. She glanced at Mason before shrugging. Well then, in that case. Have a good time and we'll see you when you get back. Will you be back for lunch? I pursed my lips. Probably not. I figured I'd explore Gearhart for a bit after the service. Alone, I jumped, Julian's voice catching me off guard. Yeah. Alone. Why, he gulped, trying to decide what to say. I should see. There's no need to be concerned, dear. Claire cut in, tugging me toward the hallway with a slender hand. Julian's just old-fashioned, doesn't think a woman should be walking around unescorted and such. But he forgets that you are a modern woman, one who goes to work every day without needing a man's help. If you get in a jam, just call this number. Claire recited her phone number. I repeated it in my head 3 times. Trying to remember it, I typed it into my phone as I approached the door. When we reached the front door, Claire waited at the threshold as I got into my car and eased it down the driveway. I smiled as I saw her waving in my rear view. Just like my mom does. Why'd you give her my number? I mumbled when my mother returned to the kitchen. Because, Julian. She sighed. We need to start somewhere. It's very obvious that you two are not on good terms right now, and that needs to change. I'll not see my baby getting sick just because he can't work things out with his mate. I glared at her. Whose side was she, on mine or Megan's? I wasn't the one in the wrong here. I made it clear to her last night that the date didn't go well, but didn't go into detail. I guess now was as good a time as any to lay it all out on the table. Julian, in order to sort this mess out, we need to know what happened yesterday. Mom, I huffed, taking the mixing bowl she handed me. Yesterday was a disaster. It was going great until... Mom arched an eyebrow. Until... You said or did something to totally screw it up, I'm guessing. Am I right? I clenched my jaw. I may have said something that set her off. But it wasn't intended to, though. It never is, dumbass. Sabrina chimed in. But men don't have a filter. What sounds good in your tiny little brain almost never sounds good spoken aloud. Especially not to a woman. It's rule number 1 of relationships. 101. I scowled. What would you know about relationships? You and Donovan fell head over heels in love with each other the second you laid eyes on one another. There was nothing complicated about it. Sabrina glanced at Donovan, her eyes glazing over. I ignored them. What did you say, Julian? My dad asked, leaning against the counter as he crunched a mouthful of granola. I thought about what I said, aware of Brett and Michael moving around the kitchen, helping my mom with preparing the waffles. In order for this to make sense, I said slowly, I'm going to have to explain something Meg shared with me prior to everything going wrong. They all waited. I exhaled before telling them Megan's beliefs about marriage and sex. I watched their faces as it sank in. Mom's eyebrows were knitted together, the mixing in her spoon slowly coming to a stop. Dad chewed his granola, skepticism lacing his features. Beside me, Brett was trying very hard not to bust out laughing. Michael. Well, Michael was always nervous around me as a new Gamma. He never wanted to say anything that was contradictory to me. So he just sat there, hands folded on the counter, leg bouncing nervously. The moon goddess is messing with you. Sabrina burst out. Sabrina, my mother scolded. What mom she is? Shh. Baby. Donovan soothed, tugging my sister into a side hug. What I think my mate is trying to say is that you've got a difficult situation to deal with here, Julian. Not only is your mate human and unaware of werewolves, she is also apparently refusing to have intimacy with you until marriage, and requires a long amount of time before committing to such an arrangement. I looked at him, my jaw working. I was already aware of this. Why was he lecturing me on my problems? You're going to have to go about this carefully, Julian. Donovan continued. As one of my warriors, he was good at strategy and sizing up the enemy. It's imperative that you strike a balance between easing her into our world and getting her to fall in love with you in an amount of time that is reasonable to her. You will get sick if you go a prolonged amount of time without marking her. Thankfully, you haven't had that much physical contact yet. Otherwise, that would greatly decrease our window of time before you start to succumb to the adverse effects of not completing the bond. I gulped, my throat going dry. My mother's voice beside me made me startle. She rubbed a hand across my back. Julian, honey. I know this seems like agony, but Donovan is right. Be happy for now. You and Megan have time. I licked my lips. My breathing was shaky. About that, my mother's eyes widened. Waiting for it, I kind of kissed her yesterday. The air left my mother's lungs. Her eyes glazed over. It was obvious her and Dad were talking about me. I waited silently for them to rejoin us. That complicates things, son. Dad murmured. Yes, Mom said, panic starting to edge her voice. The longest I've ever heard of a wolf going without marking his mate after close contact is a month. Dad murmured. Mom sniffed, pinching her eyes shut. Coming up behind my mother, Dad massaged her shoulders. Don't get worked up over this just yet. That goes for you too, Julian. A month is enough time to get something done. All you have to do is mark her, Julian. The rest can come later once you're well, and a bond has formed between you two. I nodded, my mood growing increasingly worse. Something told me my mate wouldn't be happy once she found out I'd marked her, and eternally bound us together. Without her knowledge, we could give her the rules. Brett suggested. What? The rules that I was supposed to give her on her first day here. I never did, 'cause I figured. You know, it'd be different having a human here as your mate, instead of just a guest. How would the rules help, I asked, not seeing the benefit of them now. If she realizes not obeying your will comes with a loss of freedom, perhaps she'll agree to mating with you if it means she gets her independence again. Sabrina scoffed. That's wrong, Brett. It's clear that she values equality and understanding in a relationship. She will definitely never agree to mating with my brother if she sees she is not his equal and is treated no better than a subordinate. Brett shrugged. Maybe she's into control. I smacked him on the shoulder. Crossed the line. Enough. Everyone. My gaze followed my mother as she moved to the stove. Her demeanor decidedly upset. Okay. She breathed. Okay. Let's just focus on the present. We have a month. Let's focus on your alpha duties and pack stuff for now. We'll figure it out. I nodded wordlessly, glancing at Dad. What use would I be as an alpha if I became sick and weak? I'd be ineffectual. Worthless to my pack. My heart twisted. My pack was my world. My family. I wouldn't lose them. My mother tapped her spatula on the side of the frying pan. Don't forget. Her voice rang out sharp in the quiet kitchen as she flipped an omelet. The alphas and their mates are coming in a week. We need to prepare for that. Get a few trade proposals drawn up. It's important for this pack, Julian. I know. Mom, I muttered. The annual alpha and neighboring pack meetings were going to be hell, as if I didn't have enough to worry about as it is. Today I was to meet the only client of mine I'd yet to meet. Gloria gave me instructions to visit her today, even though I would normally see her on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I didn't question why she wanted me to. I just did as I was told. Amanda lived on the far end of Gearhart in an apartment with her boyfriend. She'd fallen down the stairs 3 months ago, causing her to break her wrist and injure her back. From what I'd read of Wendy's notes, I was visiting Amanda to make sure she was safely doing chores around the house and that she was not causing further strain to her already damaged body. The apartment was small, one half of a duplex. I frowned at the front door as I knocked, noticing several dents in it. I guess the mailmen were aggressive when throwing the paper on the stoop. After a few minutes of waiting, the door opened a crack, revealing a woman who I could only assume was Amanda. I smiled brightly. "Hello," I greeted her. "Hi. You must be the new therapist. Dr. Stager said you'd come by today if I asked." I nodded. "You can call me Megan. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Amanda." I stuck out my hand as she opened the door wider. She tugged down the sleeve of her oversized hoodie before shaking it. Stepping aside, she gestured for me to come in. I followed her through her home into the kitchen. I glanced at the living room as I passed. It was nice. The furniture was starting to show its age, but it was charming nonetheless. I mentally whistled at the giant flat screen mounted to the wall and the up-to-date gaming consoles beside it. Someone liked their video games. Reaching the kitchen, Amanda asked me to sit at the table, offering me coffee or water. I shook my head. Her shoulders slumped slightly. On second thought, I could use some coffee. I didn't sleep well last night. Amanda happily poured me a fresh cup of coffee and brought it to the table along with milk and sugar. Once I had taken a sip and she had gotten comfortable in her own chair. I spoke. "How are you today, Amanda?" She gave me a half smile. "Well enough." "Well enough, okay. Well, I don't know how much Dr. Stager told you, but I am to be your regular therapist's Wendy's replacement until she comes back from having her baby. I know it can be difficult to just pick up therapy where you left off with a new therapist, but I promise I will try to do everything within my power to make this go as smoothly as possible." Amanda nodded. "Before we begin, do you have any questions for me?" Amanda nodded again, murmuring. "How long will this take?" I sighed. Reaching into my bag, I pulled out her file and flipped it open. "It says here that you get therapy twice a week for 1 hour per session. We'll have to cut it short today. My boyfriend will be home from work early today, but if you come again on Thursday, I'm free for the whole hour." "Okay. Speaking of your boyfriend, can you share anything about him? Or about yourself, I ask, so I can get to know you better." She squeaked, clearing her throat. "His name is Brooks. He works at the lumber yard. We're high school sweethearts." She smiled shyly. "Oh, that's nice," I said, joy lighting my eyes. I was a sucker for cliché romances. "You can't have been together that long, though. You look to be maybe 21 or 22. Amanda bobbed her head. "I turned 21 last week." "Happy belated birthday. What did you do to celebrate?" I waited, noticing her gulp as she looked down at the table. I don't really like being the center of attention. And Brooks had to work late. We didn't do much. He did wish me happy birthday before he left for work, though, so that was nice. What about your family? Any of them wish you happy birthday?" She shook her head. "No. I don't have much family around here. My dad died when I was young, and my mother and I don't get along. We hardly talk anymore." I sat back in my chair. "I'm sorry to hear that. Is that relationship something you'd like to work on together?" "No." Amanda sucked in a breath. Could we get to the stuff Wendy and I usually do? Brooks will be home soon." I sat up. "Of course. I apologize," looking at Amanda's file. I read over what they usually did in a session. It seemed she was having difficulty doing household chores because her wrist was still weak, and her back pain made it difficult to be mobile for long periods of time. Closing the file, I rested my palms atop it. "So, what have you been unable to do due to your wrist weakness and back pain? I'm trying to figure out what we should focus on today." Amanda sighed, glancing at the dishes piling up on the counter. "Those are probably the hardest thing to get done. My wrist aches when I grip the sponge and apply pressure when I'm scrubbing. And my back. Oh, my back. Standing at the sink doing the dishes is so painful. And doing laundry. Yesterday, I was bending over to get the dry towels out and was almost in tears when I tried to stand up. I bobbed my head, making notes on the file as she spoke. Has your pain ever stopped you from going out or forced you to cancel plans? I asked, like last week when you had to cancel. Was that due to back pain? Amanda was quiet, her eyes growing distant. I waited for a beat. Her eyebrows were knitted together, giving her an almost pained expression. Amanda, she shivered, coming out of her thoughts. No. Miss. I canceled for other reasons. Okay, I said, wanting to dig further but not knowing the best way to go about it. Well, if your pain ever does get that bad and you want to cancel, don't. It might be beneficial for me to see you when your pain is at its peak. I waited until Amanda nodded before continuing. I think for right now, and with the time we have, I should see how you wash dishes to get a better understanding of what we're dealing with. Amanda swallowed, nodding reluctantly. She didn't seem to be much of a talker. I noted her gaze always dipped down whenever she did talk or was responding to me. Curious. I filed it away in my list of things to find out. Perhaps talking about her injury hurt her self-esteem. Getting up from the table, I watched as Amanda also got up. A grunt coming from her as she eased up to her feet. The pain gets really bad if I've been sitting or lying down for a long time. Really. It never goes away. I joined Amanda at the sink, intently watching her fill the basin and add soap. She grabbed a plate and began scrubbing gently with a scrubby. Can I ask how you fell down the stairs? Did you trip? Or lose your balance? Amanda glanced at me, her lips pursing. It was an accident. Brooks always says I'm clumsy. And I am. I don't pay attention to what I'm doing. I nodded. In quietly, finished with the plate. Amanda set it in the drying rack and grabbed a sauté pan. I watched as she went to work on the dried-on oil and leftover bits of food. She was going to have to put a great deal of elbow grease into it if she wanted it to come off. Do you want to pull your sleeves up? I asked. They were down around her wrists, almost covering the tops of her hands. The water had soaked them through. No. The wet fabric doesn't bother you, no. Miss. Amanda breathed. Setting the pan down, she grabbed her wrist, squeezing it gently. It hurts, she nodded. May I take a look at it? Maybe it'll... No. Amanda looked down at the dirty dishwater, releasing a heavy breath. She glanced at the oven clock. I think it's time for you to be getting going. Brooks will be home soon. He's taking me on a date and I don't want to be late. I frowned, biting back the words on the tip of my tongue. Something felt off, but I needed to respect her request. I would see her again on Thursday. We could get more done then. Okay. Amanda, I understand. I wouldn't want to be late for a date either. I collected my work bag off the floor. But I will be back on Thursday. Be prepared to discuss alternate ways you can wash the dishes and get your other chores done. And I'll bring some articles on exercises that can help back pain. Does that sound like a plan? She nodded. She brushed past me, guiding me down the hall and to the front door. Before I passed through the door she held open, I turned to her, digging in my pocket for one of my business cards. Here, I said, handing it to her. My personal phone number is on there. If you need anything or need to cancel again, just call me, any time of day. I want you to know that you can trust me and can confide in me. Anything you say to me or that we discuss is private information unless you give me permission to tell someone else. Is that clear? Amanda nodded. I gave her an encouraging smile before leaving her apartment. My next and final stop was Mr. Macchiatas. He was surely going to grumble at me for coming at a later time. I spent the entire drive over to his house trying to psych myself up, telling myself he may be miserable, but I am determined. Determined to be the best therapist he's ever had. You're late, Mr. Machado muttered as he opened his front door. He didn't even wait for me to step inside before wandering down the hall to the kitchen. By the smell emanating from it, he was cooking his dinner. I took shallow breaths as I removed my coat and hung it, along with my car keys, on the hook by the door. The smell was not the most pleasant of smells. I hoped the food tasted better, though. Padding down the hall with my bag in hand, I glanced at the closet door Mr. Macchiata had yelled at me not to open. There was another smell other than the cooking food. It was coming from the closet. I'd smelt it when I visited his house before. It too was an unpleasant odor, but not one I could identify. It was always on the tip of my tongue. But the answer never came. "So what you're planning to do to me today, mister?" Machada's gravelly voice gained my attention. I stepped into the kitchen, glancing around at the shabby cabinetry and appliances. This place hadn't been updated since the 70s, surely. I hesitated to put my stuff on the floor or on the table stuck in the corner. There was a solid layer of dust on it and a scattering of dead flies on the floor. If I am being honest, Mr. Machada's home gave me the heebie-jeebies. Taking a seat, I watched Mr. Rounded, Machada flipping what was in the pan frying on the stove. It was fish from what I could see. "I am going to do nothing to you, Mr. Machada. Therapy is all about what you can do for yourself." He snorted. "Where'd you get that from? One of them fancy textbooks they made you read in college?" I resisted the urge to roll my eyes, deciding to end this train of the conversation now. I switched topics. "I see you can cook for yourself. Do you cook regularly, Mr. Machada said, smacking his lips. "What did Wendy tell you?" I was incapable of it. I shook my head. "No. I just wasn't sure if it was something you do for yourself. And I'm not sure why you're here all the time other than to look pretty." "You must like me," he bit out a rough laugh. I sighed. "Liking you is the absolute last thing I think I'll ever do." I thought, "Mr. Settingcleese help he. Maxiata." I started, resting my elbow on the back of my chair. "What do you need me here for?" I saw Wendy's notes, but so far I can see no problem or inability to do activities. "Do you feel a therapist is necessary?" He shrugged. "I'll never turn down a desired woman in my house." He fixed me with a hungry stare. "I could imagine you standing over this very stove, frying me up my dinner, wearing next to nothing." I scowled. Not even half an hour in and he was making vulgar comments. I would have to speak to Gloria about this. I don't know how much more harassment I could take. "That's inappropriate, Mr. Machata. Call me John," he rasped, wriggling his eyebrows. "'Cause that's what I'll be. Your admirer every night." His laugh was throaty and harsh, nipping at my ears. I breathed a sigh of relief when it dissolved into a coughing fit. When the fit didn't stop, though, I got up, concern taking over. I went to his side, patting his back. "Do you need water?" "No," he wheezed, suddenly taking my hand in his and pulling me to him. I cringed as his cigarette breath assaulted my nostrils and sweaty arms embraced me. "What I need is you submitting to my desires. Just one time. Let me go," I shouted, struggling against his surprisingly strong hold. "Release me immediately, Mr. Machata," I continued, my panic rising. "Aw, come on, baby," he crooned, shaking me a little. "Just one time. We can have a little fun," managing to get one arm free from his grasp. I managed to push his face away enough to get him to release me. I stumbled backward, almost running into the table. I stared at him. An ugly grin stretched across his face. "You married?" he asked. I was stunned. He just handled me roughly and thought nothing of it. Could he not see I was frightened? Did he not care? I released a shaky breath. "No," I finally shouted. "Because of men like you, absolute pigs. Now there's no need to be insulting." "Mr. Teldorada," Machata countered. His tone grew serious. I realized I needed to get out of there, yanking my bag off the floor. I started down the hall. This was terrible. His footsteps behind me prodded me forward. I grabbed my coat and keys off the hook, intending to open the door and leave. But a firm hand around my biceps spun me around and pinned me to the door. I stared wide-eyed at Mr. Machata. His grin was back. I watched his eyes dip down to my chest, then back up. "You do it for me every time. I don't know how a man hasn't pulled you off the market yet." I started to tremble, afraid of what might be coming next. I was startled when he released my arm. "You go on home, sweet cheeks, but be ready next time. You and me are going to have a good time," he said, patting my cheek and smiling. As soon as he stepped away from me, I opened the door and ran out of the house, quickly climbing into my car and locking the doors. I held back a sob. I couldn't do this anymore. He was going to hurt me if I came back. That I knew. My drive to the office was fraught with racing thoughts and images of what might happen to me. How was I going to sleep tonight? Already, I was constantly looking in my rear view, half expecting him to be there waiting. I decided to go to the office and tell Gloria what had happened. Unfortunately, she was not there. When another therapist passed me in the hall on my way out, she stopped me, noticing my tears. I told her that a patient had said some crude things and that I no longer felt safe. When I told her that said patient was Mr. Maxiata, she nodded with understanding. You just need to push through it, she said. He's like that with all the ladies, but especially the unmarried blondes. He has a thing for them. She pointed to her own blonde hair. I almost asked to be removed as his therapist, but he eventually requested that he get another OT soon after I got engaged, although I knew she was trying to help. The therapist's words did not help. I'd laughed to myself when I pulled out of the office driveway. At this rate, I'd have to marry Julian in order to get Mr. Maxiata off my back. A thought struck me on my way to Grimfer. Would Gloria accept my request to be taken off Mr. Machiata's case? I was relief after all. I was there because they already didn't have a therapist to cover his case. Dread consumed me as I considered having to push through it with Mr. Maxiata. I wouldn't last 3 months with him. I sucked in a shaky breath as I pulled up to Grimfer Hall, as if a difficult patient wasn't enough. The tension between me and Julian and his family was becoming very difficult to deal with. Getting out of my car, I wiped at my cheeks, checking for stray tears. My 2 weeks at Grimfer were almost up. Maybe I should tell Gloria to find me a new place to stay, and to find me a new client. The incident with Mr. Machado kept replaying in my brain for the rest of the week. Every time I'd gone into the office to talk to Gloria, she was either in a meeting, out seeing her own clients, or, as it happened on Thursday and Friday, out sick. Her secretary told me she was staying home to recuperate in time for the fundraiser gala I was told we all had to attend. In truth, I was more than a little excited to be wined and dined. The gala was being thrown at an upscale venue in Portland, courtesy of one of the wealthiest families in the area. Green. Green is definitely your color, Sabrina chirped behind me. I turned slightly, letting go of the chiffon-skirted gown I had been looking at. I gave her a look. Absolutely not. I look better in royal blue or a deep red. Nonsense. Everyone in our part of town looks good in green. If you want to be a true member of Grimfer, you absolutely must wear green. When Sabrina overheard me telling Mrs. Walker I would not be at dinner tonight because I was going shopping for a dress, she'd begged me to bring her along. I'd agreed, a little excited that she wanted to come with me. Other than the connections I had made at work, I didn't have any girlfriends to do things with here on the weekends. If we got along, I could see myself hanging out with Sabrina more often. When Julian saw us making our shopping plans, a wistful look filled his eye, a ghost of a smile coming to his lips. I was almost thankful for it. It was a healthy change from his sluggish attitude this week. He and his teammates were getting up earlier for practices, and he was unusually quiet at dinner. The only indication that he was even aware of anyone being around him was his gaze upon me. It barely wavered except for when he took a bite of food or when I caught him staring. Even then, he would only avert his eyes to my hands. Part of me wanted to ask him what was wrong. I didn't like seeing him like this, but I was afraid any interaction that remotely seemed affectionate might rekindle his earlier intentions. Julian will love it if you wear green, Sabrina whined. In that case, absolutely not. I snarked. We'd been to 3 shops so far, and I was beginning to get cranky. I was hungry, thirsty, and preoccupied with work stuff. Mr. Ager, Machiata, and Amanda were at the forefront of most of my thoughts. When I'd gone back to visit Amanda on Thursday, we'd practiced injury-friendly house-cleaning practices. During one particular chore, she'd reached up to dust a high corner. The sleeve of her sweatshirt slid down, revealing bruises on her wrist and along her forearm. Amanda had quickly pulled down her sleeves. Our session came to a quick close when she asked me to leave and refused to answer my questions regarding the bruising. She dismissed it as bruising from her healing wrist, but it was the wrong wrist. Beside me, Sabrina let out a frustrated huff. Listen, if you don't want to do this anymore, just tell me and we'll go home. You aren't even looking at any of the dresses in this place. I snapped out of my thoughts, feeling guilty for not being present during my time with Sabrina. I'm sorry. Sab, I just have a lot going on with work. She sighed, pulling one of her dreaded choice green dresses off the rack. You always are. You never have time for fun. Or even just hanging out. I gulped. She wasn't wrong. But I wasn't staying at the Walkers to take advantage of their luxuries. I was there to do my job and stay out of their way. Look, you're going to try on these dresses. Sabrina gestured to the 3 dresses hanging over her arm. Then we are going to go home and have a movie night. You. Me. And the rest of my family. They want to get to know you. Sabrina snorted. They're starting to think you don't like them. No. I breathed. That's not it at all. I swallowed hard. I'm just not that good with people when it's not related to my job. And your brother? Things are weird. I didn't want to disclose to her what happened if Julian hadn't shared it with her yet. Sabrina took me by the arm, leading me to the fitting room. I know things are weird between you two, but they will straighten themselves out. They have to, turning to look at me as I stepped inside the fitting room. She handed me the dresses and said, Julian likes you, Megan. Like really likes you. I chewed my lip. You think so? She nodded. I huffed out a breath. I don't know, Sab. Maybe you're reading into this too much. He's not the kind of guy to go for women like me. She squinted. What kind of guy is he? I shrugged. Starting to grow embarrassed. The jock type. A real alpha male, Sabrina choked. Her laughter filling the fitting room. You got that right. I waited for her laughter to die down. Slightly annoyed that she was only proving my point. We were not compatible. When she regained control of herself, Sabrina took me by the shoulders. He is definitely, without a doubt, an alpha male, but not in the jerk kind of way. Julian is so kind to those he looks over, and he listens. Even if he can't solve my problems, he'll just listen, and he makes people feel like he's genuinely interested in what they have to say, even if it bores him to tears. He knows how to talk business or goof around. He's sentimental. He'd do anything to protect those he loves. I get it. Sabrina. I cut in. He's a nice guy. I rolled my eyes. No, she said pointedly. He's a good guy. There's a difference. He has his moments of anger, and he'll fight you, but he'll fight for you too. He can be stubborn, but he's not a quitter. He's patient, and he won't let a grudge get in the way of a relationship. Well, there you go. I hold grudges forever, and I have no patience to speak of. We'd never work together. I closed the door to the fitting room and began shedding my clothes. You're meant to be together. Sabrina growled. Oh yeah, I called, stepping into the first gown. It was a short little number, way out of my comfort zone. What makes you so sure? Stepping out of the fitting room. I did a little spin. Sabrina Iyedme. I just know. Megan. Trust me. Soon you'll see. She clicked her tongue. You look like you're wearing lingerie. Then that's a fat nope. I stepped back into my changing stall and wriggled out of the dress, putting on the next one. Julian would love it, though. Sabrina called. My cheeks flamed. Would he think I looked good? I shook my head. Not going there. I showed Sabrina the second dress. She nodded but was still on the fence. It was lacking something, stepping out in the final dress. I waited for Sabrina's judgment. A gradual smile crept across her face. Do a spin. She directed. I did as she asked, liking the way the flowy material swirled around my feet. The dress was a glittery forest green. It was one-shouldered and sleeveless. The bodice hugged my body, cascading loosely down around my ankles. It was a simple design, a classic shape. I like it. Sabrina breathed. I turned to study myself in the long mirror on the wall. It did look good. I turned, checking out my figure. It looked good. I pressed my hands to my stomach, pondering it. It didn't stick out too much, I think. I like it too. Watch your flank. I commanded to the young warrior currently dueling it out with a much more experienced warrior wolf. He had promise, but he didn't pay attention to his surroundings. My warriors and I were at the training grounds in the woods. We had a turf field for practice in our human forms and a stretch of dirt for when we practiced combat technique in wolf form. Megan had yet to explore this area of Grimfur. A part of me was thankful. There was much more than just a football field. I would be hard-pressed to come up with an explanation for the almost military-grade setup we had back here. There was a tower designed for climbing, a ropes course for agility, sparing dummies, and even an area where wolves could test their resistance to silver. As a rule, warriors could only test their ability to stave off the effects of silver in their wolf bodies due to the degradative nature of silver on human flesh. Although we could heal quickly, unnecessary exposure to silver in our human forms would cause more visits to the infirmary than necessary. My wolf and I watched on bated breath as the young warrior in front of us charged his opponent. Stupid move, I thought. The older warrior was prepared, sidestepping the wolf as he passed and lunging at his back leg. The young pup let out a pained yelp as he fell to the ground. I waited until he finished shifting to nose him out of the way. A few warriors coming to attend to his injuries. Watch and learn, pup. I mind-linked him and the rest of the warriors who'd gathered to watch. They were supposed to be sparring with each other, not gawking. I faced the warrior in front of me. His wolf's blonde fur was shaggy, making him appear bigger than he really is. As an alpha, I dwarfed him. However, my wolf's sable fur, a characteristic specific to all Grimfur Walker descendants, covered me in a thick coat that added a layer of protection in a fight. I waited for my warrior to make the first move. He crouched low, his eyes darting around my bulky form, looking for the best spot to attack. I skittered backward as he lunged for me. I quickly skirted around him, taking a bite at his back leg, just as he had done to the pup. Unfortunately, the bite was not deep enough to cause harm. The warrior tried for me again, this time trying to get his snout under my body enough to push me back toward the tree line. My back paws dug into the dirt, leaving scratch marks as I continued to slide backward. I snapped at my opponent, unable to find solid purchase on the ground. I landed a lucky nip on his ear, biting down hard enough to get him to back off. While my opponent was shaking off the pain in his ear, I swiped at his nose with my front paw. He let out an anguished grunt. My next swipe didn't go as planned. My warrior latched onto my paw with his canines, causing me to let out a yelp of my own. He yanked me forward, sending me sprawling. Before I could stand, the warrior pounced on my back, his sharp jaws zeroing in on the back of my neck. I turned my head, barring my own fangs, with a swift kick to the stomach with my back leg. I stunned the warrior just enough to get to my feet and start pushing him. I pushed him toward the same trees he pushed me, my wolf huffing with exertion. If I could get him to the trees, I could pin him and force him to back down. But my warrior was not giving up that easily. He held his ground, the both of us at a deadlock, straining against each other but not giving up any ground. A bark from the circle of onlookers grabbed my attention just as Brett nosed in between us. I backed off, panting. That's enough for today, Alpha. Brett mind-linked me, as a beta. He held the very special privilege of being about to mind-link me whenever he wanted to. No one else in the pack had the power to send a mind-link to me. The only other person who could do that besides Brett would be my mate. If she were a wolf, I let out a frustrated snort. One of us would have backed down eventually. And it wouldn't have been you. Yada yada yada. Brett replied. You two were at a stalemate. Let's call it quits for today. You've forced us to be out here for 4 hours. This being the second time we've trained today. It's past dinner time and the warriors just want to go home to their mates. I growled. Did he think he could start making decisions for me? And why should the warriors' mates be my concern? I didn't have the pleasure of going home to my mate. But you didn't see me whining about it. We need to be on top of our game. Brett. The more training, the better. We are in excellent shape, Alpha. Let them go for today and we can practice again tomorrow. Besides, you need to rest, too. You weren't looking too good this morning. I sighed. He was right. I'd been getting progressively worse all week. This morning I woke up with chills and there was an ache in my bones that wouldn't go away. Deep down I knew why I was feeling this way. Brett and the rest of my family did too. But thankfully no one said anything. I wondered if Meg even noticed. Would she care if I got sick? What if I explained to her the full situation? Would she agree to save me from the agony that is dying from mating sickness? The movie Sabrina picked had been good enough. It reminded me of Twilight. But cooler and less cheesy. It had been me. Sabrina and Donovan. Her mom. And Louise, who kept pressing her hand to her stomach every time there was a scene with blood. She'd been acting different lately. She and Brett were especially touchy and lovey-dovey. Mr. Painted. Walker immediately turned down the offer to watch the movie when he saw what it was. He mumbled something about it being inaccurate before heading in the direction of his study. Unfortunately, Brett and Julian were not with us to watch the movie as Sabrina had hoped they'd be. Apparently, Julian had called an evening football practice. I found it odd but said nothing. They were borderline obsessive about getting the team into shape for this game. Shortly before the movie ended, Louise had excused herself, saying she wasn't feeling well. Mrs. Walker followed after her to make sure she was okay. Sabrina and Donovan were clearly getting a bit close under the blanket over on the couch. I gladly told them to leave when they asked if they could duck out early. I got up and took up a spot on one end of the previously occupied couch, tugging a blanket over my legs as I curled them under me. As the final scene started to play out, Julian came into the room and plopped down on the other end of the couch. I tensed, watching him for a moment. He didn't even spare me a glance as he leaned his head back and closed his eyes. His hoodie was tugged over his head, and he was bundled up in sweatpants and socks. He really must not be feeling well. I watched as his chest moved in and out. In slow, deep breaths. Was he asleep? I'm awake. And feeling fine. He mumbled, his voice deep and tired. It stirred something inside me. I swallowed. That's good, I guess. Is it? He murmured back. His eyes remained closed as the credits started to roll. Sitting up, I scooched a bit closer to him. Are you really feeling okay, Peachy? I scowled. He didn't need to be sarcastic. Be nice. I'm worried about you. You haven't looked good these past couple of days. His head lifted slightly as he turned to look at me. There were heavy bags under his eyes, and his usually bright orbs looked glassy. You're worried about me. A faint smile ghosted across his lips. I gulped. Comes with the job territory. He chuckled. When are you going to admit you feel something for me? Never. I purred, shocked by the seductive edge my voice had taken on. Julian heard it, his head shooting up. He contained his smirk, though, wisely choosing to say nothing. I cleared my throat. All you men are the same. Always after one thing. You. Mr. Maxiata, who Julian demanded. Becoming more alert. I rolled my eyes. Was he going to play my knight in shining armor now? One of my patients, Julian. Has he made advances toward you? He moved to sit up. But I reached out to stop him, putting my hand on his chest. He froze, looking down at it. After a few seconds, he looked up at me again. Has he murmured lowly, his tone telling me he expected an answer. I shook my head. I really can't say. I started to withdraw my hand, but Julian caught it in his back. The tingles felt so good. My eyes almost rolled back in my head. So warm and firm. Comforting. It sent a wave of pleasure up my arm, my chest feeling tightened under my shirt. Thankfully, I was still wearing a bra. Julian, Meg, I need to know. Has he tried to touch you or said anything to you? I sighed. If Gloria wouldn't give me time to tell her what happened, at least I could tell Julian to get it off my chest. I trusted him not to blab to the world. The first day I saw him, he said some inappropriate things. I tried to ignore it and dismissed it as him being lonely. But after that, I trailed off. Looking Julian in the eye, he hugged me and wouldn't let me go. Kept going on about how I should be ready to have a good time the next time I come. Go a few rounds. I felt tears start to prick my eyes. Beside me, Julian's breathing hitched. I saw his jaw clench, his grasp on my hand tightening. Julian, I whispered, reaching out with my other hand to brush back his hoodie hood. My fingers brushing his forehead. He was warm. He touched you, he ground out, his body tensing. No. I fumbled. Not like that. But he wants to. He makes comments about my chest. I trailed off. Were we on that level? Could I say chest without him saying something inappropriate or turning scarlet in the face? I watched for any reaction. His only response was to open and close his mouth. The beginning of what sounded like a growl vibrating through his chest. Pressing the back of my hand to his forehead, I realized just how hot Julian was. He felt feverish. "Julian, you're sick." "I'm fine," he said, grimacing as he swallowed. "No, you're not. You have an infirmary here. Let me walk you there so the doctor can give you something." "No," he murmured. "I need to take care of this macchiata fellow." "No, you don't," I said firmly. "He's my problem and I will deal with it at a later date. If you won't go to the infirmary, you at least need to get to bed. Let's go." I started to pull the blanket off me, but Julian started to lean into me, his head flopping into my lap. I froze. I watched, stunned, as he tucked his knees up to his chin, burrowing into me. "I'll sleep here for a few seconds," he mumbled, sleep starting to pull him into unconsciousness. "But then I'll find macchiata. No one touches your chest but me." He yawned. "Your chest is mine," he whispered as sleep claimed him. I sighed, giving up. Whatever got him to sleep, I guess. I looked around, trying to figure out the best spot to put my hands. I decided to rest one on his torso and gently comb his hair with the other. He was starting to grow sweaty. I reached for his socks, pulling them off as best I could with one hand before resettling my arm around him. My own eyelids began to grow heavy as I sat there. Just a few minutes, I told myself. I stretched my arms over my head, walking past the TV room. Mason and I had had a particularly good session that left me starving. I hoped we'd get back to it when I returned to the room. It was only midnight. We had a few more rounds in us. I stopped, backtracking to the TV room. The top of a head peeked over the couch, dimly lit by the glow from the TV screen. Tiptoeing around the couch, a surge of happiness filled my chest. It was a sweet scene. Megan and Julian were sound asleep on the couch. A soft snore coming from Megan. Her arm was wrapped protectively around my son. The other arm cradled his face close to her stomach. Julian's arm was slung around her lap, hugging her to him by the hips. "Claire, shh," I whispered. Getting my mate, Mason came to my side, wrapping his arm around my waist. I leaned my head against his shoulder. "Do you think she'll accept him?" "When she finds out," I whisper. Mason seated. "I hope so. I can't stand to see him like this for much longer." "I know, love. I know." I woke up in my bed on Saturday morning, the early morning light starting to turn everything in my room a shade of gray. I rolled away from the window, squinting as I stretched out in my king-sized bed. I must have been really out of it last night. I don't remember coming to bed last night. "Mate brought us," my wolf said. I sat up, the sheet falling around my waist. Was she still here? Sadly, I found she was not. I laughed to myself. Last night was the first time she ever set foot in my room, and I was asleep for it all. She was probably glad for that, though. She'd probably accuse me of saying something unsavory or mannish. Speaking of unsavory things, vague snippets of conversation with my mate last night came back to me. She told me about a man, a patient of hers, who was giving her trouble. Anger flared in my chest as I remembered the way he talked about her. Hell, he touched her. No man touches my mate and thinks he can get away with it. Throwing off the sheets, I got out of bed. "What the?" I glanced down at the shorts I was wearing, a smirk stretching my lips. "Oh, my little Meg." I could imagine her cheeks flaming when she found out werewolves don't wear pajamas. I went into the bathroom and splashed my face with cold water before brushing my teeth and giving my hair a comb through with my fingers. My stomach growled as I grabbed a shirt out of my closet. Breakfast time it is. I passed no one in the hall as I made my way downstairs. It was early for a Saturday, I suppose. As soon as I was done with breakfast, I made a mental note to order a background check on this client of Megan's. Mr. Macchiata. When the background check came back, I would make it a point to have one of my warriors trail Megan on the days she visited his house. I would not risk the chance of him doing harm to my mate. Maybe I would pay him a visit too. Get him to switch therapists. Coming into the kitchen. I stopped. The sight of Megan in a tight, strappy tank top and short shorts igniting my yearning for her once more. She was rolling something between her fingers. Intently watching the little TV nestled in the corner of the kitchen. The newscaster was prattling on about something. Police were called to a grisly scene today. I watched my mate as she scooped a tablespoon of a mixture out of the bowl beside her and placed it on the dough round she had before her. The family of Brittany Odell identified. Megan folded over one half of the dough round and pressed the edges together. Her eyes flicking between the TV and what she was working on. She bit her lower lip. My attention finally tuning in to what the newscaster was saying. Portland police have officially labeled the suspect as a serial killer, believing 4 prior murders to be related to today's murder. And most notably, the person responsible for the tragic events today left the same calling card present at the other murders, a yellow canary feather. Portland police have dubbed this suspect the Canary Killer and want to caution residents of the city and surrounding areas to be careful when going out and to lock their doors at night. More information about the suspect has yet to be released. Geez, I murmured. Megan startled, turning to look at me as she turned the volume down on the TV. I didn't hear you come in, she breathed. What a way to start a morning, huh? I sighed, coming to join her at the counter. Picking up the dumpling-shaped thing she was holding. She placed it on a cookie sheet on the stove. There were already 3 full sheets sitting. Did you hear about the other murders, or is this news to you too? Meg asked. Gesturing to the TV. I shrugged. I heard about 2 of them. They were pretty bad. Megan nodded. Gulping. Hey, I said, putting my hand on her shoulder. If you are concerned about it, don't be. You will be protected at Grimfir. I gave her a sincere look, noticing how she didn't shrug off my hand or try to put space between us. Images of her trying to haul me into my bed last night made my heart twist. That must have taken a lot of effort on her part. And some compassion to not be willing to leave me on the couch all night. I remember the sick feeling from last night started to lessen when I sat next to her on the couch. It didn't go away, though. Only one thing would do that. But I could make do with being near her. Or even holding her hand if she would allow it. Even right now. My hand on her shoulder was helping to take away some of the exhaustion I was feeling. The sound of Megan clearing her throat brought me out of my thoughts. I pulled my hand off her shoulder, looking down at what she was making. What are these pierogies? She smiled. I raised an eyebrow. Interesting. Explain. She shrugged. There's not much to it. My family is Polish on my mother's side, so this is a food we would eat a lot during the holidays growing up. A soft smile tugged at my lips. I longed to know things like this about her. It looks like you've made enough to feed the whole pack. I coughed, realizing my mistake, but my mate only chuckled. I told Cook I'd prepare dinner for tonight. I'm getting these done now so I can get ready for this gala thing in a few hours. I gulped, my excitement building. I wanted to see her all dressed up. I imagined she'd be very elegant and charming in her own way. All Cook has to do is pop these in boiling water, them, fry them in a skillet, and ta-da, Megan explained, smiling up at me. I smiled initially, but it started to fade as skepticism got the best of me. She was being too nice, too smiley around me. What changed? For a second I panicked, glancing at her neck to make sure we didn't do anything last night. If I did mark her, it is entirely possible her attitude toward me would have done a 180 overnight. But there was no mark. I was relieved, but a little disappointed too. Did Sabrina put her up to this? Was she being nice in the hopes that I would back off, or was she playing with me now? Trying to get my hopes up before shattering my heart all over again. I waited until she retreated to a corner and was about to turn around before stepping close to her. I caged her between me and the counter, my arms on either side of her hips. What are you doing? She breathed, sucking in a breath as she turned to fully face me. Our noses were almost touching, our breaths intermingling. Why are you being so friendly all of a sudden? Her eyebrows knitted together. Friendly, I'm being my usual self. Julian. I shook my head, a rumbly chuckle bubbling out of me. You've been actively avoiding me the past couple of weeks, and whenever I comment on any amount of concern you show to me, you claim it comes with the job territory. It does, she countered. I'm not going to ignore you if you're hurt or sick. I pondered that for a moment. Perhaps I could use it to my advantage. Guilt her into mating with me. You're an idiot. My wolf scolded. I knew he was right. Tricking or guilting a mate into consummating the bond wasn't right and wasn't fair. Are you going to let me go so I can finish my work here? Megan asked, stamping her foot. She tried to push past me, but I didn't budge. This clearly irked her. Answer my question first, I murmured, intently studying her. My gosh, she was pretty. Why the sudden change? I watched her mull over her answer before she finally sighed. Taking a deep breath, she looked me in the eye and said, Last night you said some things that were kind of sweet. It wasn't right of me to burden you with my complaints and problems, but I appreciate you listening to me even though you clearly needed more help in that moment. And your offer to take care of Mr. Ball, Maxiata, while it is appreciated, is not necessary and, actually, I forbid you to do it, I scoffed. She was forbidding me, her alpha fat chance. My fingers drummed against the edge of the counter. I couldn't take much more of this. Of her being so near yet so guarded and distant. Of her saying things like that. Things that were clearly a challenge. I wanted to show her what an alpha did to his mate when she tried to tell him what to do. Oh, how she would express her delight by the time we were done, leaning in closer, so that my nose rubbed lightly against hers. I glanced down at her lips, then back up into her eyes. Her breathing hitched, growing heavier. Reaching up, I caressed her cheek with my thumb, gently grazing it over her smooth skin. I watched as she bit her lip. My thumb trailed down along her jawbone, then down the slope of her neck. Her chest heaved as I continued lower, down in between her breasts before grazing my knuckles along the underside of her left breast. She inhaled sharply, starting to speak, but she stopped when I placed a feather-light kiss on her temple. At the same time, my pointer finger started to trace a circle around her nipple, causing it to tighten under the thin fabric of her tank top. I could feel her trembling in anticipation. She wanted it, but she wouldn't tell me. Her arousal permeated the air. I smirked against her temple before running my tongue slowly around the outer edge of her ear. A whimper escaped her. I closed my eyes briefly, satisfaction filling my chest. For my final move in this game, I slowly stopped tracing her nipple, making no move, not breathing, nothing, just as she was about to say something. I gave her nipple a gentle squeeze and pressed a firm kiss to her lips before pulling away. Making a quick exit, I paused. Listening at the kitchen door, I heard her fall back against the counters, her breathing ragged. A whimper escaped her before turning into a frustrated groan. I smirked. That was just a taste. My little Spitfire. There could be so much more for us if only you'd allow yourself to accept it. The incident in the kitchen captured my thoughts for the rest of the day. Not even the news that the Walkers' extended family and some friends were coming to visit managed to take my thoughts off of it. What had he done to me? I became a puddle. Quite literally, my underwear was soaked through after that. The burning, yearning sensation I felt down there driving me to distraction. I eventually had to go to my room and seek release alone. Surprised at how quickly it went. Looking at myself in the mirror, I tried to smile. Would I be able to handle seeing him again? I was still keyed up. Scenarios of him sweeping me off my feet and taking me to his room, rolling around in my head constantly. The kiss, and the physical affection. I was shocked, stunned, but as soon as it was over I craved it again. Glancing at my phone, I grabbed my clutch and necklace off the nightstand. The clasp was old and wouldn't go together when I tried to put it on earlier. I was hoping someone downstairs would be able to put it on me before I go. I shivered, imagining Julian's fingertips ghosting across the nape of my neck. I shook my head. I needed to rein in my thoughts. Otherwise, I might just be tempted to make them a reality, leaving my room. I tried my best to walk, heels on the carpet being difficult. I was thankful when I reached the stairs and could use the banister for support. Voices from downstairs caught my attention. Mrs. Walker had mentioned their relatives would be showing up around dinner time. Reaching the landing before the final set of stairs, I took a deep breath. A sudden bout of nerves fluttered in my stomach. Would Julian be down there? Would he be impressed? Liking what he sees? Steeling myself? I turned the corner and started to descend the steps, my eyes searching the unusually crowded entry hall. I gulped, taking in all the attractive people. Some of them had noticed me, turning to take me in. Oh boy, I breathed, letting out a shaky breath. One set of eyes, in particular, had my stomach in knots. Reaching the bottom of the stairs, I offered the onlookers a small smile. Good genes and good looks ran in the Walker family. All of them were tall, although they bared little resemblance to the Walkers. Most of them were coupled up, with all the men being broad and muscular, and all the women being shapely and long-legged. Almost all of them gave me curious stares, but a few frowned at me. I gulped. You look beautiful, a low voice whispered in my ear. I started, glancing to my left. He was so close. I could see the different colored flecks in his eyes. He looked better today. Not as sick as yesterday, but his eyes still held an odd sheen to them, almost as if he were preoccupied with his thoughts. Thank you. I breathed. I told you green was your color, Sabrina said, speaking from behind Julian. He shifted so I could see her, still maintaining his close proximity. I shook my head. Don't let it go to your head. We shared a chuckle. The Walkers' extended family still milled about the entry hall, giving me glances from time to time, but most of them were silent, studying me outright. One of the women was feeling bold. She sauntered up to me, her tight dress accentuating the sway in her hips. She flicked her blonde locks over her shoulder and fixed me with a warm smile as she held out her hand. Hi. I'm Liv. I shook her hand. Megan. The man who had been standing with Liv earlier appeared at her side. He didn't offer me a smile or politely stop studying me. All he said was his name. Jordan. Jordan and Liv belonged in an art gallery. Liv had the bone structure of a model and a nose many would get plastic surgery just to have something close to it. Jordan was a wall of muscle. Just like Julian, I could make out the muscles of his neck and shoulders under his tight-fitting dress shirt. What was it with these people? Were they all so physically strong? Megan is staying with us while she works in Gearhart. She's a traveling therapist of sorts, Sabrina explained. She glanced at Julian, nudging him with her elbow. Julian cleared his throat. I swear a look passed between him. Liv. And Jordan. The kind of look that says I'll explain later. I brushed it off, though, deciding not to read too much into it. So, Meg. Why you all dolled up? Liv asked, eyeing my gown. I have this fundraising gala work event I have to attend. It's mandatory for all employees. Ooh, Liv cooed, nudging Jordan. We should have a gala. Her smirk alluded to some sort of inside joke between them. Jordan snorted. You know I'm not a fan of parties, darling. Liv rolled her eyes. Oh, do I know? You never like to have fun. Well, Jordan countered, a smirk ghosting his lips. There is one thing I like to do for fun. Liv's eyes widened. I bit back a chuckle as she swatted him. I glanced at Julian and Sabrina, noticing they were hiding smirks of their own. As much as I would have loved to see how the rest of the conversation played out, I had to get going. Turning to Julian, I held up the necklace. Would you mind putting this on? I can't get the clasp. He nodded, reaching for it. The necklace hadn't been between his fingertips for more than a second when he dropped it. I winced as it clattered on the floor, looking at Julian with a mixture of surprise and annoyance on my face. Those were real diamonds. I knew they wouldn't shatter, but it was an heirloom nonetheless. My irritation further grew as he stood there, not moving to pick it up. I kept my eyes on him, giving him a glare as I carefully lowered myself to the ground to retrieve it. I held it out again expectantly. I can't touch it, he mumbled. What, I can't touch it? I have an allergy to silver. I raised an eyebrow, jutting my jaw out to one side. Okay then. I should have asked, I guess. Sabrina, can you? I can't touch it either, she interrupted, shaking her head. Okay. Then. Liv, she too shook her head. I popped my lips. Let me guess. A silver allergy too, Julian nodded. It's familial. We were all born with a severe allergy to silver. If we touch it, it'll chemically burn our skin. Really, I take back what I said about good genetics. I'd never heard of that kind of a reaction to metal. But there was no point in arguing. Well, can you at least watch what I'm doing while I put it on and tell me when it's clasped correctly? Of course. Julian volunteered. I handed him my clutch and turned around, drawing the necklace around my neck. I fiddled around with it for a bit until it felt secure. Pulling my hands away, I asked him if it was secure. I felt his knuckle against my skin, just under where the necklace sat. Perfect. Great. Thanks for the help. I exhaled, turning to face Julian again. I took my clutch from his hands and offered him a quick smile. I need to get going if I am going to make it in time. I'll walk you out, he offered, moving to follow me to the door. No need. I called behind me. I grasped the door handle and opened the door, stepping across the threshold. Meg. Julian called after me. I turned, having to go on my tiptoes to see him over the bodies standing in the entryway. He hesitated. Be safe. I smiled, my eyes bright, always. Don't wait up for me, I joked before closing the door. She was radiant. In green. She was wearing the pack color. The swirl of emotions that filled my chest as she descended the stairs were powerful. There was yearning. Of course. The longing sensation for my mate never leaving me. But there was also pride at the realization that she was wearing my pack colors. It was a symbol of belonging and loyalty, as my future Luna. She was sending the message that she wore her association with the pack like a badge of honor. But there was also jealousy. Although most of the males in the room were mated, irritation still flared in my chest, knowing that the men in the room were looking at my mate, seeing the curves of her body, taking in the slice of leg that was on display due to a slit that was almost too high. I suppressed a growl. That leg was alluring. But it should only be on display for me, not the alphas and lunas of rival packs. I thought about her in that dress for most of the evening. I could tell she was nervous, but she was radiant nonetheless. I kept glancing down at my fingertips from time to time while in conversation with one alpha or another. The burns caused by touching the silver necklace were long since healed. It was the tingling that wouldn't go away. I needed to feel her skin under my fingers as I swept them over her body in a gentle caress. Time seemed to drag by. I knew how important this meeting was. All the alphas of neighboring packs and packs we did business with were here to socialize, trade, and form new alliances. It helped to keep every pack in check, ensuring no one pack became a threat to the others. I tried my best to engage with as many attendees as possible and to actually listen. But my mind kept wandering. By the time the clock reached midnight, I was starting to worry. My wolf was pacing, throwing out what-ifs every so often. Not helpful. By now, most of the alphas and their mates had retired to the guest quarters. Those of us who remained were lounging in the living room and engaging in idle small talk. I'd relieved Brett of his beta duties for the night, eventually telling Gamma Michael to leave as well. I would talk when necessary. But otherwise, I stayed quiet, taking up a perch beside the mantel. This way I could see into the hallway. I needed to see her. I felt jittery without her near. Something like an itch was starting to take over my skin. A burning just below the surface that wouldn't go away. Sweat was starting to gather on the back of my neck. Perhaps I could call her. I thought. All I needed was to know that she was all right. She probably wouldn't answer. My wolf responded. She doesn't know our number, but Mom put my number in her phone. I countered. The voice of a she-wolf I had seen with Liv for most of the night pulled me from my thoughts. I believe she came with Alpha Dominic. Dominic had yet to find his mate. So, in the meantime, he kept an array of women at his fingertips. This one was smaller for a wolf. Her red tresses reached to her lower back, framing an hourglass figure. So, Alpha Walker, call me Julian. I interrupted politely. She smiled sweetly. Julian, I heard you found your mate recently. Why wasn't she here to greet us? Everyone's been wondering how long it would take you to find your little she-wolf. I cleared my throat. She's a busy woman. Who actually does something with her life and works? The she-wolf covered up a surprised scoff. Apparently. My tone was to her disliking. Coming up beside his girlfriend of the day. Alpha Dominic leveled me with a challenging stare. I heard you haven't mated with her yet. Must be something wrong with her if you're waiting. He chuckled, glancing at the other alphas. A few of them chuckled, but most wisely stayed quiet. I sighed, debating what to say next. I didn't want anything I tell them to make them think any less of my mate because of it. Fixing Dominic with a hard stare, I said, "The woman you met earlier this evening, Megan, is my mate." Surprised looks flashed on some of the faces staring back at me. Liv glanced at Jordan. A mind link passing between them. Beside me, Dominic slapped me on the shoulder, his throaty chuckle booming around the room. "Oh, man, that sucks. No wonder you're waiting." His chuckles didn't fade. If anything, his amusement was growing. I clenched my jaw in aggravation. My fingers curled into a fist at my side. "Alpha Dominic," Liv said. "Meg seems like a lovely girl. I'm sure she'll be a perfect match for Alpha Julian." Dominic wheezed, patting his chest. The she-wolf beside him shared his humor. But it began to fade as she took in the offense position I was in. A human is nothing but a weakness to a wolf. The twit that came downstairs this evening will do nothing but ruin you and this pack, brother. I released a low growl. We were not brothers. Not even close. And my mate was not up for discussion anymore. If I were you, I ground out, "I suggest you shut your mouth while your teeth are still in it." Dominic raised his hands defensively. "Whoa. Easy. I'm just calling it how we all see it." "No, you're not." Liv interrupted. "Liv," Jordan warned. "No," she continued, glaring at him before turning her attention back on us. "The moon goddess does not make mistakes with mates. Except in rare instances. Even then. If something goes wrong, it's almost always our fault, not hers." "Well, this is one of those rare instances then, sweet cheeks," Dominic snarked. Jordan rose from the couch, his own anger rising. Liv grabbed his hand, shaking her head. "Ignore him," she whispered. At this point, I was livid. Not only had Alpha Dominic had the gall to say my mate was flawed and weak, but he also disrespected another alpha's Luna. I took a step toward him, rolling my neck. "The moon goddess does not make mistakes, Alpha Dominic." Liv tried again, trying to keep the peace. "Meg being a human is no exception. They are meant to be together. Whether Alpha Julian likes her or despises her because she's human is irrelevant. He will die if they do not mate." Dominic rolled his eyes. My eyes widened. Oh my go. This stupid mate bond stuff. "Listen." Dominic clamped a hand on my shoulder. I was barely containing my wolf at this point, the effort causing a sheen of sweat to form on my forehead. I could feel my canines coming to the surface. "If you got a bond with her, then do it quick and detached. Don't start falling in love with her. Just make it clear that she's got to stick around so you can have her attention every now and then. She'll be your own personal entertainment." I hauled off and landed a blow across Dominic's right cheek. He bent over, the punch surprising him. When he rose up to his full height again, I saw the abrasion on his cheek already starting to heal. Some days I wish we could feel pain for a more prolonged period of time. It'd be humbling. "What the hell?" Dominic shouted, his voice shaking the floor. I lunged for him, grabbing him by the shirt collar. I was seeing red now, in a voice that was low and growly. I stared him down as I ground out. "Talk about my mate that way again, and I'll put you 6 feet under. She's not entertainment. She is a woman. And more importantly, she is my mate." I pushed him away from me, drawing in a rough breath. I wasn't feeling too good now. The power of the rage and anger I felt moments ago was still there, building in my chest. But the emotions were gone. They were replaced by longing, anxiety. "We need mate. Is she okay? She is probably hurt. Dying. What if she left?" My wolf was pacing frantically at this point. I let out a frustrated huff, looking at Dominic, who was, in turn, giving me the evil eye. I chuckled once without humor. You know, I hope you find your mate one day and she kicks your body. Because you don't know the meaning of love, jerk. And until you do, stopping telling other wolves, the wolves who want nothing more than to find the love of their life, that their mate isn't worth their attention and respect. My chest heaved. My throat was dry and scratchy. This was mating sickness. Wasn't it? It felt awful. There was no control. No comfort or security. Footsteps in the hall caught my attention. My head turning so fast I almost got whiplash. I saw her pass the doorway, sparing us a brief glance before disappearing from view. Why didn't she acknowledge us? Liv appeared at my side. Go to her. I didn't need any more direction than that. Wasting no time. I left the living room and followed the trail of my mate's sweet scent until I caught up with her at the stairwell. One more floor and we'd be closer to her bedroom. Hearing my footfalls, Megan glanced behind her, smiling sweetly. Hi. Hi. I breathed, coming to a stop beside her. She studied me, her eyes flicking across the features of my face. What was she looking for? How was dinner with your extended family? I stared at her. Extended family exed. Extended family. I nodded. It was good. I swallowed, wishing my throat wasn't so dry. As my eyes perused that face of hers, I felt a member of my body starting to become energized. Those full lips, the ringlet of hair that fell across her forehead, the fact that she looked like she'd obviously come from a party, with heels in hand, but still looked beautiful. This was the Megan I wanted to see. Of course, I would love to see her dressed elegantly, looking like a queen. But I also wanted to see her when the makeup started to smudge, and the hair fell out of place. Realizing I was staring, I shook my head and said the first thing that came into my mind. Going to bed, she looked at me for a moment before chuckling softly and nodding. Yes. Julian, I am going to bed. She started up the stairs, making sure I was following behind her. I walked beside her as we ascended the steps, reaching the next floor and turning in the direction of our rooms. How was the gala? It was okay, Meg said beside me. As we walked, our hands brushed together. I raised an eyebrow. She didn't sound as enthusiastic as I thought she would be. The party was nice and all, but there's always some level of politicking going on. And if you're not doing that, then people ask where your date is. And if you don't have a date, people start setting you up with a coworker. You barely know who works on the third floor in the IT department. My jaw tightened. Did the guy from the IT department try to approach her, stopping at the door to her room? Megan looked up at me and sighed. It was okay, but not great. She smiled sadly. There was so much I wanted to say in this moment. But all I could do was reach up and brush her hair back behind her ear, letting my hand rest at the base of her neck. To my relief, she didn't tell me to remove my hand or try to shrug it off. Instead, she leaned against her door, reaching up to tug me a bit closer by pulling on my shirt front. What'd you and your family do while I was gone? She whispered. I sucked in a breath. We were very close right now. I could feel her warm breath tickle my nose. My free hand went up to rest on the inward curve of her waist, my thumb tracing lazy circles just above her hip bone. We didn't do much. Dear. Talked a lot. Politicking and such. She snorted, amusement lightly lining her features. A thrill of excitement shot simultaneously to my heart and to my groin as she reached up and started to play with the collar of my dress shirt. You must have done some pretty serious politicking. When I came home, I could hear loud voices. Couldn't tell what you were yelling about, though. Her hand slipped around to cup the back of my neck, just like mine was cupping her neck. I swallowed hard. Did she want what I wanted right now? Did she realize what she was doing? And what I planned on doing to her soon, very soon. Finding my voice. I bent a little closer and whispered against her forehead. We were yelling about you. One of my cousins said some things that I didn't like. So I made it clear to him that he's never to talk bad about you again. Megan shivered. I slid my arm around her torso and pulled her to me, capturing her mouth in a deep kiss. I felt elation as she wrapped her arms around me and kissed back. Matching my intensity, she broke away from the kiss all too soon. Her chest heaved as she sucked in a refreshing breath. Julian, I groaned, pinching the bridge of my nose. Not this again. I couldn't handle another rejected attempt at mating. I needed it this time. It was imperative to my health and sanity. And furthermore, I wanted to be with her more than anything. Just to have her acknowledge me as something more than her landlord or friend. I let out a frustrated scoff. "Meg," I exclaimed, keeping my voice hushed. "Please, please don't push me away. Not again. My heart can't take it." I held her gaze, my eyes pleading. Tears stung the backs of my eyes. "I want to be with you. All the things you said in the truck weeks ago. The things that make up true love. I'll do them every day of my life to prove it to you. Please." I choked, running a hand down my face. "Julian," Megan murmured, reaching up to lift my chin up so that I had to look at her. "I was going to tell you I'd take my necklace off. Because of your allergy." She held up the necklace, the delicate chain dangling from her fingers. My heart did a flip. My spirits, and something else, rising. Hanging on to her every word as she continued. "And then," she murmured, licking her lips, "I was going to ask if you'd be willing to help me take my dress off." She shut her eyes. Wincing, I grinned, taking her hands in one of mine and quickly throwing open the door to her room. She squealed as I pulled her inside and shut the door behind us, caging her against the door. I smiled against her cheek, loving the fact that she was just as breathless as I was. "For you, dear. I would do anything." I heard her breath catch. Reaching down with one hand, I started to trace a line from her ear, down to her jawline, and then down her neck as I plied her with kisses across her cheeks and the bridge of her nose. She in turn started to unbutton my shirt, her hands sliding low down my abdomen when she reached the last button. I was delighted when she reached down and gently held my growing arousal. The sensation that radiated through me in that moment was almost incapacitating. "Meg," I groaned. "Yes?" she asked, breathlessly. I could feel her smile against my neck as she stood up on her tiptoes and started to kiss the area where neck met shoulder. I interlaced my fingers in her hair, a few pins falling to the floor. I realized the next step was the dress. It was barring me from several essential bodily features. "We need to get you out of this dress. Now," I mumbled, lifting her off the floor by sliding my arms around the back of her thighs and hoisting her up. She wrapped her arms around my neck and started to kiss me, our tongues meeting in a way that caused my body to strain against the fabric of my pants. Carrying her to the bed, I set her on her feet and spun her around. I gently brushed her hair out of the way, leaving a trail of kisses across the exposed back. She shivered. I smirked. We were only getting started. I made short work of unzipping the back of the dress and turning her around to face me again. I openly stared as the piece of fabric fell to the floor, leaving my mate in nothing but a thin pair of undergarments. I wanted to memorize every inch of it. "Julian," she whispered, a hint of nervousness tinging her voice. I asked, mesmerized by her chest. Her nipples were firm already, calling to me. I've never done this before." She gulped, her breathing sounding labored. I looked up. Meeting her eyes, there was a trace of fear there. My mate would not be afraid to sleep with me. It was not meant to be scary or anxiety-inducing, giving her an encouraging smile. I put my hands on either side of her face. "That's okay. We'll move at your pace." She nodded, reaching up to cup one of my hands with hers. The gesture was sweet and endearing. It pulled at one of the many heartstrings she'd managed to pull in her short time here. "Could you take your clothes off? I feel exposed." I laughed to myself, nodding as I pulled off my shirt and started to unbuckle my pants. Once she became my Luna, she'd be more than comfortable being unclothed around me. Once my pants and undergarment were removed, I hesitated, not sure if I should step back and let her eyes peruse my physique, or to continue. I decided on the second option, gently putting my hands on her shoulders and pushing her back. She fell back upon the bed, a rush of air leaving her. I gave her a moment to look me over, her eyes lingering on my body. I swelled with pride, pleased to know that my mate found me to be desirable. Leaning forward, I started to crawl toward her as she inched higher up the bed. I covered her with my body, keeping most of my weight off of her by placing my elbows on either side of her head and propping myself up. We were so close. Skin against skin. Body against body. She held my gaze, running her hands down the length of my torso in a slow, methodic motion. Goosebumps raised on my forearms. I could feel my body resting against her thigh. "Do you know you're desired?" she breathed, her voice tickling my ear as she leaned up and kissed the outer edge of it. I shivered again. "Do you know you're desired?" I responded. She chuckled, the feeling vibrating against my stomach. I smiled, brushing away a strand of hair. "Seriously. Do you know what you do to me?" I watched her smile fade, her gaze growing intense. I leaned down and pressed a kiss to her lips before slowly starting to kiss down the length of her neck, whispering all the reasons why I loved her. "You're smart," I murmured against her jaw. "You have a passion for what you do." I whispered against her throat. "You put up a fight and stand up for yourself." I breathed on her sternum. "And your body?" I felt my arousal harden even more as I stared down at her chest. "I want to touch you all the time. To explore you intimately." I felt her shiver and then heard her gasp as I focused my attention on her left nipple, stimulating it gently with my mouth and tongue. Her breathing picked up, her chest rising and falling quickly. I caressed the other nipple, rolling it gently in between my thumb and forefinger. She let out a soft moan, her hand reaching up to grasp my shoulder and dig into the skin. I grazed her nipple with my teeth, letting go and turning my attention to the other nipple. I intensified my actions as her hands intertwined in my hair and cupped my head closer to her breast. Her legs wrapped around my thighs, holding me close to her. My body was beginning to quiver. I don't know how much longer I could last. Reaching in between us, I made quick work of sliding off her undergarment and tossing it on the floor. I let my fingers roam gently through her soft hair until my thumb and forefinger found her sensitive core. I began to stimulate it, slow and steady at first. As I picked up speed and pressed a finger inside her, I let out a moan of my own at how receptive she was, nice and slick. Releasing her nipple and returning my attention to her kissable lips, I pressed a searing kiss to them, entering her mouth with my tongue. "Julian," she rasped in between kisses. "Please, please, what?" I groaned, more than ready to join our bodies. "Please, enter me," she requested enthusiastically. I pressed myself inside her. I did so slowly, waiting for her to adjust. When she nodded for me to continue, I started a rhythmic motion of our bodies. Meg opened her legs wider, allowing me to press deeper. I reached between us and started to caress her chest as I picked up my pace. She released a whimper, reaching down to touch me intimately. My breath hitched. I could tell she was starting to feel her climax rising as she squirmed beneath me, clutching at my back for release. I moved harder, feeling my own climax starting to build. I drove into her faster, lacing my fingers between the hair at the base of her skull and angled her head so that her neck was exposed. She moaned as I started to kiss and gently suck the spot where her mark would be one day. With every movement, I intensified my affection, delighted in knowing that she would have a loving mark there tomorrow. With the hardest movement yet, I felt her starting to climax as she called out my name. Pride swelled within me, knowing that I was the reason she was expressing her joy. I pulled out of her, my essence covering her belly and chest. Hearing her say my name again compelled me to do what I did next without thinking. My canines elongated and, without hesitation, I sank them into the soft flesh of her neck. Megan inhaled sharply, the pain of the bite unexpected. But then she relaxed, the last few shivers of her climax washing over her. I retracted my teeth and licked my mark. For a moment I breathed, fighting against my drooping eyelids. That was amazing. Julian just made me feel intense pleasure. I thought to myself. It was heady, intoxicating, and the feeling of his essence on my body made my lady parts tingle all over again. The entire time he was touching me, I kept feeling tingles, little sparks of attraction caused by his touch. When he bit me, it took me by surprise. The pain I felt told me he definitely broke the skin. I was torn between being angry and wanting to enjoy the almost climax-like sensation that came next. It was like a flood of warmth filled me, connecting me to him. I could feel love surging into me, protection, and desire. But I tried to stave off those feelings. He'd bitten me without my consent. I would most definitely have a mark there tomorrow. But the feeling of his tongue touching the area soothed some of that anger. I felt Julian's weight shift as he settled beside me, embracing me in a side hug. I welcomed the feeling of his arm as he slung it around my waist, just under my breasts, and rested his head in the crook of my neck, his breath fanning the sensitive area he'd just bitten. I shivered. Without much thought, I placed my arm over his, lazily tracing my fingers over his warm skin as sleep started to claim me. The last thought I had as I drifted off was that I'd just done a thing I promised myself I would never do until I was married. But at that moment, it felt right, like I was meant to be in the same bed as Julian, cradled between his arms and falling asleep to the rhythm of his breathing. I awoke on Saturday morning feeling at peace. When I first cracked my eyes open, I squinted at the clock, realizing it was still pretty early for the weekend. Rolling over, I looked at the rumpled pillow and sheets on the other side of the bed. A lazy smile stretched across my face as I remembered last night. Julian's scent still lingered on the sheets. I inhaled deeply. My body was deliciously sore, the muscles in my legs especially tender. Flopping back onto the pillow, I stared up at the ceiling as the reality of last night began to sink in. Julian and I slept together. I gulped. The memory of it was surreal. It was intense and passionate. The things he said to me, it was as if he really did love me. My heart twisted lightly. I realized I wanted to believe that he did love me, instead of having to face the alternative, which was that he simply used me for a good time. Tears pricked my eyes. Why was I getting upset at that thought? I knew why. Deep down, I was never, and never will be, the kind of girl that hooks up and freely gives herself away without inhibition. It takes a lot of trust for me when it comes to other people. And a wedding band. Unfortunately, I broke that rule of mine last night. To me, intimacy was a symbol of love. Not something that was a means to an end, but rather a means toward getting to know one another better. Reconnecting. To physically show the other person your devotion to them. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. I'd made a mistake. Dread started to fill my chest and caused butterflies to stir in my stomach. What had I done? I couldn't face him again. Would he expect us to go back to normal, to being acquaintances, holding casual conversation and nothing more? I swallowed hard. I wouldn't be able to look at him the same way as before. Just thinking of him being in the same bed as me makes my heart race. And now I'd possibly be expected to act like it never happened. And furthermore, how was I going to come to terms with what I'd done? Guilt began to creep into the pit of my stomach. I took a deep breath. Relax, girl, I said out loud. We'll deal with each bridge when we get there. And as for the intimate connection, you'll have to live with it. And don't do it again until you're married. I let out a frustrated groan. That was easier said than done. After last night, I craved more of it. With him. How could I be so stupid I let myself get into this situation? I'm better than this. Throwing off the sheets, I stumbled out of bed, hyper-aware of my nakedness. Perhaps it was for the best that Julian wasn't here right now to see my body in the daylight. It wasn't ugly per se, but it wasn't that pretty or graceful either. It was meh. I felt a pang in my heart. I managed to find the silver lining to Julian not being beside me when I woke up. But the idea of him leaving me in the night hurt. Maybe that was my answer. It was a one-time thing. We both got what we wanted. And when it was over, he left. I held back another wave of emotion. Emotions. That's what I had felt last night after we'd done it. When he bit me. The memory of it was coming back to me now. I didn't think marks were supposed to feel that way. It had hurt. Excruciatingly so at first. But even before he started to touch the mark, I felt a rush of warmth, giving me intense pleasure. And then I'd felt emotions. So intense and poignant. But I was almost certain they were not mine. It was like those feelings were pouring into me. But being experienced and lived by someone else. Was that normal during intimacy? Maybe that was part of the experience. Making my way to the bathroom. I bent over the sink to splash warm water on my face. When I looked at myself in the mirror, I gasped as my eyes landed on Julian's mark. It was positioned where shoulder met neck. The purplish red mark was perfectly circular and incredibly noticeable. I sighed. I would need to do some serious covering up for work. I did not want to suffer the knowing stares of my coworkers or have to explain what happened to my patients. Good thing it was Saturday. It would give it time to heal and tone down the brightness of the wound. As I did the rest of my bathroom routine, my thoughts began to turn more rational. He bit me. He bit me, the more it sunk in. The angrier I got. What the hell, he didn't even ask. Indignation flourished inside me. He could have at least warned me of what he was going to do instead of letting me be shocked and even more dumbfounded the next day. The guilt I'd been feeling earlier mounted. I made a stupid decision last night and now I'm going to have to live with the guilt. Weighing me down every time I see him. I stamped my foot, angrily grabbing my toothbrush and running it across my teeth for a few minutes. The coward couldn't even be bothered to stay until I woke up. He just ran out. I exited the bathroom. Crawling across the bed to retrieve my phone on the night table, I looked down on the floor, seeing my beautiful dress crumpled in one area and my undergarment flung carelessly a few feet away. I should have at least worn a bra, I thought. Would have made it more challenging for him. Unlocking my phone, I saw a text from Gloria asking if I was willing to pick up a shift at the hospital at 10. I considered it for a moment, ultimately deciding that anything that kept me busy and out of the house, away from Julian and any other Walker cronies, would be good. I responded, telling her yes. It was still only a little after 7. I decided a walk was in order. It would loosen up my sore muscles and clear my head, and it would give me a chance to explore the woods behind the house. The area where everyone always seemed to be coming from every morning. The training fields were probably back there. Ow. I groaned, carefully easing my sports bra the rest of the way down my chest. His mouth and fingers did a number on my chest. Just the recollection of the things he did to me. The ways he touched me last night had my body tingling with need. I rolled my eyes. I was going to be an emotional mess if I saw him. I quickly threw on bike shorts and a tank top, hoping to evade seeing anyone in the house. Most importantly, him, stepping out of my room. I eased down the hallway, glancing behind me at Julian's door. Was he in there right now, sleeping soundly, or was he off doing his normal routine? Not sparing a thought for me, I shook my head and started down the hallway. I needed to stop wondering what he was thinking. The only person who could tell me that is Julian himself. It's too bad we can't read minds, I thought. It'd be fun to know what someone else thinks. I quick-stepped down the stairs and through the kitchen. Cook was in there, just starting to gather ingredients for breakfast. She gave me a curious glance, her gaze lingering on my mark. I pulled my hair down around my neck in an attempt to cover it. "Where are you off to so early, miss? I'm going for a walk." "Before I go to work." "You're working on a Saturday," I shrugged. "Whatever they tell me to do, I will do. You could always tell them no. You are the boss." I frowned, unsure of her meaning. I wish I was the boss. I'm not a fan of having managers and supervisors. But for now, it is what it is. Plus, I'll get to see the hospital today. It'll be fun, Cook sighed. If you say so. You should just quit and come work for our infirmary here. They'd love to have you. I chuckled. I'm only here for 2 more months, remember? Not even. Now. Cook frowned, looking down at her hands. We'd miss you something terrible if you leave, miss. I smiled, touched by Cook's words. Aw. Cook. I'll miss you too. I noticed her looking at my neck again. I sighed. Was it really that bad? If people were going to stare at me from now on, I'd be forced to invest in enough turtlenecks to wear until it heals. Cook realized I caught her. She chuckled, opening a bag of flour. Looks like you had some fun last night. He's a lucky man. I chewed my lip. Guilt was gnawing at me again. It was a mistake, Cook. I never should have done it. Cook stopped what she was doing, looking shocked and a little startled. Finally, she pinched her eyebrows together and took me by the shoulders. Don't be saying that. Someone's feelings will get hurt. Love is not a mistake. Ever it was my turn to be startled. Did she think this was about love? I can only speak for myself when I say I don't think anything about last night had to do with love. It was desire. In its purest form. I fought back a wave of sadness. Wouldn't it be nice if it was about love, though? A part of me said I needed to be patient. Love would come when it was right. But the other part of me, the lonely part, wanted so desperately to be there already. To have my person. That one human that makes me feel safe and cared for every day. Rapping my knuckles on the counter, I gave Cook a feeble smile. It was an unfortunate encounter, Cook. Nothing more. I tried to ignore her shocked stare as I walked past her and out onto the back patio. I began the long trudge to the tree line. My thoughts tumbling about as I neared the woods. I could kick myself. I broke my one rule so quickly, too. I didn't put up a fight or stop to think about it. I initiated it. I let out a frustrated shout. A bird sitting in a nearby tree startled. Taking flight. Pulling out my phone. I tapped my favorite playlist and hummed along to the music pumping through my earbuds. Before putting my phone in my pocket, I set an alarm to ring in 30 minutes. When it rings, I'll know it's time to start walking back to get ready for work. They weren't joking when they said the mate bond allows mates to feel every single emotion their other half feels. Either Megan was hurt and something was wrong, or she was upset about something. All morning my chest had been rolling from emotion to emotion. It was almost uncomfortable at times. The intensity of it took my breath away. I tried my best to not let the inner turmoil I was feeling bleed into my commands as I watched and instructed my warriors. The other alphas and their betas joined us. Jordan's mate Liv was there too. I was impressed by her skills. There was a speed and agility to her that took every warrior she went up against by surprise. Jordan was well aware of this. A smug look on his face every time his mate pinned one of my warriors to the ground. It appeared there was a thing or two we could learn from Jordan and Liv in the fighting department. I mind-linked the warrior who was currently going up against Liv, telling him one of her weak points. She had a habit of throwing her punches in a certain pattern. Right. Left. Right. Left. Left. Kick. If my warrior knew that, maybe he could throw her off her groove enough to get in a good move of his own. As I watched, I sensed Meg's emotions growing stronger. I frowned. Perhaps I should check on her. If her feelings were this strong. She truly must be worked up over something. A sadness all my own crept into my heart. I would never be able to mind-link her. The idea of holding a private conversation with my mate, even if we were in a public place and separated by a sea of people, would have been nice. Furthermore, I wondered if there would ever be a day that Meg would be by my side at trainings. Maybe we'd even fight each other. We'd crush her in 2 seconds. My wolf countered. I sighed. He had a point. My mate was not strong enough to even play fight a werewolf. And it wasn't because she was a woman. She was human. Humans were physically not a threat to us. It was when they employed the use of silver, guns, and other deadly weapons that they became an issue. I decided I was going to go check on Meg. My heart pounded at the image of her in her bed. Still asleep. One part of her body peeking out from under the covers. Brett. Keep an eye on things here. I'm going. A shout from across the training grounds caught my attention. Alpha Dominic was there. His she-wolf beside him. Hey, Alpha Walker, I challenge you to a fight. I frowned as he drew closer. Nothing about his posture or stern look indicated he just wanted a friendly fight. He looked like he wanted to beat me severely. I squared my shoulders. Rising to my full height, I pushed aside my concern for Meg for the time being. It was clear to me that Dominic wasn't going to let me leave until we fought it out. If a friendly competition is what you want, then let's do it. Oh no, Dominic growled. This ain't gonna be friendly. The only reason I'm gonna fight you is 'cause I can't find that human female of yours. A growl ripped through me. What does my mate have to do with this? That human whelp called my she-wolf, a few names I didn't like. I glanced behind Dominic, noting the smirk on his she-wolf's face. Liar. My wolf bit out. I had to agree with him. I think you have the wrong girl. Meg wouldn't do that sort of thing. You calling my woman a liar, Dominic roared. I stood my ground as he rushed towards me, lunging at the last moment. I struggled to stay on my feet, managing to push him off of me. Dominic quickly turned around to face me again. His chest was heaving, the glint in his eye indicating he was growing frustrated, as he thundered toward me again. I used my supernatural speed to sidestep him, turning at the last second to grab his arm and swing him backward. He hit the ground a few feet away, a sharp snap coming from his shoulder. I winced. If he wasn't upset before, he was now, pushing himself off the ground. Dominic grasped his shoulder. He quickly pushed the dislocated bone back into its socket and moved it around. Our ability to heal quickly meant that the pain and downtime from injuries was practically non-existent unless our bodies sustained critical damage. Even then, we'd be in the hospital for a week at most. "Fight me like an alpha, you coward," Dominic snarled. "Or are you such a coward you can't even defend your mate's honor?" Glancing at some of my warriors. He sneered. "He doesn't even have the courage to mark his mate. She tells him no, and he hides in the corner like a pup." A threatening growl ripped through me. "First, you come to my pack and insult my mate, tell me she isn't suitable to be my Luna, then you spread false lies about my mate and her character, and then you challenge me to a fight and dare to call me a weak alpha. You've crossed the line too many times, Dominic." "Stand down," Dominic bit out a harsh laugh. "Not until you prove yourself, Walker." I did not hesitate. Lunging for Dominic, I extended my claws and sank them into his shin and calf. He reciprocated by taking a swipe at my head, his claws leaving 2 stinging gashes up the back of my skull. I growled, the wound quickly healing. I could feel my wolf at the surface, ready to take over. "I'll let him loose," I thought to myself. "Show this jerk a real fight." The sound of an alarm ringing through the woods caught us all off guard. Dominic and I stopped, our heads snapping in the direction of the sound. It ceased almost instantly. I listened, trying to focus on footsteps or breathing. Someone was watching us. Lifting my nose, I sniffed the air. What was happening? I watched as Julian and his opponent danced around each other, landing a few hits. Then the unknown male, I'd seen him briefly last night, lunged for Julian. I sucked in a breath, my fear for Julian heightening. Thankfully, he pushed the man away. Then the man whipped around to face Julian. He released a string of fury-filled words. I was shocked that I could hear them from where I was. I was close enough that I could see them, but not close enough that I could make out any details. And I should definitely not be able to hear them. I frowned, crouching lower in the underbrush. I was at the top of a small hill, hidden by several trees. A rock stood on one side of me, allowing me to peek out without being seen. Looking out across the field, I could see a rope tower of sorts and a few other heavy-duty training things, but there was no football field. A bunch of men were standing around the two facing off. Liv was there too, standing beside Jordan. She looked upset. Brett. Michael. And several of the other men looked ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Why wasn't Brett stopping it? Julian was his friend and could get hurt. Dominic and Julian were both evenly matched in size and physique. But I still didn't like the idea of Julian potentially getting severely beaten. I winced as Julian flung his attacker away from him. The way the guy landed surely meant he'd injured his shoulder. But he got up, shaking off the dust, and swung his arm around a few times. That's odd. I listened carefully as Julian's opponent heckled him. He called him a coward and accused him of not marking his mate when she said, "No." I furrowed my brow. I couldn't determine if it was an insult. What did marking one's mate mean? And the mate in question was clearly female. Did Julian have a girlfriend? My heart pounded. Did I sleep with a man who was taken? I gulped, starting to feel lightheaded. It was bad enough I'd slept with him in the first case. My guilt ramped up. I bit back a cry as Julian lunged toward his opponent, going for the knees. The man didn't budge. Instead, he batted at Julian's head. I gasped. The flesh was torn. I blinked. It was torn. I swear it was torn, leaving behind 2 pink streaks. I blinked again, rubbing my eyes. Was I not getting enough sleep? I swear I saw a wound on Julian's head. Julian was about to go for his opponent again. But the sound of my alarm going off got my attention. I quickly dug my phone out of my pocket and silenced it, glancing back up at the people below. I choked as I realized they were all looking in my general direction. "Shit," I whispered. They looked mad. Wary, dread trickled down my spine. I wasn't supposed to be here. And they didn't like spectators. Gulping, I started to ease away from the rock. Keeping my head low, I took one final glance at Julian, noticing he was sniffing the air. What the hell, taking a deep breath. I took extra care with my steps, trying to make as little sound as possible. I would check behind me periodically to make sure they'd sent no one after me. As soon as I was far enough away, I broke into a dead sprint. If I didn't have suspicions about the Walker family in Grimfir Hall before, I definitely did now. The whole family was weird. The dynamic, the things they did. It was almost cult-like. The way they didn't depend on the outside world for much of anything. Earlier on in my walk, I had come across a few houses and a lane that led to more houses. They all looked lived in and well-maintained. Children's toys sat in the yards of many of these houses. When I first saw them, I tried to rationalize it, saying that the rest of the Walker family lived here. Julian had said many of his family members preferred to stay in their own houses and live their lives quietly away from the main house. But now, I was having difficulty accepting that answer anymore. Glancing behind me, I thought I saw something following me. I turned back around and picked up my speed. Relieved when I saw the house growing closer, sprinting out of the tree line, I made a dash for the house, slowing when I reached the patio, looking behind me again. I swear I saw a shadow-like thing turn away from the trees and disappear, plodding up the steps to the patio. I opened the back door and entered the kitchen. Cook saw my disheveled state and my heavy breathing, her eyes widening. "Oh, goddess's sake. Are you all right?" I raised an eyebrow, pressing my hand to my side. I haven't run in a long time, licking my dry lips. I nodded, yes. "Cook, I'm good. I just decided to go for a run." Did she know about the cult things they did in the woods? If so, I had to play it cool. And if she didn't, I didn't want to scare her. And I had to get to work, brushing off Cook's offer of water and a chair. I exited the kitchen and went upstairs to my room. I quickly showered off, images of Julian's fight and several conspiracy theories running through my mind. I needed a plan to get out of Grimfir. I needed to talk to Gloria before the Walkers found out that I knew something was up. Stepping back into the main area of my room, I donned a pair of maroon scrubs and sneakers. I pulled my hair into 2 loose braids and called it good enough. I would be in the hospital today doing rounds. After a 10-hour shift of that, any makeup would be smudged and any hairdo would be flat. So it was best to keep it simple. Glancing in the mirror, my eyes caught on the mark. I scowled, digging through my makeup bag for concealer and foundation. It took 4 coats of the stuff to cover it up. Even then, it still appeared like a faded bruise. I grumbled, peeved that I couldn't hide the evidence of my night with Julian. Taking a deep breath, I grabbed my work bag and phone and exited my room. As an afterthought, I locked my door as a precaution, taking the stairs 2 at a time. I hoped that I'd made it to the kitchen before Julian and his football practice crew returned. Not only did I not want to face him after last night, I was now afraid of them asking me why I was spying on them. Pushing into the kitchen, I stumbled as my eyes landed on several of the football practice crew hanging out around the central island and at the breakfast table. Sans t-shirts, of course. Doesn't anybody believe in wearing their shirt around here? Liv and Jordan were sitting next to one another, their hands tightly clasped. Julian's opponent and his girlfriend were also at the table. The girlfriend was rubbing the man's hand. She scowled at me when I walked in. And the man, the one who shall not be named, was sitting on the edge of the island, conveniently positioned so that I would have to brush past him to get my coffee. I would forgo packing a lunch. I didn't want to spend any more time than necessary in here. There was a weird tension, too. It was almost palpable. My heart kicked up a notch. Did they know I saw them? The way the woman was scowling could indicate that that was true. "Good morning," I murmured, keeping my eyes downcast from Julian. "Good morning, Meg," Julian replied. The silence that settled afterward was almost painful. Glancing up at Julian, I struggled to maintain my breath. It took everything in me not to run to him and embrace him, to hug him close to me, to press his face into my neck and hold him for a while. I scolded myself. This was exactly what I was afraid would happen. One night with a man and I developed feelings. Trying to move past Julian. I held my breath, cringing internally as my knee bumped the toe of his sneaker. My eyes flicked to his as I muttered an apology. But his gaze was focused elsewhere. I frowned for a moment before understanding where he was looking. He was studying my covered mark, his jaw clenching. Could he see it? Sucking in a deep breath. Julian finally met my eyes. I looked away, instead moving to the cabinet full of insulated coffee mugs and pulling one out. I filled it with steaming hot coffee and took a sip. I would need lots of caffeine today if I was going to stay awake. It wasn't even 9 o'clock yet, and I was exhausted. It didn't help that I didn't get to sleep until much later than intended last night. "Where are you off to?" Julian asked. I jumped. I attempted to smile at him, realizing I had a crowd of onlookers waiting for my answer along with Julian. "Dr. Steger asked if I could cover a shift in the hospital today." I said yes. In Gearhart, I shook my head. "Portland." I took another sip of my coffee. Julian looked mildly upset that I wasn't going to be around today. His gaze darkened. "That's a bit of a hike." Brett cut in, coming over to shake Julian by the shoulders lightly. I shrugged. "It is, isn't it? Speaking of which, I need to get going." Hefting my bag over my shoulder and grabbing my coffee tumbler with my free hand, I nodded my head at the assembled and headed for the kitchen door. "Meg." Julian called after me, hopping down from the counter. "I don't think it's safe for you to go to Portland by yourself." I let out an amused scoff, glancing at the captive audience sitting at the table. Did these people have nothing better to do? "What are you going to do about that, Julian?" "Come with me," he nodded. No, Julian. I'm working a 10-hour shift, which means it's going to be 12 hours. I'll be there from 10 o'clock to 10 o'clock. But at least I'd know you are safe," he argued, an authoritative edge creeping into his voice. He didn't want to be challenged on this, but I didn't care. "No. Julian, you can't just sit in the hospital all day. And besides, you have your family here," I said, gesturing to the people in the room. "You need to be here to spend time with them before they leave." Julian seat beside him. Brett opened his mouth to speak. "No. Brett," I said firmly, "I'm going to work. By myself. Just like I've been doing since I got here. I will be fine." I turned to go, but Julian's voice stopped me in my tracks. "What if the canary killer finds you?" He had to bring that up. Didn't he? He knew it genuinely terrified me. I turned back around to face him. Scowling, I jutted out my jaw, folding my arms across my chest. "If he does find me, which I highly doubt he will, I'll tase the creep." Julian's eyebrows raised in surprise. "You carry a taser, Mum?" "I've carried one since long before I came here. Handy protection in college." "Dude. Sick," Brett said, earning him a glare from Julian. I stifled a snort. They were made for each other in the friendship department. Looking at my watch, I groaned. I was going to be late for sure. "Well," I said, clasping my hands together, "this has been fun, but I need to leave." I turned to go, Julian's voice once again stopping me. Why couldn't I just turn my back on him, Meg? "When you get home, put your car in the garage." I arched an eyebrow. Garage privileges, so soon I'm not even a member of the family. I yoked, a genuine smile spreading across my face. I wasn't going to argue with garage privileges. It would be nice to not trudge out to my car in the dark or walk to the house in the dark. "All right, Julian, I will park in the garage tonight. Thank you." With that, I turned and exited the kitchen. "You actually marked her," Brett exclaimed as soon as Meg had left the house. He smacked me on the pec. I nodded. Everyone saw it, hidden under a veil of makeup. But it was still slightly visible. My heart dropped when I saw it. She'd gone to great lengths to cover it as much as possible. To her, it was an ugly bruise, something to be ashamed of. To me, it was a symbol of devotion and a pledge of loyalty. I thought marking her would make things easier. But in actuality, it made things harder for me. Sadness enveloped me. My mate was not proud to display the fact that she was mine. She also doesn't know we exist either, so that's fun. My wolf snarked. He had a point. She couldn't appreciate my mark if she didn't know what it was or what it represented. So the secret's out. Right, Sabrina said, entering the kitchen. With our supernatural hearing. It's no surprise she heard us in the hall. I shook my head. My shoulders drooping. Shouldn't I feel elated to finally have marked my mate instead? The stress of knowing I still wouldn't have her to myself weighed on me. Last night was an encounter in her opinion. I didn't have the heart to look at her when she walked in. I knew she was the one in the woods. It couldn't be anyone else. I'd even shifted and followed her at a distance, turning around once she reached the house. If she was afraid or thought the situation was weird, she didn't show it. I turned to look as the kitchen door swung open again. This time it was my mother and father. One glance at Sabrina told me she'd mind-linked them. I sent her a cool glare. As soon as my mother found out what happened, she'd go ballistic. Is it true? She breathed, looking up at the ceiling. I sighed. Yes. Mom, it's true. One thing led to another last night and I marked her. I couldn't have stopped if I wanted to. My dad came up beside me, giving me a fatherly pat on the back. Don't be too hard on yourself, son. We encouraged you to do this from the get-go. But not like this, my mother cried. What is she going to say when the mark doesn't disappear? She probably thinks it's a hickey, and Sabrina told me she saw you and the other alphas in the woods training. How much did she see? Julian Jordan spoke up before I could. She was there for a while before the others noticed her. The others, my mother asked. That means you noticed her before everyone else. Jordan nodded. I figured since Julian wasn't overly concerned, she was supposed to be there. I chuckled dryly. I wondered why her emotions were getting stronger. The closer she gets, the more potent they are. Mom massaged her temple. Crap. Did she do or say anything this morning that even remotely implies she wants to continue this relationship with you? She barely looked at him. Liv chimed. Jordan squeezed her hand, warning her to be silent. Mom groaned. Julian, we are in a difficult situation here. If she wanted to continue the relationship, that would be one thing. But she doesn't even want that. If she won't agree to mating with you fairly regularly, you can still come down with mating sickness and die. Doesn't sound too bad to me. Dominic griped. For once, his she-wolf did something smart and shushed him. But I had to agree with him. There would be no point to mating with Megan. To making love to Megan. If she didn't love me back. I guess her speech about love way back on our first date was coming back to haunt me. The roles were reversed too in a weird kind of way. Now I wanted her to love me before we go any further. And she could care less about receiving any affections from me. Beside me. My dad started to speak. You're going to have to explain it to her, Julian. All of it. Everything about werewolves, from what we are to the mate bond and marks. It'll be a hard pill to swallow, but it's the only option we have left. I gulped. She would never accept me. She was a woman of logic. Of facts. Tangible things. She believes in God, doesn't she? My wolf countered. Believing in a divine entity as a part of a religion is a bit different from werewolves and vampires. I replied. My wolf whined. He couldn't argue with that. Things will work out, Julian. Liv murmured. One of the other alphas. Ian. Nodded. Adding, my mate was recently widowed. Deeply in love with her late husband. And had 2 kids of her own when I met her. It took a long time for her to trust me, let alone agree to mate with me. Now she's at home and a few weeks away from giving birth to our 3rd kid together. Julian, mate bonds exist for a reason. Sure. Marking her didn't go as planned. But love will come. Liv soothed. Have a little faith in her. I sniffed, jumping down from the counter. So, when do I drop this bombshell on her? That's for you to decide, Julian. My mother murmured, her voice firm. She is your mate. You have to choose the timing. But I'm giving you 1 week. 1 week is all your body can withstand at this point. If, after 1 week, she still doesn't know, I will be having a chat with her. Understood, I nodded my head, not having enough strength to muster a verbal reply. I thought the hardest part was already over. But in truth, it hasn't even begun. For the past 3 days, my mind had been turning over the things I saw in the woods a few days ago. I tried to rationalize it, to make sense of what I saw. But every possible solution I came up with just didn't quite fit. The only solution that I firmly believed, for now, was that the walkers and occupants of Grimfir Hall were cult members. Today I was seeing Amanda for her full session time. Mr. Beaters, Makshata had cancelled, saying they called him into the butcher's shop to pick up an extra shift. That didn't hurt my feelings one bit. I watched as Amanda was putting away the dishes. Her movements were slower, more so than usual. Her house was relatively warm, so much so that I took off my cardigan. But Amanda was dressed in long leggings and an oversized sweatshirt with a turtleneck underneath. I made a mental note to get more turtlenecks. They would come in handy for hiding this mark. It had been 4 days since that night, and the color and intensity of the bruise still weren't going away. To make matters worse, there were faint lines starting to form. I couldn't see them well enough to make them out, but I hazarded a guess that they were my veins. I would need a new bottle of foundation if this mark lasted much longer. The sound of Amanda wincing pulled me from my thoughts. She'd been reaching her arm up to put a plate away and stopped mid-movement. She quickly pulled her arm back down and switched the plate to the other hand, effortlessly putting it away. Wait, 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 I said, coming to Amanda's side. That hurt, correct? She nodded. It wasn't like that last week. Where do you feel the pain? My shoulder blade. What did you do to your shoulder that damaged it? She shook her head, wincing again as she shrugged the affected shoulder. I waited, letting the silence draw out between us. Someone would speak eventually, and it wasn't going to be me. I probably slept on it wrong. I sighed. Something niggled at me. She was lying. Are you sure? If you take your sweatshirt off? I could take a look at your shoulder. No, I'm not asking you to take off the turtleneck. Just the sweatshirt. I can feel your shoulder through the shirt. Maybe I can locate the specific source of your pain. That won't be necessary. I don't like being touched unnecessarily. I was going to argue the point, but the sound of the front door opening interrupted us. We heard footsteps in the hall, and then saw Brooks as he entered the kitchen. In his hands, he had a bouquet of flowers. Amanda smiled, taking the flowers as he held them out to her. I got out early, he explained, giving her a peck on the temple. Picked these up on the way home. Thank you, baby. They're beautiful. Brooks glanced at me, his smile fading. I gave him a small wave. Who are you again? I sighed. Amanda's therapist. Brooks nodded, working his jaw. Does she really need you, Brooks? Amanda scolded from the other side of the kitchen. She was digging out a vase from one of the cabinets. He shrugged. What? No offense, Doc. But you're here every week, but she never seems to get better. I tried to be as pleasant as possible. This man was rubbing me the wrong way. Taking a deep breath, I searched for the most satisfactory answer. Therapy takes time. What needs to be worked on won't be fixed in a session or even 2. And, in Amanda's case, there seemed to be new problems cropping up every session or so. Problems? Amanda don't have problems. I cocked my head. Well, she does have problems with completing everyday tasks due to her original injury. Do you agree that those should be addressed? Brooks rolled his eyes. He leaned against the counter, folding his arms across his chest. I just think that if we're paying you for your services, you should stop prolonging them. I am paying you to work. Not to say you're going to fix things and then not. I bobbed my head, desperately fighting to hold back what I wanted to say. Instead, I opted for the nicer words. I understand, Brooks. I will keep that in mind. Good. Now, do you think you could cut out early today? Amanda and I have plans. I raised my eyebrows, looking at Amanda for confirmation. She looked at Brooks, then at me. Would you mind? She finally asked, sputtering as she spoke. I scratched my forehead. I guess. Brooks. You know, you're telling me to use my time wisely and not prolong therapy. Yet it seems like almost every week I either have to cut Amanda's sessions short or I get told not to come by at all. Brooks snorted. We have lives, ma'am. The world don't revolve around you. And tonight is date night. He looked determined, his gaze warning me not to challenge him. I glanced down at his crossed arms, noticing how much the muscles bulged. Best not to push it. Fine, I conceded. I will leave today. Next week. Though, I glanced at Amanda. A full session on both days. Deal, she nodded. I'll see Megan out. She added. Take the garbage too. Brooks directed. He made no move to pull out the full bag. He just leaned against the counter. That rankled me. He should do some of the work around here. Amanda didn't put up a fight. She pulled out the trash can and hoisted out the full bag. Ooh. Stop, I cautioned, eyeing a piece of broken glass poking through the bag, but the bag tore, releasing several pieces of glass onto the floor. I grabbed a paper towel and knelt to the ground. What broke? I asked, gingerly picking up the pieces and placing them on the paper towel in my other hand. A vase Brooks's mom gifted us. Amanda whispered. To Brooks, she said. I really am sorry about it, honey. It was an accident. He shook his head. Nah. Don't worry about it. They happen. Which one of you cut yourself on the shards? There's blood on some of them. I observed. I did. Brooks said, standing up straight. Wasn't paying attention. Yikes. Those were some pretty serious cuts. I raised up one shard for them to look at. The blood comes up pretty high on this one. The shard must have went deep in your hand. Brooks chuckled, his Adam's apple bobbing. Didn't hurt too much. Beside me. Amanda sighed. She didn't scold him for being careless or seem overly alarmed that he cut himself. If I had a spouse or significant other, I'd make sure they knew to be more careful. Show a little concern, maybe? As I stood up from the floor, my eyes flicked to Brooks's hands. For a cut that deep, there was a surprising lack of bandages. I can carry these out to the trash, Amanda. Holding up the shards. You take the garbage and grab my bag for me, she nodded, leading me to the front door and outside. When we reached the end of her driveway and disposed of everything, she looked at me. She wanted to say something. I know she did. I waited patiently, hoping she would gather the courage to speak up. Finally, she sighed, running her fingers through her hair. What do you think of Brooks? I blinked, the question catching me off guard. To be honest, I don't really know much about him. He's almost never here when I'm here, and you rarely say much about him that's personal. Some of the things you say he tells you make me concerned. I will admit that. Why? Amanda shrugged. Just wondering. My grandma, when she first met him and was alive, never cared for him. I nodded, choosing my words carefully. Amanda, how do you feel about the things Brooks says to you? She sucked in a breath. It was my turn to catch her off guard, staring at me. She opened her mouth and closed it. He provides for me, and makes sure I have a roof over my head. And when he gets home from work, he's tired. Anyone who is cranky is liable to say things they don't mean. But how do you feel about what he says, whether he means them or not? What people say in the moment has an impact. Amanda shook her head, her breathing starting to quicken. She was getting stressed out by my questions. What I think doesn't matter. Why are you so concerned that there's something wrong? She bit out. I chuckled once to myself. No humor in it, clasping the handles of my bag with both hands. I looked into her eyes. Because, Amanda, I've noticed other things besides what Brooks says that give me a reason to be concerned for your safety. The bruises on your wrists, and you seem cut off from the outside world. You always wear clothing that is minimally revealing and get very upset when I see any skin besides your hands, face, and feet. The story about the fall that caused all of this doesn't add up either. I sucked in a breath, preparing myself for her reaction to my next question. Are you being hurt? Amanda was stunned, her eyes going wide. I could see tears starting to form. No, she breathed. No, how dare you insinuate that? Leave. Get out. I held my ground, looking at her sincerely. I'm asking not only as your therapist, but as a friend. Amanda, if you are being abused, you can tell me. And trust me, I can get you help. No, forget you. I don't ask you about every single bruise on your body, damn it. She thrust her finger at my neck, I could have asked you about your hickey. Could have been nosy. Could have asked you about your private life. But I didn't. I stayed out of it, turning around. Amanda stormed up her driveway. Amanda, I called. Wait, I didn't mean to upset you. But my words fell on deaf ears. She passed through her front doorway and slammed the door behind her. My shoulders drooped. That went terribly. Walking to my car, I threw my stuff in the passenger seat and started my drive to Grimfir. I prayed I wouldn't see Julian or anyone else for that matter. I just wanted to go to bed. As I drove, my thoughts drifted to earlier events from this week. I went to church on Sunday. I tried my hardest to focus, but every time my thoughts strayed to Julian and our night together. I'd done something bad. I truly had. The guilt had become almost constant now. An ever-present blanket over my emotions. The only time I didn't feel it was when I was working with a client. After the mass was over, I considered asking the priest for confession, but at the last moment, I choked and left. I couldn't bear to tell him what I'd done, to admit to it, now. As the turn for Grimfir neared, I found myself fearing running into Julian. He'd given me the cold shoulder on Saturday morning. I couldn't bear him ignoring me even more than I couldn't bear admitting what I'd done, pulling up the driveway. I hesitated. Julian did say to pull my car in the garage. But was that a privilege I should take advantage of? How would he view it? No longer having to trudge across the driveway in the dark was enough of a motivator for me to continue to the garage. I pulled around the side of the house, to find that one garage bay was open, waiting for me. I smiled. I could get used to this. Shutting off my car. I grabbed my bag and reached for the door handle to get out, but someone beat me to it and opened the door for me. I paused, looking up at Julian. Getting out of the car, I watched him silently as he closed the door and started to walk. I followed him. Instead of going to the door that would lead inside the house, he slowly walked to a car at the very end of the garage, covered in a tarp. How was your day? I bit my lip. It was difficult, to be honest. I messed up big time with Amanda. Overstepped my bounds. Not the best. Julian glanced at me. I offered him a ghost of a smile. Oddly enough, things didn't feel too weird or tense between us. If I'm being honest, I kind of wanted to nestle into his side and enjoy the feeling of his arm around my waist as we walked. Only in my dreams, I thought, folding my arms tightly around my torso. I asked him how his day was. Could have been better. Why's that? Julian swallowed. He wrapped his knuckles on the hood of the tarped car and turned to look at me, leaning against it with his arms crossed. I have to do something that I'm procrastinating, and I have a week to do it. I shifted my weight to one hip, cocking my head to the side. What do you have to do? He looked uncomfortable. I mentally scolded myself. I might have overstepped my bounds again. Went rogue therapist on him. He didn't ask for my advice yet. He was just answering my initial question, but I found myself wanting to know what his problems were, to help him through them. I have to tell someone something. Explain a thing or two. And why is that going to be difficult for you? I'm afraid of what they're going to say. Why's that? Julian, I was aware my questions were getting nitpicky, exhaustive, but he wasn't necessarily being forthcoming. He sighed. What I have to tell this person is going to change her whole world, and I don't want her to think less of me because of it or to run away completely. I nodded, considering his words carefully. So this matter is relationshipy, yeah. Julian scoffed, a sarcastic smile spreading across his face. It's about a relationship. My heart sank. A million different scenarios raced through my head. He was planning on telling his girlfriend that he cheated on her with me. Or maybe he was going to ask her to marry him. Or what if the girl doesn't know yet he's planning on telling her? I took a deep breath, fighting against the prickling I was feeling in my eyes. I would not cry. We were a one-night encounter. I was not going to get emotionally attached. Standing up straight, I looked Julian in the eye. All right. Pretend I'm her. He raised an eyebrow, looking slightly startled. Wah. Pretend I'm her, Julian. This girl you're going to tell whatever it is you have to tell to. We'll role play. I regretted saying that immediately. Something flickered in his eye as he tried to hide the smirk tugging at his lips. Dirty-minded man. I thought. I didn't think he'd take me up on my offer. but he surprised me when he stood up straight and took a step toward me. If I wanted to, I could reach out and take his hand in mine. Okay. Meg. Roleplay it is. Clearing his throat. He looked me in the eye and said, I'm in love with you. Werewolves are real. And we are mates. I blinked, taking a deep breath. Seriously, Julian. I grumbled. If you're not going to take this seriously, then I can't help you. I turned toward the direction of the house door. This was a waste of my time. Whoa. Wait. Wait. Julian grabbed my forearm. I stopped. The tingles. The exposed portion of my forearm, the skin, was tingling. The sensation was disarmingly comforting. I'd almost forgotten what it felt like when he touched me. Was this love, feeling tingly warmth when a specific person touches you? I'm sorry, Meg. Julian breathed. I allowed him to tug me closer until we were inches apart. I craned my neck to look up at him. He was handsome. Not my type, but exactly what I wanted. It was ironic. I finally found someone I was remotely interested in, only to find out they weren't available. I wasn't making a joke. I smirked, stretched across that beautiful face of his. Ooh. You role-play with all those people. I knew you were interested in intense connection. I smacked his chest, fighting a smile of my own. I wouldn't mind being interested in intense connection with him. My heart twisted as my smile faded. This pain in my chest was starting to become a constant thing. A mixture of longing, desire, guilt, and secret. Love. Hey. Julian frowned, shaking me a little. Did I cross the line? He sighed, running a hand down his face. Meg. I'm sorry. Please. Please don't be mad. I'm not mad at you, Julian. Then what's wrong? I struggled to find an acceptable answer. I couldn't tell him the truth. Not now. I heard there was another murder. The canary killer. I'm worried, that's all. There had been another murder. This most recent victim was just recently engaged. A student attending University of Portland. I heard it on the radio coming home. The canary killer had slashed her throat and removed her ring finger. And of course, he left his signature canary feather. I shivered, pulling me into him. Julian wrapped me in his warm embrace. His soothing voice rumbled through his chest and against my cheek. You're safe here. You're safe with me. I felt a tear start to fall. I wiped it away with a shaky hand. I wanted to stay in his arms forever. To feel his body pressed against mine. The pain inside. It intensified as I realized I couldn't have that. Not with him. Too many things about Grimfer and his family weren't adding up. I couldn't risk getting sucked in just for the sake of love. And furthermore, he didn't want me the way I wanted him. If I was going to be with someone, it wouldn't be for a couple of encounters or an on-again equals off-again situation. It would be forever, pulling away from him. I wiped away a few more tears and sniffed. He moved to caress my face, but I turned away. I couldn't do this anymore. I would talk to Gloria about changing my housing arrangements in the morning. I turned toward the house door, just wanting to go inside and go to bed. I sensed Julian beside me. We entered the house in silence. When we reached the entryway, I started up the stairs, murmuring a quiet, "Good night." I felt his eyes on the back of my head. If he found my behavior strange, he had the decency to say nothing about it. I could feel her pain. It mingled with mine, only serving to intensify it. If only she'd realized I was telling her the truth in the garage, and that I was talking to her, not role-playing. I glanced at the door to the dining hall, then at the front door. My appetite had been absent all day, the smell of food nauseating. I strode to the front door, unbuttoning my shirt as I went. Once outside, I walked into the woods and stripped off the rest of my clothes. Right now, the only thing beside my mate that would soothe the heartache I was feeling was a run. I'd wished Meg had stayed downstairs longer. Come to dinner, even. It would have been nice just to have her near. I noticed I found it easier to breathe when she was beside me. Easier to think, and not feel like my head was in a fog. These are more negative effects of a mating bond that's ignored. Me. Brett. My family. and our guests were all in the living room, relaxing and socializing after dinner. Louise had been with us for a while but excused herself, saying she didn't feel well. One glance at a very worried Brett clued me in on what was wrong with Louise. I was curious as to when the couple was going to announce their news to the pack. This was to be the last night that our guests would be staying. There would be one more big meeting in the morning to finalize any trade deals or arrangements before they returned to their own packs. If I was being honest, tomorrow morning couldn't get here soon enough. I wanted them out of my house and off my pack's land, maybe if they were gone. I could focus more on figuring out how to tell my mate what was going on. I was again standing by the mantel, occasionally glancing out the door to see if my mate passed on her way down the hall. If she did, I wouldn't hesitate to join her. Even if she was going to the kitchen for a midnight snack, I'd gladly follow behind her like an adoring puppy dog. We are not a puppy or a dog. My wolf grumbled. If our mate is involved, we'll gladly be a puppy if that's what she wants. I snarked back. My wolf and I were starting to get into fights. He wasn't happy with my approach to the situation and was starting to be more vocal about his feelings than usual. Have you figured out a plan yet? Liv said, sidling up to me. My attention flicked from her, then to Jordan, who was in conversation with the alpha from the Florida pack. Then back to her. I shrugged, taking a sip of my drink. I don't know. Liv raised an eyebrow. Every idea I come up with sounds totally idiotic or a surefire way to get her to never talk to me again. Have you thought about showing her? Rather than telling her, Liv asked. There's a lot of power in that. I sighed. Oh yeah. I'll bring her to the woods and say, hi, Meg. I have a cool trick to show you. And then I turn into a gigantic wolf. What do you think her reaction is going to be, Liv? I said sarcastically. Giving her a cool glare, Jordan joined us, his arm slipping around his mate's waist. I rolled my eyes. Easy, man. My mate is just trying to help. A sound in the hallway cut short any retort I was going to make. My gaze cut the doorway. My mate's figure breezing past. She was wearing sweatpants and a jacket. Something was in her hand, but I couldn't see it clearly. Where was she going dressed like that? Who needs a jacket to get a late-night snack? I moved to follow her. But Jordan's voice stopped me short. Apologize. My head snapped to face him. He was using his alpha tone. On an alpha. Not wise. I narrowed my eyes at him, staring him down. Jor, Liv started. Quiet, Liv. He snapped. I'm not backing down until Alpha Walker apologizes for being rude. I saw my mother and sister get up from their seats. Growing wary. A fight could not break out now. It would alert Megan and destroy the relationship we'd forged with Jordan and Liv's pack. I swallowed, deciding it was best to set aside my pride. Liv. Julian Brett barked, leaping up from his seat, his eyes glazed over, letting me know one of our warriors was most likely mind-linking him. There are rogues at our west border. 20 of them. They've managed to breach our boundary and ransacked one home so far. I growled, making a beeline for the hallway. I started unbuttoning my shirt, my anger rising. We'd been having trouble with rogues for a few months now. They'd never gotten this far, though. I mind-linked Michael, knowing he was on patrol right now. I ordered him to leave 5 warriors at every border but the west and send everyone else there to fight the rogues. I wasn't chancing them getting any farther, hurting my pack, possibly getting to my mate. My mate Julian, a voice said behind me. I paused at the stairs, turning to look at the voice behind me. Jordan and the rest of the alphas, including Dominic, were close on my heels. We want to help. I shook my head. Not your fight, I turned, starting down the stairs. You need their help. My mother's voice sounded over my footsteps. I stopped again. You can't do this alone, Julian. Not in the state you're in. Let them help. As proof of their alliance, I sighed, turning back around again. Fine. Jordan. Ian. Dominic. You come with me. Brett. You take the rest of the alphas and make sure the rest of the borders are secure. Brett nodded, quickly rushing past me with the other alphas following behind him. You 3, 4, Liv corrected, coming to stand beside her mate. I frowned. checking at Jordan to make sure it was all right. He didn't bat an eye. "You four. We are going to the breach to show those rogue people what a mistake this was. Try to keep their leader alive. But eliminate the rest." The four in front of me nodded, already starting to strip their clothes off and preparing to shift. My dad joined them. I appreciated his help, but a part of me worried he wouldn't be able to keep up. "And you." I pointed to my sister and mother. "Find Meg and make sure she's safe. Keep her locked in her room if you have to." They nodded, without another word. I turned and leapt down the remaining stairs. The thunderous footsteps behind me told me I had the strength of several alphas at my side. Those rogues wouldn't know what hit them. Running out the front door, I shifted midair, hitting the ground as a giant sable-colored wolf. I glanced at the transformed wolves behind me. Their individual sizes were impressive. I was shocked to see Liv was a white wolf. She was a very rare breed, it appeared. Raising my nose to the air, I sniffed, trying to catch the rogue's scents. The smell of burnt wood, an acrid, stomach-turning scent, reached my nose, taking off in the direction of the woods. I let out a ground-shaking howl. As my paws dug into the cool earth, I felt someone trying to mind-link me. The signature was familiar. It was my mother, Julian. "She isn't here. Megan isn't here. We can't find her anywhere." My mother's voice was frantic. I could tell she was running down the halls. Still searching. Dread filled my stomach. She had a jacket on. What if she went outside? The rogues probably found her. My heart squeezed painfully hard. I didn't want to imagine what that would mean if that were true. Raising my snout in the air, I let out another howl. This one much more pained and determined than the last. They would not get my mate. I awoke to the sound of my phone going off. I rolled over, blindly reaching for it. I glanced at the screen, fully intending to silence it, but the number made me stop. It was the number for the hospital in Portland. I sat up, my heart starting to pace. "Hello?" I breathed. "Hi," a shaky voice said on the other end. It sounded familiar. "Hi," I said again. "Who is this?" There was a pause and a few sniffles. "Amanda." My eyes widened. Something serious had gone down. He'd done something to her. I felt it for sure. "Hi." "Amanda," I said gently, swinging my legs over the side of the bed. Goosebumps raised on my arms and legs. "What's wrong?" There was another long pause, the sniffles growing louder. I couldn't do it anymore. Couldn't do what he started yelling at me and throwing things. He hit. Amanda broke off, her sniffles turning into full-blown sobs. "Amanda. Amanda. Honey," I said, hoping she was still listening. "Listen to me. Listen to my voice. You are safe now. You're at the hospital. He can't get to you right now." Her sobs abated, turning into strangled whines. "He dumped me here," she cried. "Told me to get a cab when they were done stitching me up." I swallowed. Stitches were never a good sign. "Okay. Amanda, I will come and get you. I'm getting dressed right now," I explained, going to my bureau and digging through it for a pair of sweatpants. I struggled to put them on with one hand, but eventually made it. "You're going to be mad at me." Amanda sniffed, sucking in a big breath. "I'm not going to be mad, Amanda. I'm glad you're at the hospital getting medical attention. That's all that matters right now." "Got it." I took her silence to mean she was nodding, yanking on my jacket and grabbing my car keys. I dashed out of my room and quickly padded down the hall. "Amanda, I'm going to be quiet for a few minutes, but stay on the line. I'm going downstairs right now into my car." I could hear voices coming from the living room on the second floor. I prayed no one would stop me right now. Breezing past the living room doorway, I didn't spare a glance at the people inside. Amanda needed me right now. I made it to the first floor without interruption, quickly going to the garage and starting up my car. "Amanda," I asked. "Amanda, I'm leaving now. I'll be there as soon as I can. Hold tight, okay?" The nurse who ushered me into Amanda's room explained what happened and what the doctors had needed to do. It made my blood boil as she relayed the things Amanda had said Brooks did to her. Stepping quietly into her room, I studied her until she noticed me. When her eyes met mine, she burst into tears. I came to her side, sitting on the edge of her bed as I enveloped her in a sort of hug. As she cried, I swayed gently. It's okay, Amanda. You're safe right now. He left me. Didn't even offer to come in. She sobbed, squeezing the fabric of my pajama shirt between her fists. Ash. Esbrand. I soothed. It's probably best he isn't here right now. Amanda lifted up her head. I don't want him here anyway. That person did this to me. I sat back, taking in the stitches crisscrossing the insides of her forearms. He'd done a number on her. He used the broken edge of one of his beer bottles. She sniffed, her gaze looking ruefully at her stitches. They were going to leave a scar. And you know why he did it, I shook my head. Tears brimmed her eyes again. As she choked out, he lost one of his stupid video games. Her cries were silent. Quick inhales and exhales of breath. He lost, so he took it out on me, she wailed, hugging her to me again. I rocked her as she worked through another bout of tears, coming up for air. She took a few deep breaths, looking around her room. This is so messed up, she whispered. I nodded. What he did wasn't right. No. She shook her head, scowling at me through puffy red eyes. No. That's not what I mean. It's messed up that he did this, but I still love him. I want to believe he didn't mean it. I shook my head. No, Amanda. I'm not saying this as your therapist. I'm saying this as your friend. Do not go down that path. If you do, you're going to end up back living with him and he'll do the same thing again. Only worse if he realizes you can handle mistreatment. A singular tear ran down her left cheek. She blinked, looking away from me. I know, she murmured, her voice cracking. But he's my whole world. He's been my whole life since high school. If I don't have him, then I have no one. That's not true, I whispered, wiping away her tears. You have me, and you have the doctors who stitched you up, and you have the nurses who have been checking on you tonight. Her lower lip trembled. But none of them are him, she whined, fighting more tears. I sighed. I knew what she meant. Brooks was her lover and her love. Her family, too. If not him, then no one else. I want to leave. I glanced at her, taking in her demeanor. Her lips were pressed into a thin line, quivering slightly. Her fingers were curled into fists at her sides, crushing the sheets in between them. She was dead set on going. Amanda. It's too soon. I don't care, I want out. Amanda. I tried again, allowing an edge of authority to creep into my voice. You need to stay overnight to see how you do. I don't give a damn about that, she cried. This was an Amanda I'd never seen. Her voice was rough, the look in her eye almost feral. She wasn't going to back down. He cut me before, in the shoulder. Remember, you asked what was wrong with my arm, but I wouldn't tell you. I survived that without a hospital. I'll survive this. I'm stitched up. I'll be fine, but we don't know if you're going to stay fine. And a report should be filed against Brooks. The doctors can document the physical damage he's done to you if you stay overnight. They can assess you in the morning. I don't want to be assessed. She ground out. I want to leave this hospital. As my therapist, you are supposed to do what your patients want. I thought you're supposed to respect my decisions. I sat up straight, licking my lips. She went for the kill shot on that one. I weighed my options before letting my shoulders slump and releasing a frustrated sigh. Fine, I mumbled. I'll see what I can do. Amanda smiled. But I make no promises, I warned. She nodded, looking very pleased with herself. After a lengthy discussion with Amanda's doctors and nursing staff, they agreed to release her into my custody. That meant she would be coming with me back to Grimfir and staying until we could figure out what to do with her living situation. A part of me was relieved Amanda would be coming with me. I could keep a better eye on her this way. But the other part of me was trying to figure out how to get the Walkers to agree to let her stay. They didn't owe her or me anything. and I'm sure another person under their roof was exactly what they wanted. The rogues had been easy to pick off with the help of the other alphas. But their leader, he'd been an evasive son of a person. We'd trailed him across the perimeter of the Grimfir packlands and eventually off of them. We'd been gone for nearly 3 hours by the time we returned home. We found the rogues' leader at a river's edge. I, along with Jordan and Dominic, had gotten a few good bites in before he was forced to shift. I'd shifted as well. Dominic and Jordan flanked the rogue leader, watching to make sure he didn't pull anything. When I'd asked him where my mate was, he said he hadn't seen her, and that he didn't know my mate existed. I figured he was lying, so I took a few swift punches to his jaw. Dominic, Jordan, and Ian each took their turns as well. When the rogue was finally screaming for mercy, we released him. He sagged to the ground, crying that my mate hadn't been his target and to please let him go. I decided he was telling the truth after all. My anger subsiding, I issued a warning for him to stay away. In exchange, I'd let him live. I ordered everyone to move out, shifting, and leaving the rogue behind to live or die as he saw fit. The trek back home took a good amount of time. Even at top speed, I needed to get back home, to find out where Meg was. Mom hadn't mind-linked me since her first message. It was obvious Megan wasn't outside or with the rogues. Where is she? My wolf whined, reaching the edge of the woods. I slowed to a trot, my tongue hanging out as I panted from the exertion. That had been fun. A good time. We didn't have rogue attacks often, so it was good practice. I heard the others behind me, some of them starting to shift. I waited until I reached the porch to change, getting off the ground. I turned to take in everyone who was returning, all of the alphas. Liv, who was being forcefully pushed behind an angry Jordan so that her body would not be seen. My dad. Brett and Michael. And several other warriors. To everyone who fought tonight, you fought well. I called out, my voice carrying across the quiet backyard. Now, I think drinks are in order. Excited whoops echoed around. I smiled, turning and going up the porch steps while everyone drank. I would check Megan's room to make sure she was safe. Opening the back door, I walked in, pausing at the kitchen island to instruct Cook, who unfortunately looked like she'd been woken up from her sleep, to get out the best alcohol in the place. My mother was sitting at the table, relieved to see my father was back unscathed. Dominic slapped my shoulder. We're doing shots, he cried enthusiastically. Jordan and Brett matched his excitement, fist bumping each other. The car ride home was quiet for the most part. Amanda would comment on the song that was playing or a store we passed. But other than that, she didn't talk about anything relating to what happened between her and Brooks. I knew it would take time for her to open up about it, but my curiosity was killing me. I wanted divided by needed to know what happened so that I could figure out how to best move forward. One thing was obvious. She could not go home, or even into Gearhart by herself until Brooks was taken care of. Pulling around the circular driveway, I pulled into the garage and turned off my car. This is where you live, Amanda breathed. Grimfir Hall was impressive. I was just as amazed when I first arrived. This isn't my home, Amanda. But yes, I do live here for the time being. Coming into the entryway from the garage, I pressed my fingers to my forehead. A headache was coming on. It had been a very long and emotional night, and I still wasn't sure where to put Amanda. Maybe I'd have her sleep in my bed and I'd sleep on the floor or in the living room. Are you hungry? Maybe she needed something to eat before sleeping. Although her eyes were pretty droopy, I could use a glass of water. I nodded, gesturing for her to follow me to the kitchen. Voices echoed down the hall. Very rowdy voices. Looking at my phone, I saw it was almost 3 p.m. What were they doing up so early? Did they have practice at this ungodly hour? I'd have to talk to Julian about that, if that was the case. It wasn't healthy for anyone involved. Pushing open the kitchen door, I came to a halt. Amanda running into my back. I heard her gasp at the same time my jaw hit the floor. I blinked, looking around the kitchen. Looking back at me was a group of very exposed people, equally as shocked to see me as I was to see them. What the hell, I cried out. Beside me, Amanda squeaked. I, she hiccuped. I don't feel ver. I registered she was fainting, quickly following her to the ground, making sure her head didn't hit the floor hard. The other people in the room reacted, a few letting out shocked cries. Someone got her a glass of water, pushing it into my hand. Amanda, I shouted, fanning her with my hand. I took off my jacket and placed it under her head, holding the glass to her lips. I gently poured a bit of it into her mouth, making sure she didn't choke. Meg, Julian said, coming to kneel beside me. I fought a blush, fully aware of his exposed state. My heart was beating through my chest. They were a cult. They had to be. His father was in the room exposed. That's not normal family stuff. Not now, Julian. I warned. Made a thunderous cry rang through the room. I winced, wishing I could have plugged my ears, looking up to find the source of the noise. I frowned at the man. In fact, everyone was looking at him. Various expressions on their faces. Another surfer dude, I thought. Oh no. Julian groaned. My eyes grew wide as the man thundered toward us, his exposed areas moving wildly as he did so. Oh no, absolutely not, don't touch her, I shouted. Standing to my full height, Julian rose beside me, trying to put me behind him. I batted away his hand, getting in the man's face. Do not come any closer, I glared at him. Step aside, he growled. He literally growled. I said no. You will not go near her. I glanced at the unconscious girl at my feet. The man snarled, his hand reaching for me. Julian was quick to intervene, shoving me back. I hit the wall, letting out a winded groan. Don't you ever touch my mate, Dominic, he growled, his voice low and full of authority. I furrowed my brow. What was he talking about? Step aside. Walker, that woman is my mate, and your woman is interfering where she doesn't belong, Dominic argued. There was a look of pure hatred and strong attraction in his eyes that I didn't like. What would he do to Amanda if there was no one else in the room right now? I said, coming to stand in front of Julian, or at least I tried to. He very quickly pulled me ever so slightly behind me. We were going to have a discussion about that behavior at a later date. No. Dominic, you will not go near her tonight, or even tomorrow, snarling at me. He spat as he said what he said next. I get it. You don't like your mate and things, but don't stand between me and mine. I frowned. I was truly lost now, but I couldn't let him be near Amanda. If she awoke to a strange, exposed man standing above her, she'd lose it. Her mental state was already fragile as it was. I don't know what you're talking about, Dominic, but you cannot be near her. We just came from the hospital. She's been through a lot, and without disclosing confidential information to you, I said calmly, trying my best not to irritate him any further. She isn't exactly okay with men right now. She was hurt pretty bad. If she sees you, an exposed man standing above her, she is liable to assume things and freak out. I don't know what this mate thing is you keep going on about, but I can assure you she will want nothing to do with you if she wakes up right now and sees this. I gestured to the exposed people before me, speaking of, I don't know what you people do here, but I want no part of it. Julian growled beside me, the rumble deep in his throat. I looked at him, my eyes wide. Somehow, I knew that growl was directed at me. Look, I shouted, stepping away from him. I'd had enough of this place, of the weird things going on. I don't know what happens at Grimfer, but I'm done. Y'all are a cult or something. You run around without clothes, I pointed an accusing finger at Julian. The other day a bunch of you were in the woods doing weird stuff. I saw you. I pointed at Dominic. Your shoulder should be injured right now, but you're fine. You're fine. Clawing at my neck. I yanked down my collar to show the mark on my neck. I glared at Julian as I shouted, Your freaking mark isn't healing. You bit me. You bit me, you freak, and now these lines are forming. It's like a tattoo. What the hell did you do to me? Am I possessed now? Am I part of your cult? I sucked in a breath, a feeling of tightness growing in my chest. I was starting to panic. My throat felt dry, a familiar lightheadedness clouding my mind. Julian reached for my hand, saying words that were supposed to calm me down. But I couldn't hear what he was saying. I tried to focus on his eyes, but they were starting to blur. A sound pierced through my anxiety, helping to stabilize me. It was a groan. Looking down at the floor, I noticed Amanda's eyelids moving. She was waking up, sucking in a breath. I knelt at her side, bringing the glass of water to her lips. I watched as she took a few sips, looking up at the people before me. I sighed, taking a steadying breath. I'm saying this once, and only once. Everyone better be out of this room and fully clothed by the time she opens her eyes. Got it, I was amazed when they did as I said. Everyone leaving, and hopefully going to find clothing. Dominic and Julian hesitated. Dominic was looking at Amanda's position on the floor, the strong attraction still in his eyes. But there was also a sadness that morphed into pain when he noticed the stitches running down her arms. Giving her one final cursory look, he left, going out the back doors and disappearing into the black night. I looked at Julian, silently begging him not to fight me. I didn't want to argue. Not now. I was tired and overworked. I needed to make sure Amanda was okay and get her to bed soon. She was exhausted. I'll get a pair of shorts. Julian murmured, his voice helping to calm my nerves. Then I'll help you move her to a room. No, Jay, you can't move her by yourself while she's unconscious. I'll wait until she wakes up. Julian hid, pinching the bridge of his nose. Let me help you. For once, I bit my tongue, holding back my retort. The look in his eyes, it pained me to see it. I nodded my head, glancing down at Amanda. Her eyelids had stopped moving and her breathing had grown deep. She was most likely asleep. Julian started toward the door, pausing as he was beside me. I refrained from focusing on his exposed anatomy, which had been distracting me this whole time. It was eye level now, easily accessible. I shivered at the ideas running through my head. We need to talk after this, I said, looking up at him, hoping he could see my exhaustion. Tomorrow. Please, he nodded, leaving the kitchen. I woke up the next morning with a bad taste in my mouth and a crick in my neck. I'd spent the night in Amanda's room on a couch Julian and I had moved in. I'd been glad for his accommodating Amanda and offering to move the couch. He didn't have to accept my client crashing at his house for the night. But he did so without so much as a negative word. I sat up and stretched, groaning when I moved my head too fast. Last night was a blur. One long fever dream. I remember walking into Amanda's hospital room, seeing the purple stitches lining her bruised arms, the circles under her eyes, the faraway look as she replayed what her boyfriend had done to her. What killed me the most about the whole situation was that she still loved him. There were women who left perfectly loving men because they didn't love them anymore, and Amanda wanted to stay with her abuser. Deep down, I knew there was a whole psychological explanation for her logic, but it still sucked. Running a hand through my hair, I looked at the time on my phone. You'd think after the night I had I'd sleep in. But it was only 8 o'clock. I stood up and flicked my eyes over the bed. Surprisingly, Amanda was not there. A sliver of panic spiked in my heart. I needed to find her. Different scenarios raced through my head as I exited Amanda's room and darted down the hall to my own. Maybe she'd left. Gone home. Back to the piece of shit she called her boyfriend. Or what if she was just gone? Gone to who knows where without a word to anyone. Changing out of my pajamas. I threw on a sweatshirt and cropped leggings with a pair of sneakers. I'd called Gloria after I put Amanda to bed last night and explained the situation. We'd agreed that I would watch her for the day, and when Gloria was available, she would come by to work things out. In return for watching Amanda all day, I got the day off, which I sorely needed. My brain was a jumble of worrying over my client, realizing how behind I would be at work when I go back tomorrow, and trying to make sense of what I saw in the kitchen last night. Pausing in front of the mirror, I tilted my head up, peering at the mark on my neck. It was most definitely more than a typical mark now. The bruisish color had faded down considerably, but the lines that I thought were veins had darkened into precise swoops and swirls that formed the shape of a wolf's head. I gasped, pressing my fingers to it. I was even more surprised by the instant calm I felt from that touch, and there was a fuzzy, tingling warmth that flowed into my body. I removed my fingers, the feeling going away, but the calm remaining. I needed to talk to Julian this morning. I needed answers before I lost my mind. Exiting my room, I found my way downstairs and followed the smell of breakfast to the kitchen. Pushing the door open and stepping inside, I paused as I took in the sight before me. Claire, Mason, and Donovan were at the table chatting with Amanda. The other guy, Dominic, was there too, leaning against the counter, looking intently at Amanda as she talked. Sabrina was at the stove flipping pancakes. Claire caught sight of me. "Good morning, darling." She smiled. "How are you feeling?" I frowned. She acted like I was the one who went to the hospital last night. "I'm fine, Claire." Walking to Amanda, I bent down beside her. "How are you?" I asked pointedly. I heard Dominic shift behind me, coming closer. What was his issue? Ever since he laid eyes on Amanda, he was being possessive. "I'm okay," Amanda murmured. I raised an eyebrow. She shrugged. "How are the arms?" She held them out for me to see. "They're sore, but that's to be expected." I nodded. "After breakfast. I'll get the supplies the nurse gave you last night, and I'll clean the wound and wrap bandages around them so nothing gets in them." "I can do it." Dominic volunteered behind me. He came to stand on the other side of Amanda, looking down at me eagerly. I expected her to flinch or shy away, but she just looked up at him, her gaze timid. "Interesting," I thought. "Dominic, I appreciate the offer, but no. I will do it." Something close to a growl came from Dominic. I scowled up at him. An amused chuckle coming from Claire. "Do not do that at me, understood?" I made sure my tone was clipped. Dominic was surprised by this for sure. "I am Amanda's therapist, and as far as I know, you have no medical knowledge. You will not be attending to her stitches, got it?" A slow clap started behind me, turning to look over my shoulder. I refrained from rolling my eyes as I took in Julian's form. He was leaning against the door frame, his expression blank, in a pair of sneakers, basketball shorts, and a cut-off t-shirt. I resisted checking him out for longer than necessary. Instead, standing up and redirecting my focus on Amanda. "Dr. Steger, my boss, will be by sometime today, or possibly tomorrow, to discuss what to do moving forward." "Okay," Amanda frowned. "I'm just going to go home." I bit my tongue, mentally at odds with what to say. We should be having this conversation in private. But I also needed to make it clear to her right now that going home was not an option. "Amanda, I can't tell you what to do, but I can make a recommendation. Going home is not in your best interest, or safe for you right now. You should stay here for the time being, at least until we talk to Dr. Steger." "But," Amanda started, "I want to go home. I had time to think it over, and what happened really wasn't that bad. I'll be fine," she added hopefully. My heart dropped. Beside her, Dominic tensed, his fists opening and closing a few times. Julian stepped up beside me, arms folded over his chest. I sighed. A part of me desperately wanted to step into his arms, to take some of his strength and use it to persuade Amanda to stay. "Amanda," I sighed, tamping down my growing frustration. "Please, for your safety and my peace of mind, stay put. What happened to you last night is only the tip of the iceberg. I don't want to see worse happen to you." I studied the girl in front of me. She chewed her lower lip, mulling over what I said. Claire leaned forward, nudging her husband. "I hope you will at least stay until dinner time. My husband is making a family favorite, grilled cheese and tomato soup." Amanda smiled a little, giving a faint nod. "My grandma used to make that." "Then you must stay," Claire and Mason announced. I hid a smirk, relieved that they'd found a way to keep Amanda here for a bit longer. Beside me, Julian cleared his throat. I glanced at him. "Meg." He paused, looking at his mother. He looked almost uncomfortable. "Can we talk?" I cocked a hip, folding my arms across my chest. "That depends. Are we going to talk about last night? Because right now, that's the only thing I want to talk about. He nodded, pushing his hands into his shorts pockets. Let's take a walk. I hesitated, glancing at Amanda, then back at him. Would she stay if I left the house? And would it be safe to walk with him in the woods, Meg? Yes, I replied. Yes. Let's go take a walk. I followed Julian. Taking one last glance at Amanda, I took solace in Dominic being there. I was willing to bet with him here she wouldn't get very far if she tried to escape. We walked out to the tree line, following a similar path as the one I followed for my walk the other day. The walk that revealed Julian and his fellow teammates doing superhuman things. So, about last night. How much do you remember exactly? Your exposed anatomy was certainly memorable. I slapped a hand over my mouth. I didn't even try to think about how it sounded before I said it. A smirk tugged at Julian's mouth. Just as memorable as the other night, my cheeks were definitely on fire. And he could see that, which caused him to grin even more, but his smile faded quickly as he came to a stop. Actually, that's what I have to talk to you about. My heart thudded. He was going to tell me he had a girlfriend or something. Or maybe he has some sexually transmittable disease and I have it now too. Or maybe he didn't use protection. Oh. Am I pregnant? No. No. He pulled out. I distinctly remember feeling his touch on my stomach and chest. Your thoughts are racing. I can feel it. I frowned, caught off guard. What do you mean by that? Julian sighed, leaning his back against a tree and studying me. Megan, do you believe in supernatural things? I shrugged. Like ghosts, yeah. I'd say so. He flicked an eyebrow up. What about vampires? Or werewolves? I chuckled. That's a bit too extreme for me. But what does this have to do with us being intimate? I felt my cheeks starting to heat. I hoped he couldn't see it. Julian sighed again. You know what, I'm just gonna say it. Rip the Band-Aid off. Right off. I frowned. He wasn't talking to me in that moment. He sounded like he was giving himself a pep talk. Megan, he said firmly, getting my full attention as he walked up to me and took me by the shoulders. Werewolves are real. I am a werewolf and you are my mate. You are the Luna of the Grimfir Walker pack. I blinked. I was vaguely aware of his hands still gripping my shoulders. But other than that, I felt nothing as anger and irritation swept over me. He was mocking me. This was all a joke, pushing him away. I took a few steps back. Really, I spat. You dragged me out here just for the sake of a joke, Julian's brow furrowed. No. I'm telling the truth. Oh yeah. I cried, rolling my eyes. Werewolves are real, and I'm one of them. I mimicked. Frustration that was not my own filtered into my chest. Weird. Julian took a step toward me, a scowl taking over his features. You're upset. I can feel it. Really, I deadpanned. How'd you guess, Meg? He warned, his tone a subtle threat. Julian. I fired back. Don't insult my intelligence. I thought you were going to explain what I saw in the kitchen last night. Instead, you start off with this far-flung idea. It's not an idea. He growled. His eyes flashed, just like they did that day in the truck. I took another step back, but he matched my stride, keeping the same distance between us. I'm telling the truth. I am a werewolf, and you are my mate. We belong together. The conviction in his voice caught me off guard. Before I could move, he was in front of me again, gripping me by the shoulders. His eyes kept morphing from their usual green to glowing green. I sucked in a breath, fighting the urge to run. What the hell was happening to him, Meg? He breathed, reaching up to caress my cheek with one hand. He continued to walk forward, his body pushing me backward slowly until my back bumped into a tree. Think about everything you've seen. I know you can see my eyes right now. That's not normal for a human being. And the other day when you were observing us in the woods, Dominic's shoulder would surely be dislocated if he were human. But he's perfectly fine. And our ability to move fast. Our agility. Not human. And last night... He paused, his breath fanning across my face. I inhaled sharply, fighting the urge to go up on my tiptoes and meet his lips with mine. Last night. A bunch of exposed people in a room. What do you think happens to our clothes when we shift nothing because werewolves aren't real? I whispered. My heart was a mess and my stomach was in knots. I was both afraid and intrigued. But most of all, I wanted to bridge the gap between us, to feel his hard body against mine, to feel the same feelings I felt the night we were together. I wanted him. A proud smirk graced his face, stoking my annoyance once again. He knew what he was doing. He had the nerve to insult my intelligence and generate attraction at the same time. What about this? He asked, gesturing at me and then himself. How do you explain the intense attraction you feel for me? Every interaction we've had since you came here has gone badly, except for a few occasions. So it can't be love between us. I saw him gulp as he clenched his jaw. Did it pain him to say that because it pained me? I desperately wished it was love. Perhaps I could give in to it a little more easily if I knew it was my heart leading the way and not hormones. Yet, he continued, I know deep down neither of us would mind it if we were intimate right here. Right now. Why is that? If we can barely have a civil conversation? Why would we be so compelled to be intimate with one another? I shivered. He was right. For as many times as I had given him the cold shoulder, I hated feeling like we weren't on good terms. Connected. One. And, he whispered, his face inching closer. What about this mark? That is what you like to call it, isn't it? That's what it is. I huffed, although at this point the bruise was almost completely faded, but the lines had darkened to form the head of a wolf howling. Against the curve of the howling wolf's neck was another wolf, nestled against its partner with its head bent, eyes closed and ears pinned back. He shook his head. I sucked in a gulp of air as he started to rub his thumb in an agonizingly slow circle on the mark. It felt so good, sometimes it felt comforting when I rubbed it. But right now I felt nothing but pure need. No way a bruise could spur feelings like that. Exactly what I asked, my eyes fluttering open. There is no way a bruise could spur feelings like arousal and need. Comfort and warmth. I stiffened. It's like he read my mind. He shook his head. No. I can't read minds, not everyone's at least. But you are my mate. Something about physically touching the mark must cause the bond to open. To let me hear your thoughts. I reached up, grabbing the hand that was resting on my neck. Julian. I don't believe you. Werewolves aren't real, I cried. My lower lip trembled. His eye twitched. Annoyance filtered into my chest. These weren't my feelings. Why was I feeling them? Taking a step back. Julian held up his right hand. You're not ready for this. But this is the only other thing besides shifting that I can think of that will get you to believe me. And trust me. You are not ready to see me shift completely. What are you talking about? I stared at his hand, wide-eyed as I watched his fingernails start to morph and elongate. They lengthened and grew to points, turning black. I winced at how sharp they were, easily able to take down prey. I gulped. Fear shot through me as I realized what he could do to me if I upset him enough. My obstinance was provoking a predator. Maybe he was telling the truth. Looking at Julian, I fought to stay upright. My legs were wobbly and threatened to give out any moment. What would happen to me if I passed out? Would he drag me to some cave and tie me up, or would he eat me? Did werewolves eat humans, Meg? Julian said, his claws shrinking down and returning to his normal nails. Breathe. You don't have to be afraid. Not of me. I would never hurt, Luna, a high-pitched voice called behind Julian. My gaze flicked to just over his right shoulder. There. Peeking out from behind a tree was a little child. Anxiety shot through me. This child was in danger. A literal monster stood between me and her. One that could easily tear us both to pieces. Julian turned around, calling to the child as he did so. Rebecca, honey. Go back to your mother. She's probably wondering where you are. She's one of them. My mind said. Before I could rethink my actions, I spun on my heels and darted into the trees, running as fast as my feet would carry me. I pumped my arms, silently sending up a prayer that I could get enough lead time to evade Julian. He'd no doubt be upset that I made a break for it, daring to take a glance over my shoulder. I was surprised to see no one following me. I didn't even hear footsteps. Turning to look back in front of me, I let out a blood-curdling scream as a giant sable-colored wolf crashed to the ground in front of me. I skidded to a halt. Dirt. And rocks flying around me. Before I could try to run, the wolf knocked me to the ground and came to stand over me. I squeezed my eyes shut, waiting for the pain to start as he began to attack me. I could feel his hot, muggy breath on my face. The smell surprisingly not terrible for a feral animal. The wolf started to sniff me, his tongue placing tiny little licks on my cheeks, nose, and forehead. When his snout moved down to nestle in the crook of my neck, my eyes shot open as I felt his cold, wet nose against my skin. The wolf looked down at me, his tongue lolling out as he panted. Slowly, I turned my head slightly from side to side, seeing that he had me trapped between his front and hind legs. His massive size towered above me. His shaggy coat felt soft against my arms and legs. Finally, looking into the creature's eyes, my heart kicked up a notch as I gazed into the familiar eyes looking back at me. I'd seen that shade of green before. My brief moment of calm quickly changed to horror as I heard the crack and crunch of bones as they started to transform and rearrange themselves. The fur receded into skin. The claws and paws shrunk down to nails and fingers. The sharp fangs morphed into human teeth. The long snout shrunk as well until I was looking at the man I had just run from, totally exposed. "Julian," I whispered, my voice cracking. My eyes had to be as wide as saucers. He groaned, hanging his head. His forehead bumped mine as he muttered into my ear. "I knew you weren't ready for that." A moment of silence passed before I started screaming. "Not ready. What the hell was that? You're a werewolf. Help! Someone help me!" Julian was quick to pin down my thrashing arms. Thankfully, he did not cover my mouth. Instead, he laid on top of me, enduring my screaming in his ear and sad attempt to escape his strong grip until my energy was spent. I let out a few more half-hearted pleas before breaking down into a fit of hiccups and sobs. My arms were limp in his hands, lifting his head up to look at me. Julian let go of one of my arms and caressed my cheek with his. "Did I hurt you?" "You're a werewolf," I murmured, staring past him, still in shock. "Did I hurt you?" he asked a little more forcefully. I shook my head, biting back another sob. "Did I try to attack you or drag you to a cave and do goodness knows what to you?" I shook my head again. "Did I tear you from limb to limb? No," I whined, sitting up a little more. Julian removed some of his weight from me. I breathed a little easier now. When he finally released my hands, I sat up, pushing him the rest of the way off of me. I didn't miss the frustrated scowl he sent my way as he rolled to sit beside me. I made the mistake of glancing down, getting an eye full of his manhood. I quickly looked away, swallowing hard, even after knowing he'd chased me as a wolf, and seeing him transform back into a human. My mind was still racing with thoughts of what we could do together. My blush returned. "I know it's a lot to take in," he murmured beside me. "Yeah. A lot." I brought my knees up to my chest, resting my arms on them, then my chin on my folded arms. There was a pause before Julian chuckled lowly to himself. "I know you have to have at least one question." I thought for a moment. I had tons, but where does one start to begin asking questions when they just found that the things that go bump in the night are real? That little girl. She called me Luna. What does that mean? Is it a nickname?" Julian sighed. He graciously brought up the leg that was closest to me, obscuring his anatomy from view. It was distracting at a time like this. "Luna is a term for the she-wolf who is the mate of an alpha. Likewise, alpha is the term for a wolf who is in charge of a pack." I chewed on my lower lip, glancing at him out of the corner of my eye. "So alphas and Lunas go together," I whispered. A connection was starting to form in my mind. "You are an alpha," he nodded. "So that means the Luna is your mate." I fought down an oncoming wave of nausea. That girl called me Luna. So that can only mean I'm your mate? I looked at him wide-eyed. tears stinging my eyes. Scrambling to my feet, I trotted a few feet away. Julian was quick to follow, but was respectful enough to leave space between us. "You're my mate, Meg." My breaths were starting to come more quickly. Shallower, too. My lungs felt like they were in a vice. I couldn't get enough air. I took a few more staggering steps, stopping to lean against a tree. Bile rose in my throat. Looking up at Julian, I licked my lips. What does that mean? He wouldn't meet my gaze. My own eyes almost bulged out of my head. He was being evasive. "Julian, what does it mean to be a mate to a werewolf?" "Answer me." Guilt filled my chest. I put my hand over my heart. Confused. Were these my emotions? Or his, if he could read minds? Then could I feel his emotions? The mark on your neck is actually a mating mark. When I bit you the night we were together, I claimed you as my mate. We are eternally bound to each other. I choked. Eternity. To a person I barely knew. Pushing away from the tree, I started walking at a clipped pace. Julian kept up with me, barely breaking a sweat with his long strides. My mind was racing. I didn't get a say in this. He bit me without asking me if I was okay with being his mate for eternity. I raked a hand through my hair. No. No, Megan. That's not even the most messed up part. The messed up part is that any of this is real. I came to an abrupt halt. We were at the tree line. The house was just a short jog away, spinning to look at him. I didn't hold back any of the anger in my voice as I yelled. "No, I don't want this. Any of it. I will not be your mate, Julian Walker," striking out across the lawn. I pulled my arm away from him as he tried to grab it. "Meg. Meg," he shouted, keeping pace with me. He was almost glued to my side as we walked, tugging at my arms, trying to grab me by the shoulder. "You don't understand." Stopping again. I glared at him as I pointed at the house. Are the rest of the people in that house werewolves too? There was silence. "Don't lie to me, Julian. Not now." He nodded. "Everyone on the property is a werewolf. It's pack territory." I pursed my lips, folding my arms tightly across my chest. I turned and started walking again. "Meg." Julian tried again as we reached the back porch. I wordlessly turned the doorknob to the kitchen and went inside. Julian followed on my heels. I glanced at the breakfast table. Claire, Mason, Brett, and Michael were there. They all looked up expectantly when we entered. Claire's brow instantly furrowed when she saw my tear-stained cheeks and her exposed son behind me. I batted away the tears. Taking a cleansing breath, I watched as Brett got up from the table and left the kitchen, returning in record time with a pair of shorts for Julian. "Julian," Claire murmured, grasping Mason's hand. "Megan, I take it you both discussed things." I shrugged, standing up. Claire came around the side of the table intending to hug me. I flinched, taking a step away. It pained me to see Claire's shoulders droop, but I wasn't ready for this. Any of it. I didn't want any of it either. "Darling, I know it's a lot to take in, but I promise my son will treat you like the queen you are." I shook my head. "No. No, he won't." I glanced at Julian. Tears glistened in his eyes. He was hurting, and I was the cause of it. I never asked him to treat me like a queen, and I don't want him to treat me like a queen. I don't want him to treat me like anything more than a house guest who will be leaving in a few weeks. Claire stiffened. From his spot at the table, Mason cleared his throat. "We can't let you do that." I sniffed. When did I get a choice in this? I glared at Julian, cutting my gaze to everyone in the room. When did I get asked if I wanted to mate to someone for eternity? Looking at Julian again, I started to plead with my eyes. I don't belong here. I'm not meant for this. And I certainly never asked for any of it. So, I'm sorry if it breaks your heart, but I will not be your mate. I turned to go, planning on going to my room and packing my things. I'd have to find Amanda, and then we would leave. Claire's firm grasp around my wrist caught me off guard. "You don't understand," she said, an edge to her voice. "Wolves can't live without their mates. They get sick and weak. If you leave, you will kill my son." Her voice cracked. Mason came to stand beside her, holding his mate to his chest and rocking her as she fought back tears, coming to stand in front of his parents. Julian reached out to take my hand. I pulled it out of his reach. His shoulders slumped. Meg, I'm not doing this to you to make you feel like a prisoner. Mates are a beautiful thing. I promise I will always be good to you. Always. I swallowed. Keys. Would I want the keys to one of those vehicles in the garage? No. Julian's response was indefinite. He clearly thought that was the end of the discussion. I jutted out my chin, giving him a hard glare. I won't drive off. Or try to escape. Don't worry. Julian, I'll come back at the end of the day. No. Julian growled, the sound vibrating through my body. I said no. You are not leaving this house. He crossed his arms, rising to his full height. I want a set of keys and vehicle, Julian. If I had a guarantee that you wouldn't lock me in my room, I would go upstairs and get my own keys. But I don't trust you right now. Absolutely not, Julian started. A jingling caught my attention, my eyes flicking to Brett as he tossed me his keys. I caught them with both hands, pressing the key ring to my chest. What the hell, Brett? Julian snarled. He grabbed for the keys. But I was quick to step out of his reach, spinning on my heels and running out of the kitchen, his footsteps behind me. And a sharp tug on my elbow brought me face to face with a fuming Julian. We were nose to nose, staring each other down. You're not leaving. His hot breath fanned across my cheeks, his breathing shaky as he struggled to maintain control. His eyes were changing color again. Julian, if you respect anything about me, as your mate, and if you know anything about me as a person, you'd know I value independence. Time to be alone, to think. Just give me this one thing. I promise I will come back. All my belongings are here. And Amanda. Fear gripped my heart. Where was she now? Was she okay? Where is my client, with Dominic and Sabrina? Brett said behind us. I raised an eyebrow. Dominic never left her side. A niggling feeling itched my brain. Is he? A Werewolf, Julian nodded, seemingly annoyed to be discussing other people right now. I hung my head as it dawned on me. Dominic and Amanda are mates. Aren't they? Yep, Brett said behind us. He made sure the P popped as he said it. I rolled my eyes. Great. That's all I needed. Not only had a psycho werewolf person laid claim to me and was demanding I fulfill my end of the mating deal, but my client was also entangled with these dogs. A headache was starting to form behind my eyes. Let her go. Brett murmured behind us. I looked at him. Let her go, Jules. She'll come back. I saw the muscle in Julian's jaw flex and unflex. He narrowed his eyes at me. His grip on my elbows relaxed, enough so that I could ease away from him. Be back by 7. He growled. I flinched. Haven't even had the honeymoon and I already have a curfew. I laughed. But there was no humor in it. Be glad I'm letting you go at all. Julian griped. I figured it was in my best interest to be quiet. Otherwise, I risked the chance of him changing his mind. Shifting the keys in my hand, I turned and headed toward the door that led out to the garage. It's the Bronco, Brett called behind me. I left without a backward glance, pulling the Bronco out of the garage. I maneuvered it down the driveway and onto the open road. I didn't know where I wanted to go, or where I would end up, but for the time being, I needed space between me and Grimfir Hall. Between myself and Julian, my mate. I returned at 7:30 just to spite him and make him worry. He deserved that much after the bombshell he dropped on me today. Stepping into the entryway, I closed the door and leaned against it as I took in his slumped form. He was sitting on the stairs like he used to when he waited for me to get home from work before dinner. I wanted that time back. I wanted to know him and learn about him before today. Without knowing what he was, maybe then I wouldn't find this so hard. But instead, I was forced to look at the man sitting before me, staring back with hollow eyes. He'd been crying. I could see that. And he'd managed to put on jeans and a t-shirt. Did you consider it? He mumbled, his voice thick from crying. Consider what I asked. Pushing away from the door, Just driving. Just keep going until you thought we couldn't find you. I shook my head. I have to make sure Amanda is okay. I would never leave my client. Not among strangers. People I don't trust. Julian looked away from me, sucking in a breath, coming to the stairs. I was surprised to see 2 plates of food sitting on a dinner tray. The food had probably been warm at some point, but it was cold now. I'm going to go to bed. I was hungry, but I didn't want to be near him right now, starting up the stairs. I shivered as he wrapped a warm hand around my ankle, causing my skin to tingle. I froze, a shiver running down my spine. Goosebumps rose on my forearms. Megan. I could hear the pain in his voice. I fought the urge to bend down and hug him close. I couldn't play that game. If I did, I would surely say yes to anything he asked. Megan. Please. Just talk to me. Don't run away. Don't hide in your room. We're mates. We're supposed to be able to tell each other anything, to work it out when things get bad. I said, I might as well sit. I still needed answers, and he could give me those. Doing a half circle on the stairs. I sat on the step above him so that his head was level with my lap. He seemed to relax a bit, the tension lessening in his shoulders. Was your mother serious about the getting sick thing? Will you die if I leave? He nodded, glancing up at me. The sorrow in those green orbs cut like a knife. A wolf cannot live long without their mate, especially if that mate is alive and is purposely away from their mate. The bond was created to ensure that mates are always connected. They will want to be together. Is that what happened when you were ill a few weeks ago, mhm? Mating sickness. Just having you near, touching you, was enough to make me better. But prolonged lack of contact and separation will be deadly. Especially now that we are truly mated. I chewed my lower lip, unaware that I was rubbing the mark on my neck. Do you feel the comfort that brings? Julian asked. I nodded. I can feel it too. A mark is a physical symbol of the intangible bond between mates. The bond is the reason why we can feel each other's emotions. I know when you're stressed or upset. When you're happy. It's incredible to feel what you feel. Do all wolves get a mark when they find their mate? Julian nodded. But what about your mother? She doesn't have a tattoo on her neck. Mark. It's a mark, Megan. And she doesn't have one because my parents aren't true mates. Werewolves can choose to mark a wolf that isn't their mate, with the caveat that if they ever do find their true mate, they will be forced to abandon the first mate due to the mate bond. They won't be able to stay away from their true mate even if they are loyal to their chosen mate. But thankfully my father has never found his true mate, and it's never been an issue. I sucked in a breath, releasing it slowly. But that's a risky game, isn't it? Hoping one of them won't run into their true mate. Your parents are gambling on the fact that they won't ever meet their true match. Imagine the heartbreak if one of them does. Isn't that what you humans do? Take a gamble. There is no bond that renders you unable to ever love anybody else the way you love one specific person. With humans, you take the gamble that the person you are with won't leave if they meet someone better. I couldn't argue with him there. Many of my friends had gotten their hearts broken because they weren't as loved by their significant others as they thought. So when you found your mate, and you don't ever want someone else, you're married to that person forever. Julian reached up to gently stroke my shin with his fingertips. If that's what you want to call it. We don't get married. Getting mated is our version of being married. There's no real point to marriage with a mate. The bond is there. No vows or gold bands will improve it. I frowned, blinking back the sting of tears. It hurt to hear that. I wanted to be a wife, not just a mate. I wanted to tell people I was someone's wife, to have the ring, the party too. Furthermore, if Julian ever wanted to be intimate with me again, we'd have to be married. I couldn't handle the guilt of sleeping with him again knowing I was unmarried. What's wrong? Julian asked, resting his chin on my knee. I reached out and ran my fingers through his hair, rubbing his silky locks between fingers. His eyes fluttered close, a content sigh whispering over his lips. He wrapped a hand around my thigh, tugging me closer to him. The realization that he'd die without me, that he'd been nothing but good to me so far, moved something within me. There were people who made it work with a lot less. We need to get married. He looked up at me, his calm instantly gone. Why? Because I groaned. I will not be able to live with myself if I continue to be intimate with you without being married. Please understand that. Julian thought it over for a moment. It takes time to plan a wedding. Your parents don't even know about us. What are they going to say when you tell them you're getting married, and I don't think I can make it if we don't mate soon? I shook my head. Telling my parents was a hurdle I'd have to get over. But I had a temporary fix for now. We'll get eloped. It's quick. I can talk to the priest after Mass this weekend. We can be married by Saturday next. Friday. I looked down at him, furrowing my brow. Why Friday we can do the Luna ceremony after the elopement service. And I know for now there will be no honeymoon. You go back to work on Monday. I want you for the whole weekend. As much time as I can get. I felt attraction building in my core upon hearing his words. I shivered, refraining from imagining what he had planned. I'd see soon enough. What made you change your mind? I looked down at Julian. What made you change your mind? I thought for sure you would come back and tell me no. No matter how much begging I did. I shrugged. As much as you think, I don't care. I don't want you to die. And I think we can make it work. At least give it a try. That didn't mean I didn't have any misgivings or that all my fears were gone. But I was willing to try and push past them. Julian rested his chin on my knee again, looking up at me as he traced lazy circles on my thigh. I ran my fingers through his hair once more as we settled into silence. The house was quiet, the hall growing dark as the sunset faded tonight. The only sounds were that of Julian and I breathing. I felt at peace in that moment. I prayed all would be peaceful when all is said and done.